स्वागत है आप सभी का BGIS 2023 के ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के अंदर। सपनों के शहर माया नगरी मुंबई से हम हैं लाइव, जहां 16 टीम्स पहुंच चुकी हैं अपने सपनों को साकार करने के लिए। देखना यह है कि कौन सी वो एक टीम होगी जो अपने सपने को पूरे करके जाने वाली है। आज है डे 2 एंड एज इट इज वेल सेड द डे ऑफ कमबैक्स। नमस्कार भारत, स्वागत है आप सभी का। मेरा नाम है अंकित पांडे कैंकी बॉट और मेरे साथ जोड़ेंगे नेक्रो और जॉनी। हाउ आर यू फीलिंग गाइस?
फीलिंगच्या बारे में तुम्ही विचारू नका राव, मला जे फील होतंय ना आता ते मी शब्दात नाही समजू शकत। पण मुंबई तुमचं काय चाललंय? ओरडा, अजून जोरात ओरडा।
आई मीन नेक्रो ने तो क्राउड को राइल अप कर ही दिया है, बट अब देखना होगा कि टीम्स का जो एक्शन है वो कितना ज्यादा एक्साइटमेंट आज के इस डे नंबर 2 पे लेकर आता है।
जी हाँ, बहुत ही ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। और कमबैक्स जिस चीज की हम बात करते हैं, कल के दिन पे टीम्स को मौका मिला कि वो इस लॉबी की गर्मी को भाप पाएं और अब उनके पास एक मौका है कि वो सारी काउंटर स्ट्रैटेजीज जो वो बना के आए हैं वो आज के दिन पे एग्जीक्यूट कर सकें।
एग्जैक्टली, काउंटर स्ट्रैटेजी अगर बात की जाए तो काफी सारी नॉन टीम्स जो है वो अभी भी ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स के बॉटम पेज पर बैठी है और वो एक बहुत बड़ा पॉइंट ऑफ कंसर्न है। स्पेशली जो टीम्स के बारे में हमने पहले भी बात की थी और एक्सपेक्ट किया था, वो अभी वहीं पर बैठी हुई है।
जी हाँ, और साथ ही साथ हम बात करते हैं कि ये जो हमारा ग्रैंड फाइनल है ये किस प्रकार से आगे चलने वाला है। हमने चर्चा की भी कि टोटल 18 महामुकाबले होने वाले हैं और उसके बाद जो हमारी एक टीम है जो 75 लाख रुपए भी लेके जाएगी और साथ में वो चमचमाती हुई ट्रॉफी भी। थर्सडे को हमने शुरू किया डे 1 के साथ, फ्राइडे जो कि आज है डे 2 और संडे को आएगा परिणाम।
एग्जैक्टली, और हर बार ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का एक ट्रेंड रहता है। एक इनिशिएशन स्टेज होता है डे 1 पे, डे नंबर 2 पे जाते हैं। जैसा आपने बताया डे ऑफ कमबैक्स कहा जाता है इसको काफी लंबे अरसे से, और फिर रहेगा संडे का दिन डे नंबर 3 द डे ऑफ केओस। लेकिन उससे पहले आज के दिन कमबैक जर्नीज की नेक्रो भी बात कर रहे थे। काफी बड़ी टीम्स थी जिन्होंने अच्छा परफॉर्म तो किया, इंप्रूवमेंट देखने को मिली कंपेयर टू देयर रन इन द सेमीफाइनल्स। लेकिन अब ग्रैंड फाइनल्स, कल 6 मैचेस हो गए, आज 6 गेम्स के अंदर अगर रिकवर करके किसी तरह खुद को टॉप 4 में ले आते हैं तो वो ट्रॉफी के और करीब खुद को पा सकते हैं।
मेरा अभी भी ये मानना है कि आज के दिन के अंत तक कम से कम ये डिसाइड हो जाएगा कि कौन सी टीम्स इस ट्रॉफी को नहीं लेने वाली हैं, क्योंकि अगर वो बॉटम 5 पे रहती हैं कहीं ना कहीं मुश्किलें उनके लिए बहुत ज्यादा रहेंगी कि वो फिर अब आखिरी के दिन 6 मुकाबलों में कमबैक करके जाए। देखिए, अगर आप मैथमेटिकली बात करें तो 6 मुकाबले 6 चिकन डिनर्स कुछ भी हो सकते हैं, लेकिन प्रैक्टिकली थोड़ा वो डिफिकल्ट होगा। बट अभी के लिए हम चलते हैं सीधे OR स्पोर्ट्स की तरफ और देखेंगे कि इस टीम ने कल के दिन पे क्या घमासान मुकाबला अपना खेला है। 62 टोटल अंक वो लेके गए हैं, एक मुकाबले में निकाला चिकन डिनर जलीदा IGL के अंदर और साथ में 24 फिनिशेस।
OR स्पोर्ट्स एक परफेक्ट डेफिनेशन है स्लिपिंग अंडर द रेडार की। जब भी आप ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स देखते हो, अरे OR स्पोर्ट्स यहाँ पर कैसे आ बैठे, हमने तो पूरे का पूरे गेम में इनको ज्यादा स्क्रीन के ऊपर देखा ही नहीं है। मगर OR स्पोर्ट्स जिस तरीके से उनका प्ले स्टाइल रिफाइन हुआ है थ्रू आउट द BGIS, जो तरीके से इन्होंने इंप्रूवमेंट दिखाई है वो बहुत ही काबिले तारीफ है।
जी हाँ, अभी के लिए अगर हम बात करें तो ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में तीसरे पायदान पे OR स्पोर्ट्स मौजूद है और वो #2 का एक कर्स जो उनके ऊपर लगा हुआ है। बट जनता को आप देखिए, मुंबई कभी भी आपको निराश करता नहीं है। हमने बात की भी कि ये सपनों की नगरी है और एक्साइटमेंट क्राउड के अंदर बहुत ज्यादा।
एग्जैक्टली, क्राउड में एक्साइटमेंट ये है और OR स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर आज के मुकाबले को लेकर काफी ज्यादा एक्साइटमेंट रहेगी। बिकॉज जैसा हम लोग बात करते हैं इंप्रूवमेंट्स की, OR स्पोर्ट्स नेक्रो ने मेंशन किया स्लिपिंग अंडर द रेडार। सेमीफाइनल्स के अंदर 11वें स्थान पे थी ये टीम। फिनिशेस भी कुछ ज्यादा खास हमको नजर नहीं आते बोर्ड पे, लेकिन जब फाइनल्स की तरफ इसने अपने कदम बढ़ाए, इस टीम ने अपने कदम बढ़ाए, एक अलग रूप देखने को मिला। थोड़ा सा अग्रेशन बढ़ा लेटर स्टेजेस के दौरान। अर्ली स्टेजेस अभी भी काफी सिमिलर है जो ये सेमीफाइनल्स में जिस तरह से खेलते थे, थोड़ा सा स्लो अपना गेम बिल्डअप करना प्रेफर करते हैं, लेकिन ये स्ट्रैटेजी है टॉप 3 तक ला चुकी है ऑलरेडी।
जी हाँ, और साथ ही साथ कुछ प्लेयर्स हैं जिन्होंने कल के दिन पे बहुत बेहतरीन खेला। हमने देखा निंजा जॉर्ड को सबको आउट परफॉर्म करते हुए और कहीं ना कहीं वो MVP की तरफ बढ़ते हुए नजर आएंगे। जी हाँ, गॉड ट्रेन के निंजा जॉर्ड 17 फिनिशेस ये खिलाड़ी निकाल चुका है। 38.6 का जो टोटल फिनिश कंट्रीब्यूशन है वो भी देखने को मिलता हुआ और FD रेशियो 2.8 का।
इसी प्रकार का परफॉर्मेंस जो है हम इस प्लेयर से एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं और वापस से ये प्लेयर ने डिलीवर किया। अगर मैं गलत नहीं हूं तो ये प्लेयर अभी फिलहाल के लिए टॉप में भी बैठा हुआ है, टॉप 10 प्लेयर्स में पूरे के पूरे BGIS जर्नी के अंदर। और अगर ऐसे ही परफॉर्मेंस चलता रहा तो देखिए, हमें एक बात तो पता ही चल गई है कि ये MVP तो बनेगा पूरे के पूरे BGIS का।
जी हाँ, एक प्रबल दावेदार वो रहने वाले हैं। साथ ही साथ फियर्स वो भी धीरे धीरे क्लाइंब अप कर रहे हैं। कल हमने देखा एक मुकाबले में 7 फिनिशेस वो लेकर के गए और यही 2 टीम्स हैं जो हमें टॉप ऑफ द टेबल भी देखने को मिल रही है विद इक्वल पॉइंट्स।
एग्जैक्टली, आई मीन फियर्स का भी परफॉर्मेंस काफी दमदार चल रहा है और अभी निंजा जॉर्ड की तो 2 अलग लड़ाइयां शुरू हो चुकी हैं। एक तो फाइनल्स का MVP बनने की और एक ओवरऑल BGIS का MVP बनने की जंग में भी वो काफी लंबे अरसे से नंबर 1 की पोजीशन होल्ड कर रहे हैं। देखना ये था कि ग्लैडिएटर्स की तरफ से कोई उनको टक्कर दे पाता है कि नहीं, क्योंकि उनके जस्ट पीछे डेल्टा पीजी थे जो उनको चेज कर रहे थे। लेकिन आज के दिन अगर ग्लैडिएटर्स की रिकवरी होती है तो शायद वो भी एक स्टोरी लाइन हमको डेवलप होती हुई नजर आए।
देखिए अभी तक हमने BGIS 2023 को देखा है कि इट्स ऑल अबाउट द अंडर गॉड्स, जिस प्रकार से उनका राइज देखने को मिलता है। इन 16 फाइनलिस्ट में से 8 टीम्स ऐसी हैं जो अंडर गॉड्स हैं, बट अगर आप ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स को देखें तो कहीं ना कहीं अंडर गॉड्स थोड़ा पीछे जाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं एंड द ओजी गॉड्स आर ऑन द राइज। सो व्हाट डू यू गाइस थिंक कि अभी ऐसा क्या हो रहा है कि अंडर गॉड थोड़ा प्रेशर में?
देखिए कंसिडरिंग इनका पहला फर्स्ट एवर लैन है तो मेक सेंस यार, प्रेशर तो होगा, इतनी ज्यादा पब्लिक है, इतनी ज्यादा एनर्जी है यहाँ पर। वाई भी ऐसा है कि इवन एज कमेंटेटर्स हम थोड़ा सा नर्वस तो हो रहे हैं, देखिए मानना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज वाई भी ऐसा है। तो ऑफ कोर्स ये टीम्स का तो फर्स्ट एवर लैन है तो मेक सेंस यार, थोड़ा सा नर्वसनेस इनमें भी होगा। मगर मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि आज डे 2 है, यहाँ पर सारे के सारे जिटर्स जाने चाहिए और वो अच्छी तरीके से परफॉर्म करेंगे।
जी हाँ, और बहुत सारी टीम्स ऐसी हैं जिनके आज हम कमबैक्स की भी अपेक्षा कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमने कल के दिन पे देखा वो जो बॉटम 8 टीम्स हैं उनकी मुश्किलें बढ़ेंगी और उनमें से एक टीम आती है ब्लाइंड ई स्पोर्ट्स। बहुत ही ज्यादा बातचीत की गई है इस टीम के बारे में एंड इट इज हैपनिंग फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम कि टीम ब्लाइंड के फिनिशेस कम हैं और प्लेसमेंट के पॉइंट्स ज्यादा देखने को मिल रहे हैं। चिकन डिनर एक भी आया नहीं एंड दिस इज द टीम दैट वी आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू, जो आज के दिन पे एक कमबैक फॉर श्योर करके जा सकते हैं।
उम्मीदें हमने बहुत लगा रखी है ब्लाइंड से, की बहुत ज्यादा उम्मीदें लगाई थी इस टीम से। जब हम इनफैक्ट सेमीफाइनल्स की तरफ गए थे तब भी हमने सोचा था कि भाई चलिए ठीक है, सेमीफाइनल्स का डे 1 स्लो स्टार्ट हुआ, डे 2 खराब गया थोड़ा सा, एंड तक हमारी उम्मीद थी कि भाई आज तो ब्लाइंड का असली रूप हमको देखने को मिलेगा, बट वो उम्मीद जो है वो धरी की धरी रह गई। अब फाइनल्स का डे 1 देखना होगा, डे 2 कैसे जाता है।
वाओ, जस्ट लुक एट द क्राउड, जो एक्स पार्क का सपोर्ट हमें क्राउड के अंदर देखने को मिलता है। व्हाट डू यू थिंक गाइस, टीम एक्स पार्क? दे आर प्रीटी कॉन्फिडेंट कि टीम एक्स पार्क वो यहाँ पर कुछ बेहतरीन करके जाएंगे। हालांकि कल के दिन पे हमने देखा था कि शुरुआत उन्होंने एक चिकन डिनर से की थी, बट अगेन टीम एक्स पार्क के लिए वही पुरानी यादें, वही नाइटमेयर्स दोबारा आ रहे हैं। कंसिस्टेंसी समथिंग दैट दीस गाइज आर लैकिंग।
अभी फिलहाल टॉप 4 के अंदर बैठे हुए तो मुझे नहीं लगता ज्यादा तो दिक्कत होगी एक्स पार्क के लिए, कंसिडरिंग उनका मेंटल भी काफी अच्छा होने वाला है। डे 2 है, जानते हैं कि टॉप 5 के अंदर है, उन्हें बस एक चीज यहां पर रखनी कि कंसिस्टेंटली डिसेंट अमाउंट ऑफ पॉइंट लाना है, ज्यादा भी पॉइंट्स नहीं लाने उनको, अगर उनकी पोजीशन उन्हें बरकरार रखनी है। बिकॉज देखिए डे 3 के अंदर आप भी जानते हैं कि बहुत ही ज्यादा अग्रेशन हमें देखने को मिलेगा।
जी हाँ, बहुत ज्यादा। लेकिन हमने बात की जब निंजा जॉट की तो एक और खिलाड़ी के बारे में बात करनी बनती है और ये है रेवेनेंट के सुपरस्टार फियर्स। जिस प्रकार से वो फियरलेसली खेलते हुए नजर आए, 13 फिनिशेस इस खिलाड़ी ने निकाले हैं, 38.2 का फिनिश कंट्रीब्यूशन, एफडी रेशियो 2.1, और वो जो फाइनल्स की हम बात कर रहे हैं एमवीपी की 2 लाख रुपए, उसके एक दावेदार फियर्स भी।
एग्जैक्टली, फियर्स का परफॉर्मेंस इनक्रेडिबल रहा है और ये एक ऐसी चीज है इस इंडिविजुअल के लिए जो आपको और एक्साइट बनाती है, बिकॉज हमेशा अपनी टीम के फ्रंट लाइनर रहते हैं। अगर आप नोटिस करें कल की जो 2 मैचेस में हमने रेवेनेंट को #2 पे फिनिश करते हुए देखा था, वो फिनिश सेकंड। फियर्स हमेशा जब भी डाउन होते तो टीम के ऊपर अचानक से बहुत प्रेशर आता है, बट इफ दिस मैन इज स्टैंडिंग ऑन हिज फीट तो रेवेनेंट को पीछे धकेलना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है। फिर ये टीम किसी से भी लड़ जाती है और किसी से भी लड़ने की काबिलियत रखती है। अ लॉट ऑफ प्रेशर ऑन दिस इंडिविजुअल, बट कल पूरा कंसिस्टेंटली इन्होंने परफॉर्म किया एंड दैट इज द रीजन द टीम इज ऑन द फर्स्ट।
जी हाँ, हर एक खिलाड़ी को अपना 100% देना ही पड़ेगा 75 लाख के करीब जाने के लिए। जो ऑडियंस है वो पूरी तरीके से पम्प्ड अप देखने को मिल रहे हैं, वो अपने फेवरेट प्लेयर, फेवरेट टीम, फेवरेट गेम को सपोर्ट करने के लिए आए हैं। दिस इज BGMI eSports, जहां पर आप देखिए स्काउट भी वहीं पर है और साथ में हमें ग्लिचेक्स रिवॉन के रैल्स भी देखने को मिल रहे हैं। दिस इज द होल स्टोरी लाइन, राइट, जहां पे अंडर गॉड्स भी हैं, जहां पे ओजी गॉड्स भी हैं, और देखना ये है कि जीत आखिर किसकी होगी।
मेरे को ये देख के बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि हमारी जो ऑडियंस है अभी अरीना के अंदर, वो नई टीम्स को भी यहाँ पे सपोर्ट करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। ग्लिच रिबॉर्न एक ऐसी टीम थी जिसने सबको काफी ज्यादा प्रभावित किया था अपनी तरफ, जैसा उनका रन रहा था सेमीफाइनल्स के अंदर। हाँ, ऑडियंस का जो प्रेशर होता है भाई, जमीन कांपती है जब ऑडियंस एक्साइटेड रहती है, और उस वजह से कई बार आपको थोड़ा सा नर्वसनेस तो हो जाती है, जैसे नेक्रो ने भी पहले मेंशन किया, एंड आई थिंक एक दिन लगता है टू गेट यूज्ड टू इट। आज इस टीम की तरफ से भी कुछ नई चीज एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं।
जी हाँ, एक्सपेक्टेशंस तो यही है कि आज के दिन पे हमने टीम ब्लाइंड की बात की, ग्लिचेक्स रिबॉर्न की बात की, नाइट आउल्स की बात की, इन सब के बारे में बात की, बट वो एक सुपरस्टिशन जो अभी तक कायम है इस टूर्नामेंट के अंदर भी, और वो ये कि सेमीफाइनल्स में जो टीम टॉप ऑफ द टेबल होती है, फाइनल्स के अंदर परफॉर्म करने में थोड़ी मुश्किलें आती हैं, और यहां पर वो रहने वाली है मिडल ई स्पोर्ट्स, जहां पे सेमीफाइनल्स के अंदर हमने देखा कि उन्होंने डोमिनेट की लॉबी, बट अभी काफी ज्यादा पीछे।
एग्जैक्टली प्रथम स्थान पर थी ये टीम सेमीफाइनल्स के अंदर, मगर अब अगर टीम स्पॉटलाइट के बारे में बात की जाए, इनके स्टैट्स के बारे में बात की जाए, फाइनल्स के अंदर 22 फिनिशेस लेकर बैठे, 34 टोटल पॉइंट्स हैं इनके पास, मगर 0 चिकन डिनर्स अब तक इन्होंने लिए। अब देखिए, जैसे आपने मेंशन किया था, ये एक थोड़ा सा सुपरस्टिशन कहिए या इसे एक फैक्ट कहिए, ये जो प्रथा है वो बहुत समय से चलकर आ रही है। जो भी टीम सेमीफाइनल्स के अंदर परफॉर्म करती है, तभी भी वो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के अंदर वो टीम हमेशा स्ट्रगल करती है। आई थिंक सो कंप्लेसेंसी भी कहीं ना कहीं एक भाग हो सकता है इसका।
एक चीज यहाँ मैं मेडल के बारे में मेंशन करना चाहूंगा, जैसा आपने मेंशन किया कि सेमीफाइनल्स, हाँ #1 पे नंबर 1 पे इन्होंने फिनिश तो किया था लीडर बोर्ड के बिल्कुल टॉप पे, लेकिन वो परफॉर्मेंस जो आई थी ना, वो आई थी आखिरी दिन के आखिरी 3 मैचेस के अंदर। उससे पहले मेडल कॉन्स्टेंटली अपने आप को 8th पोजीशन पे मेंटेन कर रही थी। आज ये देखना है कि 3 मैचेस से काम नहीं चलेगा, आपको 6 के 6 गेम्स में कंसिस्टेंट रहना है इफ यू वांट टू क्लाइंब।
जी हाँ, और जब हम बात कर रहे हैं प्लेयर्स की, तो एक और खिलाड़ी है जिनके ऊपर बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन मार्क्स बने। हमने कल के दिन पे भी उनके बारे में बहुत चर्चाएं की थी। थोड़ा अगर आप पीछे जाएं तो फिर अगर हम राउंड 4 की बात करें, लूजर्स ब्रैकेट की बात करें, वहां पे प्रदर्शन उतना बेहतर नहीं आया था, लेकिन फिर वो कल के दिन आए जहां पे सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत थी उनकी टीम को उनके प्रदर्शन की, और वहां पर ड्रीम्स अपनी ड्रीम पूरी करते हुए नजर आई थी। मैक्स पार्क का ये खिलाड़ी कल के दिन के पहले ही मुकाबले में MVP बनता हुआ नजर आया। 11 फिनिशेस निकाले, 34.3 का फिनिश कंट्रीब्यूशन, जो अपने आप में एक कमबैक स्टोरी बनाता है।
एक्स पार्क का नाम सुनते ही क्राउड जो राइल अप हो जाता है ना, उसमें मजा आ जाता है। मगर देखिए, ड्रीम की अगर बात की जाए तो एक यंग बंदा है भाई, ऑफ कोर्स यंग ब्लड जो कहते हैं, उसका अग्रेशन ऑफ कोर्स अच्छा रहता है। एंड वंस अगेन ड्रीम्स यहाँ पर डिलीवर कर पा रहे हैं अपनी टीम के लिए कंसिस्टेंटली। मगर जैसे आपने मेंशन किया, एक्स पार्क ने शुरुआत किया था एक हाई नोट पर, धीरे धीरे करके थोड़ा सा हमें जो डिप दिख रहा है उनकी परफॉर्मेंस के अंदर, ऑफ कोर्स वो है, मगर फिर भी अभी टॉप 4 के अंदर है, तो ज्यादा दिक्कतें तो नहीं होगी।
जी हाँ, और साथ ही साथ ये
पोर्ट्रेट बढ़िया है,
बनी है, ये स्काउट है क्या?
आई थिंक सो, यस, हेयर स्टाइल से स्काउट ही लगे।
चलिए, ये काफी बढ़िया टैलेंट है, कीप इट हिडन, जो ज्यादा बेहतर रह सकता है। बट आप देखिए कि वो सारे स्लैंग्स जो स्काउट बोलते हैं वो सब हम देख पा रहे हैं। ये भी एक पूरी जर्नी है, बट साथ ही साथ रेवेनेंट ओपी, जी हाँ, टॉप 2 में टीम मौजूद है। सेंसे की आइजलिंग, फियर्स का फियरलेस गेम प्ले, और इस टीम का राइज देखने को मिल रहा है। साथ ही साथ जॉनसन के सपोर्टर्स, वो भी हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिल जाएंगे। अब देखना यह है कि इन 16 टीम्स में कौन सी वो टीम होगी जो सबसे ज्यादा क्लाइंब अप करेगी। बट आप लोग से मैं ये जरूर जानना चाहूंगा कि आज के दिन पे क्या कुछ हो सकता है, क्या हमें अर्ली ऑन ज्यादा फाइट देखने को मिलेंगे? बिकॉज एक तरीके से जो ज्यादा बेटर रीड है, अब वो प्लेयर्स और आईजीएल्स के पास आ चुका है।
बिल्कुल, एंड आई थिंक मेरी भी एक्सपेक्टेशन यही है कि आज थोड़ा सा अर्ली अग्रेशन हमको मैचेस के अंदर नजर आएगा, बिकॉज कल के पहले गेम से एक ट्रेंड स्टार्ट हो गया था जहाँ पे टीम्स की ड्रॉप्स थोड़े बहुत हमको चेंज होते हुए नजर आए थे। ऑफ कोर्स एक्स पार्क का एक इनिशियल हमको जो जॉर्जिया पोल का ड्रॉप रहता है, उससे उन्होंने अपने सेकेंडरी ड्रॉप फेरी पियर पे मूव किया। सदर्न सर्कल भी बना, उस चीज़ का काफ़ी एडवांटेज उनको हुआ था, बट वो सिर्फ एक ही गेम में ऐसी चीज़ें काम करती हैं। आपको थोड़ा सा कंसिस्टेंट लेने के लिए देखना पड़ेगा कि आसपास की जो टीम्स हैं आपके नॉर्मल ड्रॉप और सेकेंडरी ड्रॉप के, वो क्या सोच के चल रही है। तो आई थिंक पहले 2 गेम्स में ऑब्जर्वेशन होगी, सेकंड थर्ड गेम ऑनवर्ड्स वी माइट सी दैट अग्रेशन कमिंग इन।
जी हाँ, चलिए अब एक बार नजर डालते हैं हम सारे चीजों के ऊपर जो सबसे ज्यादा मैटर करती है, और वो रहने वाली है ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स। आइए एक बार नजर डालते हैं और देखते हैं कौन सी टीम कितना ज्यादा ऊपर। रेवेनेंट ई-स्पोर्ट्स टॉपिंग द टेबल ऑन फर्स्ट पोजीशन विद 83 पॉइंट्स। एक चिकन डिनर उनके पास हमें देखने को मिलता है। दूसरे पायदान पे है द गॉड, जो आज ट्राई करेंगे रेन सुप्रीम करने का। 83 अंक उनके पास भी मौजूद। अब जनता सोचेगी कि दोनों के अंक बराबर हैं, फिर भी एक ऊपर एक नीचे क्यों? क्योंकि वहां पे जो पोजीशन पॉइंट है उसको प्रायोरिटाइज किया जाता है। बट ओआर ई-स्पोर्ट्स, जैसे कि आप बोल रहे थे कि वो धीरे धीरे स्लाइड इन कर जाते हैं, पता भी नहीं चलता। तीसरे पायदान पे काबिज हैं।
एग्जैक्टली, आई मीन तीसरे पायदान की अगर बात की जाए, जैसे हमने बात भी की थी ओआर ई-स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में, राइट, स्लिपिंग अंडर द रेडार, इन्होंने वो चीज मतलब परफेक्टली डिफाइन की है। उसके बाद हम जाएंगे बॉटम स्थान पर, वो है 8 स्पॉट फर्स्ट पेज का ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में, वो है ग्रोइंग स्ट्रॉन्ग। ये एक अकेली ऐसी टीम है जो एक अंडर गॉड है और फिलहाल के लिए फर्स्ट पेज पर बैठी हुई है। सो आई वुड से अब ग्रोइंग स्ट्रॉन्ग को डे 2 के अंदर बस कंसिस्टेंसी लानी है। वंस अगेन प्ले फॉर द सर्वाइवल। जितना ज्यादा ओवरथिंक करेगी ये टीम, उतना ज्यादा बुरा होगा इनके लिए।
देखिए, ग्लैडिएटर्स ई-स्पोर्ट्स एक बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम, मुझे लगता है कि जो एक आवश्यकता उनको रहेगी वो चिकन डिनर की रहने वाली है। बट अब हम चलेंगे आगे, और ये दूसरा पेज वो जो अंडर गॉड्स हैं उनके लिए एक नाइटमेयर बन के आया है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर हमें बहुत सारी, इनफैक्ट 6 अंडर गॉड टीम देखने को मिल जाएंगी। 4 अग्रेसिव मैन, आखिरी मुकाबला चिकन डिनर क्वालिफाई किया ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए। बट यहाँ पे बॉटम ऑफ द टेबल देखने को मिल रहे हैं नाइट आउल्स अर्ली फाइट ले रहे हैं, ज्यादा देर तक सरवाइव नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, वो उनके लिए एक बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल चीज बन रही है। CS Esports X1 पावर हमने इस टीम को डोमिनेट करते हुए देखा है, बट कहीं ना कहीं आज वो दिन हो सकता है जहां पे वापस से वो प्रेशर हटेगा और CS Esports का राइज देखने को मिलेगा।
CS Esports की कहानी काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है। कल भी हमने हमारे इंग्लिश टेस्ट पे इस बारे में बात करी थी कि जब ग्राइंड चल रहा था, ग्राइंड के फाइनल्स में टॉप 2 पे फिनिश किया था इस टीम ने, और उसके बाद जब इनकी BGIS की जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई थी तो वहां पे मोमेंटम का काफी एक फॉल ऑफ हमको देखने को मिला था। रीजन बहुत सिंपल होता है, जब आप एक पर्टिकुलर स्टेज में बहुत बढ़िया खेल लेते हो ना, तो बाकी सारी टीम्स की निगाहें आपके ऊपर होती है, हर कोई आपके बारे में पढ़ के आता है। आई थिंक CS Esports के अंदर थोड़े आज बदलाव हमको देखने पड़ेंगे रोटेशन टाइमिंग्स में, खासतौर से इनकी, वरना अगर ऐसे ही प्रिडिक्टिवली खेलते रहे तो फिर बाकी सारी टीम्स के लिए इनको टैकल करना बहुत ईजी रहेगा।
जी हाँ, और इसीलिए हम कह भी रहे हैं कि आज का दिन वो बहुत ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण रहने वाला है। ये 6 मुकाबले बहुत ही ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट रहेंगे, टीम्स की क्या रोटेशंस रहेंगी, क्या ड्रॉप लोकेशंस में चेंजेस आएंगे, क्योंकि कल के दिन पे भी हमने देखा था कि जब वो मीरा मार का मुकाबला था, पहले एक ड्रॉप क्लैश हुआ, रीहोस्ट हुआ मैच, और फिर वो ड्रॉप क्लैश नहीं था, यानी कि अर्ली फाइट्स को अवॉइड करने की एक कोशिश जरूर की जा रही है।
देखिए डे 1 के अंदर काफी सारी ऐसी चीजें हुई जो हमने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं की थी, और उसकी वजह से जो टीम्स अभी फिलहाल के लिए बॉटम पर बैठी हुई ना, उनके साथ भी सेम चीज हुआ था, वो एक सरप्राइज हुए थे, एस्टॉनिश्ड हुए थे। मगर अब हमें एक बात तो पता है कि डे 2 है, इसका मतलब कल जो भी हो चुका है वो अब रिसर्च करके ही आए होंगे।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल रिसर्च करके आए होंगे और कुछ बेहतर काउंटर स्ट्रैटेजी जरूर देखने को मिल सकती है। बट अभी के लिए हम एक बार नजर डालते हैं टॉप 5 जो हमारे पूरे इस ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के खिलाड़ी चल रहे हैं, और वहां पे हमें देखने को मिल जाएंगे निंजा जॉर्ड, और ये टॉप 5 प्लेयर्स ऑफ होल BGIS देखने को मिल रहा है, जहां पे राउंड 3, राउंड 4, सेमीफाइनल्स और ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के जो अंक हैं वो काउंट होंगे, और निंजा जॉर्ड तो बहुत ज्यादा आगे ऑलरेडी निकल चुके हैं। डेल्टा PG अभी भी थोड़ा पीछे, सारंग वो भी पीछे होते जा रहे हैं, बट रॉनी और नकुल आज का दिन इस फहरिस्त के लिए भी बहुत जरूरी।
एग्जैक्टली, आई मीन इन दोनों प्लेयर्स के लिए खुद को इंडिविजुअली ऊपर लेकर आना काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है, लेकिन आप ये देखिए रॉनी और नकुल दोनों के दोनों ब्लाइंड के प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे हैं, और एक बात साफ है, हम सबको पता है ब्लाइंड का फायर पावर कितना ज्यादा वेल नोन है अमंग्स द कम्युनिटी, फैंस भी काफी अच्छे से वाकिफ है ब्लाइंड के बारे में। अगर इन दोनों प्लेयर्स ने अपना बेस्ट आज डिलीवर किया तो ब्लाइंड को टॉप 5 में आने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। बट वहीं पे डेल्टा PG अभी भी इंतजार है जस्टिन और डेल्टा के उस डायनामिक ड्यूओ का फ्रॉम द साइड ऑफ ग्लैडिएटर्स। निंजा जॉर्ड, ये 17 एलिमिनेशंस का जो एडवांटेज है, एंड आई वांट टू नो फ्रॉम यू एंड नेक्रो एज वेल, ऐसा नहीं लग रहा कि अब बहुत बड़ी एडवांटेज हो चुकी है निंजा जॉर्ड के लिए?
देखिए, आप टीम ग्लैडिएटर्स को हल्के में नहीं आंक सकते, हम सबको पता है कि कितनी स्ट्रांग वो लाइनअप है, और साथ ही साथ IGL साहब जो है उनका एक रिकॉर्ड रहा है कि ऑफिशियल इवेंट्स के अंदर बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर वो खेलते हैं और अपनी टीम को हमेशा ऊपर लेकर के आते। तो देखना ये है कि क्या आज के दिन पे वापस से वो राइज आने वाला है। बट आप ये भी देखिए ना कि पॉइंट्स में डिफरेंस ज्यादा नहीं है, अभी भी एक बड़ा मुकाबला हमने इन टीम्स को देखा है, एक मुकाबले से 35 अंक तक लेकर के जाने के लिए काबिलियत सारी टीम्स में है, लेकिन क्या वो उस मुकाबले को आज लेकर के आ पाएंगे? क्योंकि कल के दिन पे थोड़ी देर जरूर हो जाएगी, बट अब वक्त आ चुका है प्रेडिक्शंस करने का। तो आज के दिन पे पहले मुकाबले की हम प्रेडिक्शंस सबसे पहले जानना चाहेंगे जनता से कि जनता क्या सोचती है कि इस पहले मुकाबले में कौन सी टीम जीत सकती है।
काफी सारे मिक्स प्रेडिक्शंस हैं, कुछ कोई ब्लाइंड बोल रहा है, कोई एक्सपार्क बोल रहा है, मगर देखिए पिछले टाइम भी हमें पता था कि एक्सपार्क का जो फैन बेस है यहाँ पर वो बहुत ही ज्यादा है।
Yes.
देखिए एक बात तो है यार, पब्लिक बहुत ज्यादा शांत हो गया, अरे काय झालं ओरडणार आहे, चीयर करा की तुमच्या टीमसाठी।
एक बहुत ही ज्यादा एक्साइटमेंट वो सारे जो दर्शक है उनके अंदर भी देखने को मिल जाए। OR के समर्थक है, एक्सपार्क के समर्थक है, स्काउट के समर्थक है, रेवेनेंट के समर्थक, ग्लैडिएटर्स, गॉड्स फेम, सारी टीम्स को यहाँ पे सपोर्ट करने के लिए जो जनता है वो आई हुई है। जनता चैट में भी यहाँ पर लिख रही होगी उनकी जो टीम है उनकी प्रेडिक्शंस। बट नाउ इट्स टाइम टू गेट द प्रेडिक्शंस फ्रॉम द एक्सपर्ट। तो आप लोग की क्या राय है और क्यों?
देखिए हाँ मैं पहले जाऊंगा। देखिए कंसिडरिंग मैं यहाँ पर सबसे यंगेस्ट स्टूडेंट्स पर, तो मैं पहले जाऊंगा। मैं बोलूंगा आई वुड से कि ब्लाइंड ई-स्पोर्ट्स कंसिडरिंग अब तक बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रगल आया है उनकी तरफ से डे 1 पर। जैसे मैंने मेंशन किया, डे 1 के अंदर काफी सारी चीजों में बदलाव हमें नजर आया था, तो चांसेस है डे 2 के अंदर ब्लाइंड ई-स्पोर्ट्स इतना ज्यादा रिसर्च करके आया कि अब उन्हें पता है कि पहले गेम में क्या होगा, दूसरे गेम में क्या होगा, वो एक्सपेक्ट करती जाएगी और उसी तरीके से अडेप्टेबिलिटी भी उनकी तरफ से देखेगी। एक बात तो है, ब्लाइंड ई-स्पोर्ट्स अडेप्ट करने में बहुत ही ज्यादा अच्छी है।
बिल्कुल, आई मीन और उनके अडेप्टेशन टेक्निक्स दो होती हैं जो हमने यूजुअली देखे। कल एक मैच के अंदर हमने देखा था काफी स्लो रोटेशंस उनकी तरफ से नजर आई थी और उस गेम के अंदर परफॉर्मेंस भी डिसेंट हमको डिलीवर करते हुए नजर आई। दूसरी ब्लाइंड की एक सिंपल टैक्टिक है, सबको खत्म करो और गेम अपने आप हमारे हाथ में आ जाएगा। बट माय प्रेडिक्शन इज गोइंग टू बी सिंपल, ग्लैडिएटर्स।
चलिए ग्लैडिएटर्स आप बहुत ही ट्रस्ट कर रहे हैं उनके ऊपर। टीम ब्लाइंड, लेट्स सी कि हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स की प्रेडिक्शन कितनी ज्यादा बेहतर हो सकती है। लेकिन अब वक्त आ चुका है हमारे ओपनिंग सेरेमनी का और उसके बाद चलेंगे पहले मुकाबले में। लेकिन उससे पहले ओवर टू आवर होस्ट एंड दिस ऑसम ओपनिंग सेरेमनी। जरूर किया but he goes down as well. अब बात एक खिलाड़ी ड्रॉप इन आईपीएल
कोच करेंगे डाउन करा द हेड द पास
वन डाउन। अब एक 1v2 की फाइट हो सकती है। अक्षत को लक्षण
नहीं, वो प्लेसमेंट के बाहर खिलाड़ी समाप्त हो गया। एक आखिरी खिलाड़ी देखना ये कि क्या वो समाप्त होंगे। जी हाँ, जॉनथन।
आमची मुंबई! Make some noise! Good afternoon, Mumbai. I'm Xerxes and I welcome you to day 2 of the final battle of Battlegrounds Mobile India Series. Are you ready? Let's go! We've had a very exciting day 1, जहाँ पे the 16 teams that made it from the 650,000 registrations are battling it out for the prize pool of 2 crore rupees and the ultimate chicken dinner, this beautiful trophy. Do you love this trophy? Who do you want? Which team do you think is going to pick this up? Are the undergods going to rise up to the occasion, or are the pros going to stay at the top? Are you excited to find out? Okay, 6 matches down. We've had Revenant and God's Reign killing it at the top. The other teams are also sitting there. We are waiting to see our favorite teams rise to the top. But before we get started, are you ready to meet the team that's at the top of the table? Then let's call up on stage Team Revenant! Sensei, MJ, Fierce, Apollo. Boys take the front. Okay. Let's सुनते हैं सेंसे को क्या बोलना है after yesterday's खतरनाक performance. सेंसे, God's reign is right there at your heel. अब आज क्या होने वाला है?
आज जो हमारा नेचुरल गेम हम वही खेलने वाले हैं. हम ट्राई करेंगे जितने ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम पॉइंट कलेक्ट कर सके वो करेंगे और बाकी मे द बेस्ट वन विंस.
And while we are here, you're leading day one, जो पहले भी हो चुका है. But then there is that last day curse that's been going around. What are we gonna do to dodge that? वापस होगा कि like we are doing something specific to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
एक्चुअली पिछली बार टीम अलग थी, इस बार टीम अलग है. प्लेयर मैं बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट फील करता हूँ प्लेयर्स पे और लास्ट डे चोक नहीं होगा गाइज, ट्रस्ट में.
हाँ, so ये offline land battle का anticipation is finally settling in. MJ clutch machine. Yesterday was not very strong in terms of numbers. आज कुछ अलग करने वाले हो? Are you going to just let it go today?
कल का दिन थोड़ा मेरे लिए अच्छा नहीं गया, बट आज के लिए मैं ऑल प्रिपेयर्ड हूँ. आई होप आपको डोमिनेशन देखने को मिलेगा.
Apollo and Fierce, you've been fearless, you've been killing it. I wish you the best of luck. That's Team Revenant, guys. Are you ready to go into the 6 battles of day 2 of BGMI India Series 2023? Then let's go in for a quick recap of day 1 and then over to the casters. Make some noise for our Hindi desk and the English desk. They're taking over. I'm Xerxes. I'll see you on the other side.
It was an exciting state of affairs yesterday on day number 1 of the Grand Finals, but ladies and gentlemen, today is when we expect a lot of comebacks to happen. Welcome to day number 2 of the Grand Finals of BGIS 2023. My name is Super Johnny. Joining me on the panel today are going to be Icy Baby and Necro. We had an exciting set of 6 matches yesterday, and today what are your expectations from this team, Necro?
I mean, look, speak about expectations. A lot of the teams I had expectations from yesterday were not able to perform, especially Blind Esports and Gladiator Esports. They have to be a part of this conversation. And speaking about Blind Esports, we had a little bit of chatter with these guys in the backlines, and they said today the comeback day is on the way.
Well, Gladiator is going to be something that they are going to be focusing on as well. They are still in the top of the pack, somewhere in the 3rd position. So we are going to be expecting some of a shake-up, especially in day 2, because of the fact of the huge lead that both Revenant and God's Reign is currently happening here. Sorry, let me correct myself. Gladiator actually in 7th place with 46 points. So in terms of 46 points here, he is going to try to match out with God's Reign, who is about 83 points. So they need to catch up. Today is pretty much a do or die situation for them. So that means they are going to be expecting to shake things up to try and gather points or potentially stop the top dogs from actually leading ahead or trying to lead apart. In particular, we might see a little bit shake up from these two particular teams, and that is pretty much.
The underdogs that we've been so focused on for the last 2 months. Yesterday, one of those teams managed to have an amazing start to day number 1. I'm talking about growing strong here. Up until the first 3 games, we saw this team in the top 5, but by the end of the day, they were sitting on that 8th position. What are your thoughts on them?
I mean, look, Growing Strong is the only team that is currently in the first half of the board, and that is also the new teams inside the entire competition so far. They lack confidence. They lack all the experience that the other teams have, and despite they're still able to keep themselves on the 7th spot. But as you also mentioned, they were able to perform in the first 3 games. The consistency dropped down, and that's a big issue. I hope Growing Strong now they realize they need to play for the survival, and consistency is the key to win.
You know, to be honest, when we talk about Growing Strong, we don't really have a lot of information about it, right? And the reason why they're called the underdogs for a reason, they have been very, very consistent in the middle pack. We don't see a lot of information on how they rotate here, a little bit mistakes here. And that's the difficult part about it is, right? Because you're so quiet, you don't know when. Fingers is still the most efficient way thus far in the game.
I mean, that is the
like
most
this.
literal way of 4-finger.
Claw grip. Claw grip is still the most
Normally,
the best
claw
efficient.
is like this, right?
That's how I play too.
No, I think that's claw. This is claw.
What is this? The normal way to
4-finger
play.
claw. Normal way it's
What do you call that?
firm ham grip, I guess. You know, I don't know, crab grip or something, but for my no claw is like because it curves up, it has this hook. Or is that hook grip? I don't know, man.
Whatever it is, it's very impressive.
That's
And-
why they're
Whatever
the
it is.
pros, right?
Yeah.
We're here, we know our things as a caster. That's all we do. We give you all the information to kind of get the ins and outs of what the teams are. So that's exactly what our specialty is here for. So I don't know. Johnny, what do you think about Big Brothers? Because to be honest, Big Brothers has had a little bit of a underwhelming performance yesterday. And a lot of the teams, to be honest, they were worried about Big Brothers.
I'll be honest, you say a little bit, I'll say extremely underwhelming performance in the semi-finals. Because Big Brothers was on fire throughout the entire journey in the BGIS. And I'm not just talking about the semi-finals, even before that, this team was consistent throughout, putting top numbers on the board, but in the finals. And I think it is... I want to know Necro's opinion on this because I feel it is due to the pressure of playing in such of a in front of a massive crowd. That has never happened to them before. This is the first time I believe they're setting foot on land.
Yeah.
And it is going to be exciting to see can they adapt on day 2 because day 1 wasn't really going their way. It wasn't the same team we were witnessing. For
I mean, once again, as I mentioned, inside the Grand Finals, these teams have changed quite a lot of things. They have changed their drop location. They have changed the way they rotate inside the circles too, and that is sort of catching some of these known teams off guard, including Blind and Gladiator Esports too. But Big Brother Esports, especially Maisie on the Hindi desk, right? This man was rooting for that team from the start, and he's going to be a little bit disappointed.
I mean, you know Maisie's story, right? They say every team he picks bombs the competition. Not in the right way. I mean, they basically bomb the finals.
In a good way?
In a
or
bad way.
bad? Oh, okay.
Maisie's been quite unfortunate with this prediction.
So long story short, they pretty much flop, even though they can have the aces. I get it. Anyways, speaking of a team who pretty much bombed their way, right? We talked about the top. We've talked
the time, whenever they look at the trophy, one thing they get reminded of is that it's everyone's dream to play over here on that stage and represent themselves.
You know, to be honest, this has been an interesting Grand Finals. We've seen the ups and downs in day number 1. This is the BGIS Grand Finals in Mumbai, where the city of dreams reside. And guess what? This is where dreams can become reality. Now we're in day 2. We're almost to the end game. And one of these teams, potential stars, is going to be born as a renowned legend by the end of the series. Moments away, we are about to start game number 2, and things are going to get very, very heated.
In the games that these lads are going to be underperforming, and as you mentioned, God's Reign and Revenant. But ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 of the day is all set to begin in just a few moments, and I just have a few simple questions for you guys, just one in fact. Are you guys ready for the action? The wonderful people watching us online, do make sure you're cheering for your team, supporting for your teams in the chat as well. But in the meantime, as I see you mentioning about Team X, wait, are you getting word?
Yeah, okay, I'm getting word here. In the crowd, I see a lot of comments regarding TWM Gaming. To be honest, it's weird because we didn't really talk too much about TWM Gaming yesterday. And now that I think about it, what happened to them?
They just phased out, that's all I can say.
Yeah.
Well, they just phased out. The same thing that's happening to them as well. And Up just a pistol. He tried his best though to get at least a couple of damage in, but still it's next to impossible. But man gets his hands on the DBS, and this is where Night Owls, it's better if they run away from this spot, and that's what they do.
No way. That is a pretty early DBS right from the get-go coming from Fierce here. And knowing him, he's got the M16. Now he's got the long range here as well. And what was really surprising, he was so lucky, to be honest. Like, how do you find both a DBS and a M16 in a watchtower together with a 3x scope?
I mean, hey, good things can happen to certain people sometimes, but it seems like this match is not off to a great start for the players of OR. Blind Esports finding the opening for themselves.
Well, I guess all that good talk now is going to come to an end, huh?
Yeah.
OR Esports off to a bad start, at least inside the first game of the day. Max been taken out of the game. This is going to be a big shocker for them.
Also, one more interesting thing we noticed was the fact that, alright, two interesting things, and IC, I want to know your inputs on this, since you have a lot of experience and you were talking to a lot of teams today. Night Owls, now they have to make a journey all the way from that farm Milta position to that northern Georgia Pool city. That's a long journey. They don't have that early loot to work with. If they get clashed or their rotation is challenged, they're going to be in trouble. And also, there are already two teams present in that Georgia Pool area. God's Reign has just switched things up and they've taken control of containers.
You know, to be honest, they are going to have a very, very late rotation, right, when it comes to blind esports. There's a reason why they are blind, because all their spots here is so far away for the next phase of zone. They are always going to be late. So they have to do two things, which is pretty much decide whether or not they deal with mid-tier loots and then immediately evacuate, or did they just go for a little bit of a surprise loot here, which is pretty much SMGs to kind of catch people off before they go into the fight, and then try and ambush and steal people's resources.
But I think with the circle being a northern one, things can still look good for the players of Night Owls, and it seems like they decide to stay in prison and shelter. And this is what we are seeing from them for the first time. It can be a position from where they can actually convert the game, but again, taking control of that northern part of the map, the Stalber Hill, the hills just south of Severny, and shooting range as well, can be a priority for a lot of these teams now.
You know, speaking of priority, I feel bad for Gladiator, because their gatekeepers in their rotation path is going to be Metal Esports as well as Team Xbox, and considering how far this is, they have one of the worst possible scenarios to actually rotate, because they have two options. One, they might be gatekeeped by Revenant, Metal, and Team Xbox. These are 4 teams in the top 5 position, and it's really, really scary.
Exactly. Speaking about Gladiator Esports, as you brought up that point, right? Now, as you mentioned, there's a chance they can be gatekeeped, but this is where Gladiator Esports uses their brain, and they just try to go for late game rotation. They let the blue zone settle in, and that's when they started moving, because they know who's going to sit back in the blue and try to hold them off.
They always expect someone to block their military bridge, because Gladiator, they have been so set in their ways that no matter what happens, they will always use the western bridge of that military island, the one that connects Ferry Pier to the military island. That is the same bridge they have always used. They never switch things up going for that Novorepnoy bridge, because that is a lot of contestation there. There's Medal on the military island coming in from Novorepnoy, then you have Revenant to worry about who are in that Milta city, and it can cause a lot of trouble for them. But growing strong, they're going to be so happy today. Yasna is all theirs and theirs alone.
Wow, that's going to be a very quick one, and considering that this circle might actually end towards Yasnaya, getting first control on those apartments are going to be great. However, this is going to put them in a spot where they don't have vehicles to actually anchor down, so they want those vantage points. Meanwhile, on screen here, we do see God's Reign getting chased down as well. Aquanox getting scouted out. He's getting a little bit of information. He's actually with Robin. Not exactly sure where they're trying to rotate in. I believe it was from the west side.
What blows is that these guys do not have any type of kit. The loot is lacking. No guns, no armors, nothing. A couple of mets to back them up, but that's it. God's Reign can be screwed if they're stopped in the tracks.
And I'm quite surprised with this, because they had control of the containers, at least for themselves. And in Georgia Pool containers, it's not that difficult to find loot. I think it was a little bit of a fear of losing players in the early stages, considering there's 4 aggressive men in northern Georgia City, and the Georgia Pool city was in control of the players of TWM. So they took the safer option, backed off early with the vehicle, and are looking to head back to Yasna, I believe.
This is interesting, because I think God's Reign, what they're anticipating is that they don't really need loots. They are going to straight up hunker down in strategic positions before they take that fight, though.
Oh, Midwave Esports now looking forward to explore territory. They've got no information on this one, but now they definitely do spot out a couple of vehicles. The cavalry's going to arrive. Night Owls in a big wall of trouble, especially that one man who's trapped inside the building. It's Draco. He's pulled out a couple of utilities to back him up. Maybe the boom can find someone. Tosses out that nade. I highly doubt it's going to find any type of connection. Draco's being surrounded by the foes. Nowhere to go. The backup needs to be here from Night Owls as quick as possible.
Well, speaking of Night Owls here, Metal, they are going to try their best to actually secure this. Midwave actually looking for the plays here. Nurses knocks onto a Roxy here, so there's now flanking position coming in for Night Owls. That means Midwave, they really want to try and take this vantage point. They know how strong this is going to be towards the Midwave.
Oh, the second knockdown too. Draco goes down. Midwave Esports, they're just filtering out the enemies like it's nothing. The utility utilization from these guys is perfect. Another one tossed in there, but still not able to find that connection. Night Owls at this point in time, they're just down to a two-man squad. One more goes down, and this fight might just come to an end.
You know, on top of it all, look at this. Night Owls being two guys, right? Midwave Esports, they even have a thinking on the outside in case Night Owls decide to retreat. They really want to box them in and just take them out completely, and Midwave looks like they are going to do so.
Exactly. Finally, that push happens up close and personal. Cleo found one more to go in the name of dreams. Will his dream come true? Going for the spams in the smoke. He's got a UMP-45 to back him up, but what's that going to do against the DBS? One shot, and you're done.
What a brilliant way to end things, or in fact start things off for the side of Midwave. They were holding such a strong momentum yesterday, which was shut down at the end of the day, but it feels like Midwave is back to their old winning ways. A clean squad wipe coming in from this team, not even a single player knocked.
What a tactical play coming from Midwave Esports. Considering that it's still early the stage of the team here, we are not going to be expecting potential third parties because it's the first phase of Circle. And because of how the flight path is coming in from this bottom side, to be honest, a lot of teams are not prepared yet. And because of that, they took advantage, pick a fight, and say, you know what, I want to take this spot because I want to clear out as many people as possible on the east side so that I don't get messed up.
But look at this circle shift. It seems like we're heading towards that shooting range in Severny area where we already have the players of Glitch Reborn present in Severny. Big Brothers, they're taking control of the southern hill. And then we have, well, quite a lot of teams closing in from that southeastern edge of the circle.
Well, speaking of tanking the circles here, Gladiator Esports, they are retreating from the military base. So that means they are going to be tanking on the zone. You talked about this, West Point entry, but this is zone 2. So it's still very manageable in terms of damage take, but pay attention to the utilities right now. 1 first aid, 1 med kit, as well as 1 energy drink from Destro. He's not going to be able to have a lot of loots, but of course, that aside here, they are late. Let's talk about this replay highlight fight.
Exactly. I mean, especially the initial knockout that was found on the man that was in the outskirts. It was brilliant. The nade being tossed out to perfection, and then the final push happened where Aru just had the DBS backing him up, and all he needs is 1 clear shot on the chest, and you are good to go.
Yep, speaking of which, they still have some mats. They managed to make it towards zone for Gladiator, but Blind Esports, this time, they're switching up the strategy. No more looking for blind spots. They are going to hunker down and start to gather information. They've got Ron on top of the roof. They're stalking their opponents across. They see where OR is, but at the same time, there's also another team that is looking at them. There's 3 teams just staring each other, stalking each other.
Yeah, exactly. Third party now looking forward to joining the fray, but still that team, it doesn't seem like they're too confident enough to actually make that chase.
They are the observers right now. They just want to see what happens. And let's not forget, Blind already has an advantage against OR Esports if they decide to fight, considering Blind did get the opening pick. But now, here's the second. Admino dropping to the floor.
The youngest player from OR has fallen. Shots fired, and now Blind, they are going to retreat because CS immediately stalked them here, takes their position, and Blind Esports, they are very happy with this one finish, and they will try to reposition to get even more pressure because OR getting set up as well, but at the same time, while they're chasing, they're also getting shot by other people across the map, and that's going to be Missy all the way on the other side of the map. That's going to be the west circle, west part of this stage for a second circle.
That is true. Now, a while ago, we saw the players of CS Esports, and I had a pleasure to talk with these guys in the back lines, and they mentioned that today they're going to go for a lot of the drop clashes. They will go for the initial drop clashes because they know they're desperate for the points, and Day 2 gives them the opportunity. Before now, OR Esports Max, he could have been the casualty, but at least for now it's going to be safe.
Well, Blight Esports here, they're very, very mobile here. Seems like they are very quick in their feet here. Immediately, you know, understanding that we have got good position, should we chase or not? They make that call, hey, we're going to do this. Oh, wait, we gave away our positioning. Someone took it. We are going to find a new one. Immediately sets up an ambush down towards the gas station. Great for cutting off people who is pretty much straight away from the middle of the circle. So they are going to try and potentially get a couple of finishes in terms of strays. And speaking of strays, Midwave Esports, they are all the way in 70. They are going to stalk onto his Revenant. Revenant pretty much revealing their resources here. A couple of vehicles as well as Buggy. That means Midwave, if they decide to challenge towards that direction of the map, they're going to be in trouble. But speaking of direction here, let's take a look at how all the teams are doing in the circle.
Wow, I mean, the circle just moves out of Severny. Now, this is going to make for a comparatively slow mid-game stage, since we see majority of the teams already in a part of the zone and they have settled in their specific safe spots. There are just a few teams, one towards the northern side, 4 aggressive man still holding on to the city of Severny. They're going to have to come down south a little bit, but now growing strong. Faith, look at him. He can see the vehicles off Midwave in the distance.
Oh, speaking of which here, Grave in a little bit of trouble, growing strong currently, stalking their way through. They're taking a lot of space, but they are still at the edge of the circle. So if the circle shifts down, Midwave is going to be their gatekeepers here, and Midwave has pretty much know exactly what's happened. So growing strong right now, getting a little bit angsty with those trigger shots, pretty much giving the information that they are exposing themselves.
Speaking about growing strong, I really want to bring up a fact over here now. Recently, when we take a look at the team stats, Godbot is not individually performing anymore. All of his teammates are performing on the equal level, and that's the best part. I feel like every single player from a team should always be on the same page.
We talked about this yesterday as well, and you've been quite vocal about this, Necro, from the semi-finals, that it felt like it was just a solo carry situation for the side of growing strong, where if Godbot did well, the team looked very good on the game. But if this man falls, the team falls with him.
You know, that's pretty much about Godbot, right? I want to talk about another thing here. That's gonna be Ghost Ray. Hold up, Blaze.
Oh, out in the open, Athanki goes down, not really able to rain down terror this time, but it's Blaze instead, just raining down hellfire from the top. Midwave Esports RO2 is out in the open. This man needs to find that cover desperately. This is one of the most cursed compounds, in my opinion, because the teams on the top just have a clear visual on every single angle.
You know, this is interesting how God's Rain is actually playing, right? Instead of hunkering down to one fixed strategic position, they are setting up pit stops on themselves to set up campfires to actually punish people. And this is applying a lot of pressure onto people around the map, because you don't know where God's Rain actually is.
Look at the radar. There's another team quite close to them. It's going to be quite interesting to see if a third party develops from here on out. But Necro, I agree with you on one thing. This compound, it can be a difficult position to hold for the players of Midwave Esports. God's Rain with the high ground, still looking to hold on to that summit all to themselves. But as soon as they move inside the zone, they're going to be challenged from the flanks as well. But talk about challenge, we have Gladiators dropping upon TWM.
Already running over a man, TWM Esports once again in a big world of trouble as Ninja's knocked out. And Ninja's supposed to be the shining man, the shining star for this team. And if this man's taken out of the game, this is just going to keep on increasing a lot of the problems for TWM Gaming. Now, for them to make a comeback inside this fight, it's next to impossible. It's better they just keep themselves pinned down and play a little bit passive.
You know, it is very, very difficult here, considering that now we are moments away from the next shift of the circle. It seems like it is going to be on Revenant's vicinity. And you can see Revenant, they're smack middle of this wall. The main forces right in the middle, Sensei outside, scouting for information. They're just dodging fights after fights. And this is going to put a pressure here, because that's them being safe. But let's talk about the teams outside, because they have about 40 seconds left before the circle comes in, and they are in the clash right now.
Exactly, Gladiator Esports. Once again, this team is on an elimination spree. It doesn't seem like they're going to be stopping anytime soon. They're just driving to the enemies like it's nothing. Dominating through the entire space, dominating through the entire floor. They're here. They've joined up the cleanup crew. And even Shogun's now going to be charging up in the action.
What a sick drop coming from Gladiator Esports here. They slowed down, went for a drive-by, and then got a pick. And guess what? It's not over yet. Delta!
This is going to be a little bit tough. Even Spider-Shot now is trying his best to fight back. He's managed to find a return knockout, but that's all he's going to get. Shogun 2, one at a time in the action. This is now turning out to be a big blunder. It's all down to Justin, and he's once again trying his best to fight back. The third party potentially now hitting the deck.
TWM, they're back for revenge from the Gladiators. A few moments ago, we saw Gladiators pick off of one of the players, for two players in fact, from the side of TWM, but they came with the vehicles, causing a lot of trouble and allowing 4 aggressive man to recover at least a few points from that fight. But Justin, he's going to be picked off, and Gladiators, they're done in this match. What happened?
Gladiators, they got desperate. They wanted to get some loose. They wanted to catch them off guard. They started things off really, really well. Unfortunately, they overcommitted because their health was so low. And they got heavily punished for it here. However, speaking of this as well, let's talk about the north side here, because right now, God's Reign, they haven't exactly settled down. Ralph! Beautiful shot. Blaze getting completely shut down. The top dogs getting completely bullied out in the first map in day number 2.
Ralph knocked out and finished from the game, but still, the players at Glitch X Reborn, they've got all the players alive. Looking forward to find that breaching point, that entry point inside the circle. It's going to be tough considering it will be out in the open.
And as of now, Chris, Glitch X Reborn out in the open. You talked about this as well, but the circle slowly edging away as well. They haven't really found themselves and gathered enough information on what they want to do. But it seems like they do scout out. God's Reign has pretty much smoked up. Pretty much means that they are going to be pretty blind. So they take this opportunity to re-rotate, and they are going to push forward.
Aquanox pinned inside the shack, and yeah, he's got too many folks to deal with, and he gets knocked down eventually. Man was suffocated to his death, but from the back lines now, it's going to be another team knocking on the doors. The players of Metal Esports, they want a bit of a piece of this pie, and they're here to claim this elimination point. Glitch X Reborn, even now, they're being pinned in this little shack.
Oh, the blunders coming in from God's Reign. They knew they were pretty much not in position. They have no information whatsoever from Glitch X Reborn. But the moment the spokes come in and God's Reign had no way to actually watch each other, they chose one spoke, dive into it, and commit to that fight.
Even Blind Esports, they've lost out on 2 players, Knuckle and Joker. This is not a good news, especially even a team that's going to be looking forward to make that comeback in the overall standings. And Blind Esports losing out on those 2 valuable key players. It's going to sting them so much in the future run inside this game. Even Glitch X Reborn, when they made that push happen, they lost out on 2 players because of that third party from Metal Esports.
No matter what happens in this game, one thing is sure, the standing is going to be rocked, but let's see how the circle is going to rock these teams.
Oh my goodness.
Revenant still in the best spot in the circle. The western side being challenged by TWM, CS, and 4 aggressive man, but again, we have the players of Glitch Reborn still trying to see if they can wrap things up with God's Reign.
CS Esports carrying that momentum, being the zone magnets once again. Even yesterday in the last game, the zone was forming right on top of them over and over again, and once again, they make that happen.
Yeah, speaking of the replays here, this is pretty much what happened towards Gladiator Esports, right? They tried to go for a drive-by, tried to get a punish onto 4 AM. They took a little bit of damage here, and even for them, they took fall damage because of the vehicles, and because of that, Spider Jaw just completely capitalized this year. And the moment Gladiator was out of position because of they were on the move, they get punished by another team as well. So very, very unlucky for them.
Oh, Glitch X Reborn could have been eliminated right here. Roman was down so low. But look at God's Reign, this one single solo survivor, hoping that no one's going to be able to spot him out. He's got a couple of smokes backing him up, but still, for how long? That's my question, considering he needs to get up and make it inside the circle. It's going to bring up the possibilities way down low.
Well, speaking of which here, a team just got completely shut down. Big Brothers completely dominating the top west corner. Sarvit not going to be picked up here. They don't have mass. The circle is going to bleed them out. And as you can see, everyone is just struggling to make it towards the zone here. Everyone is just dying to all this. And it's really, really unfortunate. But eventually, what a shot from Meadow and Core.
Wow.
Getting a straight kill in the zone.
Now he has to deal with Sensei running behind the smoke, hides in the soft cover in front of him. Encore missing the opportunity to secure a knock. An important game for Metal as well. Sitting on the 13th position in the overall ranking. This is an important match that can bring them inside a top 8.
Exactly, Metal Esports, they've got one more team to worry about. The entirety of Revenant is right on top of them. Considering Revenant Esports, they're in a much more better and the prime spot. For Metal Esports, it's going to be an uphill battle. But even Revenant Esports, they've got their own troubles to deal with. Sensei, soon enough, is going to be claimed and tamed by the players of Metal Esports, and that's what exactly happens. Now, Revenant Esports is down to a 3-man squad.
Yeah, they are down to 3 players, but the rest of the competition that they had to worry about has already been kicked out of the game. Revenant Esports, if they just go for the finish points right now, have an opportunity to gain an advantage. is in Fierce. He's going to start things off. Big Brother spotted.
The star of the show from day one from Revenant Esports. They've sacrificed Sensei as a scout. Now with this hunkered down position, the gas station, they are going to pressure Big Brothers. Uzumaki looking to try to get a couple frags in, but it is going to be very difficult. The trade is off. He attacks Fierce. It's good. But meanwhile, this is happening. Look at Xpart. They're still having a little bit of small collision outside as well. And Revenant can't really capitalize on this, but the zone, they're shrinking in.
They do find a lot of these barrages with the nade, but still not able to find that beautiful, sweet knockout that they're looking for such a long time. And that's going to give the players of Revenant Esports a little bit more breathing room, but unfortunately, one man out runs out in the open.
Now, speaking of one man out right now, right? Look at this. Circle shifts out of them. Everybody's got to get out. It's going to be difficult, but Big Brothers!
Oh, Dinosis! This is where these guys have a chance to find that opening. Big Brother Esports, they really do need these points desperately, considering they're in a decent spot in the overall standings. But being in the mid-pack always brings you a lot of pressure. Revenant Esports now on the verge of getting picked up. It's all down to Apollo. This man is all by himself inside the entire gas station, while that gas station is now being invaded by the foes. And all the three players, they're on a hunt, they're on a prowl, they're on a search for this last guy, Revenant Esports. And Apollo, all he can do is go for the spams in the smoke, looking forward to find that connection, but still this Phrase is not able to find the connection that he desperately needs. He finds out 2 knockouts all by himself. Maybe the tables can be flipped.
The circle is coming in. It's up to Apollo left. He needs to get out. Uzumaki as well. They don't really have time. It's a 1v1, but the circle is closing in. But there is so many things happening right now in this side here. The shots are getting shot.
Well, and sees Uzumaki on the other side. Shots
This is crazy!
Out of nowhere, finishing Revenant. Down to the top 4 we go.
Leo was stalking, looking for a freebie, and they got a free meal, happy meal for them, because that was an amazing shot coming from him. However, now down to the final 4 teams. We have X-Park, 4 AM, CS. Who would have thought day 2 we will see fresh new faces in the final circle?
This is what I call playing the spoiler. NCS Esports literally did that. But now we've got Team X-Park in a decent spot too. They have got a 2-2 split going up for themselves. That means Team X-Park, they can have a chance to take the most control. But look at Manya in the back lines. He has the trigger discipline. He's the one with the nature. The entirety of CS in the front.
Again, the sneaky little snake. B1 with the bush. His back pretty much exposed, but he sees everyone. Oh my god.
Oh, Manya, he has the striking advantage. Leo YT is just jumping in the front, and Leo somewhere down line. He has a little bit of feeling that there might just be someone in the back, but Team X-Park, now they decide to invade CS Esports. And now CS Esports, even they've got their own troubles to deal with. Dreams knocked out. Even Ronadi from CS Esports is going to be the return knockout. Team X-Park once again looking forward to get a fantastic start rolling in off the bat.
However, next shift of zone is going to be here as well, and X-Park, they're taking so much control. They really want to pick a fight against CS because there is still time. But with the zone shrinking in, the teams on the south here is going to try and third party this and try to get the #1 spot, and that's going to be the chicken dinner here. Top 4 left, 4 AM, just chilling outside, which is kind of surprising.
Exactly, but there's a reason behind. We were talking about comebacks and 4 aggressive man on that 16th spot in the leaderboard, but this game can help them bring themselves just a little bit up, and hopefully by the end of the day they find themselves in the top 8. Let's see. As you mentioned, keeping the heads down, but CS on the move.
Oh, CS, they might find somebody else, and they might actually look towards what's happening here. They see a smoke, but they don't exactly stalk them out. But Manya, 24 seconds, like he sees everything.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He's got such a big striking advantage in this moment. CS Esports, the entirety in the front. He pulls out a nade. There's a chance he can find a 3-piece right here. The nade being tossed to perfection, but no, the initial one misses. He's got another one cooking up in his hands. The second one tossed in as well. Maybe CS Esports can go down, and that's what happens. Ranadeep hits the deck, he hits the floor. Now Leo YT in the back line's going for the resurrection. Another nade tossed in. It's just chipping out a lot of damage.
They still don't know he's there. The circle's closing in, and CS has no clue what hit them. Another nade!
That was an incredible nade from him. Ranadeep gets confirmed. Another nade. Even PPC goes down. CS Esports, the entirety of that team is getting picked apart. They're getting dismantled by these utilities. One more utility tossed in. It's going to be the Molotov. Now the floor's low while Leo YT's catching so much damage. He's catching so much hurt, and he's still got one player to get back up on his feet.
Now, speaking of which here, Manya, he finally reviews himself. CS trying to go for recruit, but the finish is there. It's up to Liu Finally, they punish the sneaky little snake, the spoil sport of this game, and Liu YT, the experienced veteran for the team, down towards the last man, has no choice but to go for a 2v1v3 situation in this final zone of day one. What a grand finals, boys.
Top 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, from which one of them is also 4 aggressive men. Speak about Karma hitting at CS Esports. They got hit hard by the Karma. They spoiled one team's game, and then Manya came in from the back and he spoiled the entire team's game. And for now, we've got Team X Spark in the best and the prime spot. All the 4 players alive. No one's going to be stopping them from claiming this chicken dinner, and even that nade's being tossed to perfection. Karun goes down. Now it's all down to Spider Job from the side of 4AM. One more man to deal with, one more thorn in the front, and as soon as that man gets eliminated, it's done.
And now X-Pac in a winning position, just the last man to pick off. It's going to be
Oh,
Spider Job
nice!
now. And a deja vu from the first game yesterday, even on day number 2. X-Pac walking away with an incredible winner chicken dinner.
The crowd absolutely bonkers. Celebrations around the dome for X-Pac. They have done the impossible. And guess what? Getting the chicken dinner to set the tempo to make a statement here for the grand finals. What a game coming in from X-Pac.
It seems like the opening wrangles are quite lucky for them. Game number 1 yesterday, a brilliant win. Game number 1 today, day number 2, a brilliant win from X-Pac. And they have kept their numbers intact till the very end. Pukar, I have to say, not enough of spotlight has been dropped on this man. He has been an incredible IGL for the team. Sarang as well, waving to the crowd, waving to his fans who've been supporting them throughout.
Team X Spark. I mean, look at all the players. They're having smiles on their face. Also a little bit of discussion how the game actually went for them. But only one thing can be said over here. Team X Spark, the final few decisions that they made, that was perfect. Especially that tactical 2-2 split. It was so nice.
Yeah, I agree. But speaking of tactical twists here, of course, we're singing praises on towards X-Pac. Now, with the teams that we were talking about that had a very, very poor performance during day number 1, Blind Esports as well as Big Brothers, they did really, really well this game. Who would have thought they stand out? But there's one particular team I really want to talk about as well. That is pretty much the team who was in the bottom placement yesterday, 4AM. Making it was a top 3 finish. Well done, because in order for them to actually qualify into the top spot, today is the day they need to make something happen. And guess what? They have gotten themselves a lot of points in this game. I'm curious to see how many points is that, because top 3 finish is pretty good, but I'm not sure, placement, but I'm not sure about how many finishes. But nevertheless, Johnny, I know you have something to say about this.
Yeah, I was just going to say we're going to move on and have a look at the highlights, because we have to relive the moments of this match and of course see what the players' reactions were while they were in the heat of the moment during the game as well. One more thing I would like to mention as you were talking about 4 aggressive man, ICU, is the fact that this game was theirs from the start. They land towards that northern Georgia Pool city. They rotated super early to the city of Severny, and then they moved down south just a smidge, enough to keep them away from the fights, but still in the circle and in the safe zone.
You know what's really interesting? 4AM, they were just feeling a little bit down yesterday, right? They had absolutely zero presence. And what was really interesting was that here's a very, very good insight. I had a little bit of chat with 4AM Commando on Instagram. He texted me. I was asking how he was doing. He told me that the team's a little bit shaken here. They're not used to the heat. They're not used to the, I would say, the pressure on all this that's happening on screen here, the production, the fans, the screaming, the setup, they were just feeling very, very overwhelmed, and that's why they were extremely nervous. And my words of wisdom to them today was literally, hey man, it doesn't matter. Today, all you gotta do is just make it top 8. Qualify the top 8, and that's good enough for you. That's your target, because yesterday, messed up, it's okay. Reset today. Game 1, well done. To a good job towards 4AM.
Exactly.
I completely agree with that as well. I mean, it's about having realistic expectations every single day.
Exactly, but speaking about having realistic expectations, right, this is what we expected from the teams. It's considering day 2, as I said, teams are going to be much more prepared, they're going to be much more better, they know how games are going to be played in the future, and once again, that's what the same thing we saw. But one team, it's a known team that we're still not able to perform, and we had a lot of expectations from Gladiator Esports getting demolished in that fight.
Well, Gladiators, you know, we know things are going to get shaken up today, right?
Yeah.
guess what? Gladiators was the victim in this case. They were the bulliers of the semifinals. They were the bulliers of day one. Today, guess what? What's it like being bullied now?
Yeah, and I mean, they were, as you mentioned, they were bullying other teams during the early stages of the tournament, and yesterday, even during the initial matches, just a little bit. But now, things have changed. We saw Gladiators start the day off on that 7th position, and after the early exit in this game, I wonder if they will even be in the top 8 with how the teams have performed. But Necro, I have a different question for you. You've been rooting for Blind Esports since yesterday.
Yeah.
And with the switch of playstyle that Blind has brought to the table, where it's just Manya surviving, destroying teams all alone, are you happy with this performance?
Look, genuinely, I would say I'm not really happy, considering just the one last man alive from that team, a team that's supposed to dominate the entire competition, a team that's supposed to manhandle all these 16 teams, is now playing for the survival. They're going for the scraps. This is a little bit concerning for me.
You know, not gonna lie, Manya is got one of the biggest brain players here, and I'm curious to see what they have to say because, to be honest, Manya, he tried his best to secure points for the team, right?
Yeah.
If his team's not doing good, I'll try my best to get as many points as possible because this entire journey is a marathon.
Yeah. Exactly, but for how long can you rely on individual performances?
It seems like we have something happening on the stage. We're going to head on there, ladies and gentlemen.
What an exciting match one. But मेरे साथ एक और भी exciting person है. I have KK from God's Reign with me. Hi KK.
Hi.
Buddy, I really want to know कि God's Reign का जो consistency रहा है कल के दिन. अब आज we are off to a slightly shaky start. But what can we expect coming ahead?
So आज फर्स्ट मैच था, अर्ली एलिमिनेशन हुआ हमारी टीम का, बट ठीक है, कल का ओवरऑल जो ऐसा भी गया था अच्छा था काफ़ी, बट हम यही एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि आज भी हम कल के स्कोर्स को ना मैटर करते हुए आज एक न्यू फ्रेश स्टार्ट करें. तो फर्स्ट मैच कुछ मिस्टेक्स हुई जिसकी वजह से अच्छा मैच नहीं गया, बट आगे एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि बाकी मैचेस अच्छे जाएं.
And God's Reign काफ़ी consistently रही है as a team throughout BGMI. और अब आगे प्लान क्या है? What can we expect to see more coming from the team in the future?
सो लास्ट जो गॉड्स रेन ने इंडिया सीरीज़ खेला था वो 2019 था, एंड वी आर बैक इन 2023. सो इस बार यही एक्सपेक्टेशंस है कि लास्ट टाइम जो हम रनर्स अप बन के रह गए थे, चैम्पियंस की ट्रॉफी उठा के लेके जाएं इस बार.
Okay, best of luck, KK. Now I'm gonna send it back to the casters. Make some noise for match number 2 coming up very soon.
Train, you know, they seem pretty chill. They're pretty okay here, even though it's a little bit sad back. But I'm just making things up because I don't understand Hindi. I'm sorry, man. I don't understand Hindi, man.
See, I'll translate. I'll give you the gist of what the conversation is about the expectations, about the possibility of God's Reign walking away the win. And they did mention that in the past it has happened where they have, kind of taken the finals lightly and missed out on the trophy. But this time their goal is set. They want to go with the trophy.
I will admit that I wasn't listening to that because was it in English? Was it in Hindi?
Hindi.
I'm sorry that I wasn't listening because I was just so starstruck at a God's presence finally revealing himself, voicing out his voice. He's gonna be, obey me, you peasants. That's what I felt. That's why I was like, I don't know what to say about that, man.
It makes a lot of sense too, right? Especially when these players are performing so well inside the game, and when you see them on the screen itself speaking that well, it sort of gets us a little bit stunned, right? So it makes a lot of sense. I'm not going to blame you for that. But you know what? Speaking about the performance in the previous game, once again, the final few teams are CS Esports. Now, as I mentioned a while ago, I have had talk with CS Esports, and these guys said that today they're going to go for drop collisions. I am just excited for the upcoming games, man.
You did mention, but we have to also ask you this, Necro, on which maps?
They didn't say which maps. They just said we are going to go for drop collisions. That's all they said, and that's all they left with.
Well, that's going to be interesting to see now. Which maps do the drop collision happen, and also which team's drops are going to be challenged. But ladies and gentlemen, here's the highlights for game number 1 of day number 2, the match of Wrangle, where this was one of the brilliant way to start of the game. Night Owls getting destroyed by Midwave.
You know, to be honest, Midwave, they are looking for as many finisher points as they can. And guess what? They were able to actually catch CS Esports. And the moment they know it's CS Esports, they actually overcommit. But what really surprised me is during the journey of all these teams, right? big teams such as Gladiator Esports, big teams such as God's Reign, they were struggling. We knew they were the team spotlights by the start of the lane. They were going to be the focus. And guess what? They were completely hunted down by the middle of the pack in this entire match.
That is true, but you got to give it to Spider-Jawed, man, from 4AM. The amount of struggles he showcased in that fight and still came out on top, single-handedly dismantling the enemy team like that. He was the one manhandling both of those teams.
I disagree with you on that. Because TWM was the catalyst that actually took away 2 players from the side of Gladiators. They caused a lot of damage with those vehicles and allowed Spider-Jaw to just pop them with just one touch of a bullet, and then the players just instantly drop to the floor. But from there on, as we move to the later stage, this was an interesting way. The journey for God's Reign came to an end in this game. The fight against Glitz Reborn, where the players were just completely pinned in the middle of nowhere.
Yep, speaking of pinning them down here, we do see a lot of adaptations, right? Revenant, they're trying their best to actually go in for fights here. This was like as the best as they can, right? They needed to win those fights here. Unfortunately, they just bowed out a little bit here because of the commitments coming from Big Brother Esports, and eventually they were scouted out. So this intense fight took quite the utility, and because it was so loud, everybody was stalking, hoping to get a couple of free finishes in the on the sidelines.
All I'm gonna say is that the criminal strikes again. Apollo clutches that entire scenario, saves the day for his team, gets those extra bit of points, and then this is where the most iconic moment just happened. Manya being that snake, tossing those utilities, dismantling the team limb by limb, making them handicapped, and in the end, CS Esports, they had nothing to back themselves up
Is
with.
it just me, or did looking at the replay as well and during the game, it felt like that CS Esports had no idea where Manya could possibly be? They were completely unaware of the man's position.
You know, to be honest, Manya played it very, very safe throughout the entire journey here. But nevertheless, here we give you guys the highlights and the gist of how things are happening. Let's talk about the MVP for match number 7 in Erangel. It's going to be none other than Revenant Apollo with a total of 5 finishes and a finish percentage of 100%.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely incredible. Majority of them came from the gas station fight that was there against the players of Big Brothers, in which it was a blunder from Big Brothers, but still, named after a god, the man plays like a god as well.
Well, I mean, as we move on forward towards the top 5 players, we've also got Leo YT from CS Esports, Team X Bar Sarang, and then you've also got Manya on the screen, safe once again from Big Brother Esports. Now, as you guys mentioned, right, CS Esports, they did not expect Manya in the back lines at that moment. You saw Leo YT jump spotting in the back, and Leo YT somewhere down line, he gave that call to the players that there's no one there.
Well, that's the thing, right? It all comes down to giving information, making noise. Manya was so quiet, like the thief he is. But, of course, that is going to be that story here. Let's talk about the overall standings coming into this fight here. We have TX on the top here with the chicken dinner, 22 points for them. Blind East was 16 points, 4AM 15 points, CX on 14, Big Brothers 12 points, Revenant onto us as following down here, and seems like the middle pack pretty much getting a huge point booster in this match.
Oh, speak about Gladiator Esports and Midwave, though. This game was so needed for these guys, especially Gladiator Esports. There's a chance they might just be pushed down to the second half of the board after this game.
Exactly, I do agree with you on that. I mean, and let's just confirm what we are about to say. Let's have a look at the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen, right now on our screens. And here they are, Gladiators right on that 8th position with 50 points. But look at this, X-Park becomes the first team to have 2 chicken dinners on the board for them, 74 points, inching closer to the podium.
But at the same time, Revenant Esports still maintaining consistency in this match here to try and pull away from the rest of the pack. However, teams like God's Reign, OR Esports, as well as Midwave Esports starting to take a little bit of hit here in this match, and because of this, Blind Esports are catching up, and guess what, they're 51 points compared to also Big Brothers and OR 62 points. That's barely about 10 points difference, which is a good sign for them if they want to make it to the top 5 though.
And it was all because of Manya, a 4-position jump from Blind from the 11th to the 7th because of one man performing consistently in 2 games. But now we move on to the second page, and look at this, growing strong, a chicken dinner, but still on the 10th.
Exactly. This was the only team that was supposed to be on the first half of the board, and that is also the undergod. But still, with the chicken dinner, now they're over there. But then, speaking about the 15th and the 16th spot, 4 aggressive men. They had a decent game, but still on that second page.
Oh, to be honest, you know, it's still a long grind for them, right?
Yeah.
But it is now, they are having a little bit of points here, about 20 points difference towards the top 8 here. So comparing to yesterday, that was a very, very big gap. But now at least they have somewhat of a chance, because think about this, right? Mathematically possible. That's the most important thing. If they get a 5-win streak chicken dinner, they immediately shot to the top. So technically, anything is possible. It's not over yet. So it's all about being patient, one step at a time.
Exactly. You have two ways to go about it. Either play completely passively in the matches and make it to the top 4, the top 3 consistently, or you can go in with a little bit of aggressive front, secure the finish points, and even if the early exit is there for you in the game, you still have to make sure that the average points per match is there. And for a team like 4 Aggressive Man, it is going to be a little bit on the higher front. I think it is around 13 to 14 points per match that they need to gain if they want to stand a chance to lift that trophy. But it will be a challenge, but hey, waving a
Hey,
hi to
Hindi
the
desk.
Hindi
Hey, even
Yeah,
I've
we
got
do,
some
yeah.
muscles.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Jack Boys on the English panel.
I'm not really exactly Jack, but yesterday I hit the gym. Now I'm feeling pretty good. He knows I was lifting some heavy
I
weights,
hear them
bro.
saying something about you, Necro.
They are?
Yeah, they're talking about you.
I have no clue what you're saying. They're making noise for me. Thank you guys
thank
so
you so
much.
much for the
Thank
love.
you guys so much, Indy, for including me. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Mwah. I'm shy now.
This is cross the stage banter, by the way, what is happening right here in front of us. I see shy now all of a sudden. Why now, though?
I mean, look, speaking about the Hindi desk too, right? Amazing individuals, man. We always have a talk with them. Look at Salty, though. Look at how I was looking at the camera right there. Of course, Salty.
Yeah, Salty, the camera is gone now. You can leave as well. But bringing it back, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 about to begin now. The map of Miramar in front of us. That means
Exactly. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move on forward to the deserty lands of Miramar, where the sun's going to be high up in the sky, and even the plane will be there too.
Oh boy, I did not expect this because I'm still a little bit caught off guard by that small cab on towards me. And I'm not gonna lie, now let's talk a little bit more on how day 2 is gonna be looking at here. Miramar right into this upcoming map. And to be honest, Team X-Prod, they're doing a fantastic job so far. Consistency is gonna be the key. They were middle of the pack from semifinals, and now they are in the radars of every single team for this upcoming match.
Absolutely. I think Team X Park, the only issue that they faced yesterday was the first game. After the first game, their momentum kind of shifted. But let's talk about the flight path as a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen. It starts off from the right side of Los Leones, ends towards Valle del Mar, an extremely southern-faced flight path, which definitely will alienate majority of the northern hemisphere.
Hey, what happened to Johnny? Why do I hear a different voice?
I think someone just took him over, man. I think Salty just shoved him in the backstage, and he's like, no, now it's my time to take the limelight. I know I'm the most good-looking man. That's what Salty said to Johnny about it.
Hey, come on, man, Necro. I think you are in a delusion right now. I always have the limelight.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, that's one way to look at things. I mean,
After X-Pac, of course.
I think so you're in delusion yourself, considering you're thinking that you're always in the limelight. But you know what? It's good to have some positivity, right?
Yep, I agree. Speaking of positivity, let's hope the teams themselves are going to be able to, pick themselves up. Because this circle, to be honest, I don't know how to play this, man. Because it's all the way on the east side. It started from the top. And guess what? Why is your mouth so big right now?
Dude, I have casted the same circle, and there's a chance he might just shift all the way on the right side on those 2 separated islands in the water.
Across
and this
the water?
Yes! There's probably a hard shift waiting for us, and if that does happen, it's going to be a historic moment. But for now, a birdie's getting shot at in the middle of the area. That bird's name is Manya,
no.
a man who
The
pulled
snake?
off the iconic moment in the previous game. This time, there's a chance he might be picked off right now. But Uzumaki's giving it all he has, but unfortunately, the man's a bit too far away.
Bro, this Manya...
On a chase!
Oh my god!
Okay. Brothers, they want to go there for a chase, but at the same time, I'm not going to lie here, Big Brothers, they're really like the Big Brothers trying to actually get as many points as possible. But I want to talk about Manya a little bit here. That guy is a snake, he's a bird, he's literally the animal of every single kingdom. And not going to lie, he might be a ferocious lion, potentially coming out to pounce on everyone. So I'm looking forward to see how they go, they perform later on. But Big Brother right now, it feels like they're getting a little bit more aggressive now.
It definitely is, right? They are slowly climbing the ranks on the overall standings, right? And they do need to have that. I think it's all about getting the initial momentum. They caught a couple of players off guard as well. Even Team X Park, as a matter of fact, they were being caught off guard as well. But as soon as Big Brothers realized that Team X Park and them, the distance is massive. They wouldn't be able to cover that distance. Team X Park will get the basic inventory. I believe that Big Brothers, they cut the chase open. And Team X Park are also on the merry ways. Look at them just going all around. This seems like a picnic, Necro.
It indeed does. And Salty, I'm not gonna lie, I want to go on a picnic with you, man. Considering we're like the same age, I feel
Yeah.
like we can hype things up. We can vibe pretty well. Even
relax.
Terrence can be there, but
Relax. We can do that on our personal time, all right?
Okay,
we can do it in our personal time. The whole world doesn't need to know what's happening behind the scenes.
Gotcha.
Because why? The moment is going to be set up for the teams who's currently playing on screen. Because here, they are chasing their dreams to be the best in the world here in Mumbai, the city of dreams for the BGIS Grand Finals.
What's your dream, Terrence?
To be the best caster in the world, and be able to travel the world. And guess what? I'm happy to be in India. Thank you so much for having me, guys. Thank you so much. The audience can't hear me, but you guys at home on the chat, thank you guys so much.
It's okay, man. I'm an Indian. I will respond for everyone. It's okay, brother.
I mean, I think Icy just got a taste of Indian hospitality, especially when the camera was on him for like a couple of seconds, but...
Guys, we gotta stop. You know, you guys are making me blush, bro. We've got work to do. Focus on the screen, machas. Focus on the screen, da.
Well, speak of the
Well, I
screen.
don't know what it means, though. Da is... No, never mind. Everybody. 4 a.m. Now, let's talk about four aggressive man, right? You know, Coach... Commando, he talked to me. They were feeling a little bit slow on day one. Day two, get a pretty good start for them. However, in this game, are they going to be able to repeat it here? Because it seems like based on their loots here, they don't really have a lot of meds, but they do have snipers as well as DMRs to play into the later stage of the game.
Exactly, but once again, right, Terrence, considering 4 aggressive men, they had a decent game in the previous one, but still they have a long way to claw back up in the overall standing. So once again, indeed, it's going to be a little bit tough, but let's just see how 4 aggressive men, they adapt onto that momentum inside this game of Miramar.
Yep, speaking of Miramar, it seems like it is going to be a slow start. Gladiators Esports, to be honest, is not having it, but at the same time, they are playing very passively, right? And I like how they're taking a little bit of a late rotation because of the fact that the circle may shift into Ipala, so they are going to be trying to stock up as many as they can before they try and find strategic points, because compared to the rest of the teams, they are going to be late to come and contest us. And knowing Gladiator Esports here, they know the ins and outs of Impala, so this is their home ground. If they fight here, they will dominate every single one.
You know, I just went to Destro and I spoke to him. He has fire in his eyes.
Who did you speak to?
Destro from Gladiators,
Okay.
right? And this man knows exactly what to do today. He knows exactly how to make a comeback. And every single team out here, they know that Gladiators are going to come back because that is the wrath which Gladiators have set up throughout the entire stadium.
It was actually me and Salty who went on up, who interviewed these players, and Destro was looking pissed, bro. Like, trust me when I say he had fire in his eyes, literally. He wanted to take down every single competitor that could stand today against him.
Well, sometimes that fiery spirit is all about fighting spirit. In this case, having those confidence and being fearless to challenge everybody else is very important to push forward.
I think the fiery spirit that we're talking about, right, it's very important. But Destro, what is special about this man as an IGL, of course, is he channels his inner aggression to try and get more points on board. He doesn't really let him overshoot or overheat inside of the game itself. And that's something which I'm really concerned about, because if they make the right rotations, if they take the right fights, I am pretty sure Gladiators will be inside the top 5, will be inside of the top 3. In fact, they have a very high chance of doing it. But look at this, Glitch X Reborn, another team who really performed well on the semi-finals, but in the grand finals we haven't really been seeing.
You know, to be honest, this is a moment where all the teams need to focus on just surviving and pushing forward here. I know this is going to be a late circle coming from Glitch X Reborn, but it seems to me they might be a little bit blind here if they decide to rotate late, because they have such a long journey. So having those jerry cans is going to be very important if they want to maintain the maneuvers of those vehicles, because right now setting up pit stops is going to be the key winning factor for them in case they run into some sort of trouble.
And it seems like they are going to run into some sort of trouble, especially in the name of Metal Esports. They're quite close to them. There's a chance the rotation pathway might just be blocked, but as you mentioned, they're going to need those jerry cans to refuel up over and over again. The vehicles are now going to be their best friends, and that's what they're doing. A late game rotation to sort of avoid all the foes.
Let's just recap about what the circle is right now, right? It's an extremely eastern part of the circle itself, and majority of the circle, not majority, let's say 30-40% of the circle is still underwater. We have one big cluster, and that is on that La Bendita side. So many teams. You've got OR, you've got Midwave, you've got RNT, you've got CS, you've got multiple other teams just clustered up in that same spot, and then the other cluster forms on the eastern shoreline of the circle. Now these are the two locations where I'm expecting a lot of chaos, I see.
Speaking of locations here, I don't know, man. Like, it seems like this is going to be a potential multi-layered high ground battle, right? You talk about clusters. I feel like the way how God's Reign has been playing yesterday on top of this mountain, you can see a little bit of glimpse here. God's Reign, they're stalking it. They're thinking about whether or not if they want to push forward towards the east side a little bit more to try and take that, I would say, Mount Everest here. But as you can see, no.
I told you! I
didn't.
told you! It's shifting there slowly and steadily. Those two islands
boy.
are once again in contention. Salty, I am so hyped.
Oh boy. Seems like they are going to switch their strategy here. They're not going to take the highest point of this mountain. They may need to rotate towards this. And you talked about this. This is going to be very, very important here. Do they cross across the ocean for that shelter? Or do they commit to the fight? But it seems like, based on what I'm seeing here, Revenant Esports, they are a little bit later to the party. They are getting information. They're sending Sensei as the scout for the team of Revenant Esports.
I like what CS Esports is doing. They're holding on the bay. They're holding on the edge. And the spot that they're holding, there's usually a boat over there. As soon as the circle shifts on those two islands, CS Esports will try and capitalize on it instantly. But a fight's brewing up in front of us. A couple of shots were taken instantly. But still no casualties just yet. Roxy's been knocked out, but not being confirmed. There's a chance the man can be back upon his feet. But as I say that, the problems start to hit the deck. And this is where, once again, Sensei, he just does not stop raining the players down.
The confidence on Sensei as they scout on the team. He's not afraid to just bully people, knowing that people are just afraid. He's expending a lot of ammunition to try and zone them out. However, he is still the scout for the team. But guess what? They're going to commit to the fight because Midwave, they see this happening. They really want to party with him.
One man in Midwave, a little bit too up close and personal. Revenant Esports trying their best to provide that cover fire to each other. But still, Dinosaurs, he's up close and personal. But that nade from Fierce finds that knockout. Dinosaurs goes down. But even a return knockouts there on MJ.
What a opening coming from them here, but they are still going to be exposed from the high ground advantage. I think he looking for the flank. They're doing some serious damage on those vehicles. They are in the low ground and need to push forward, but Apollo is going to get knocked as well. Revenant is taking some serious fire. Guess what? It's time to call it quits. Fierce, he is going to be backing out. Apollo, casualty already in the vicinity, but Midwave, they really are trying and save Dionysus here, but Fierce, Revenant, do they want to commit or not? Because as of now, Aru is going to try and regroup his team. Lobs a nade, clips on towards Aru, but is it going to be enough?
Oh, Fierce still looking to find that knockout. This nade, but just the end. It stopped so close, but still not able to find that initial collision. Still not able to find that knockout. Another one tossed in, and it blinds both of them. Both of them goes down. Even Dinosaurs now is all once again back on his knees. This is not looking too good. Midwave Esports, they've only got two players up and alive to cover themselves, and this is where Aru needs to do something.
Look at this, Sensei, he's flanking from the side as well. Revenant is just buying for too much time here. Midwave, they should have salvaged their losses. They are over-committing these, and guess what? Damage has been done, and they may lose more. However, Sensei, he's thinking about this here. Does he play for the macro, or does he commit to this fight? But it seems like Midwave, they're not letting them off the hook because they really want to save Aru. They finally finish off MG on Revenant, but Midwave, they're still making a little bit too much noise. Take a look at the ammunition here. Not enough first aids, not enough Midwave ammunition for them. And it seems like they really want to reap their rewards from the bodies of Revenant. It's just Revenant doesn't really want to let it give them for free.
Revenant Esports, I mean, two players. I'm not really sure, but Midwave in that fight, their resource management was just so good. As soon as Dinosaurs went down, they knew exactly where Revenant Esports were holding in. And all the same time, every single player in tandem just throwing in those nades and the molotovs to completely dish out the aggression that Revenant has put out forward. But Sensei and Fierce still holding on, and the dip which Midwave is in right now, I'm not really sure if that is a good idea, but there is still one player, Wixky, on the top lines. He will be able to create the difference.
Exactly, the pincer attack coming in as well. If Midwave wants to go for the exit here, they are going to go to give chase here, and Fierce!
The battle breaks out, and Fierce is the one to kick things off.
Again, Aru dead. Now Midwave all over again. The full reset has to redo this entire fight once again.
Fierce now up against those two players in the front lines, and Athanki is going to be the man to face off against Fierce. Fierce is dealing a lot of damage, and he takes down Athanki as well. This man is looking unstoppable for now. There's nothing stopping Fierce. Indeed, this man is moving fearlessly inside this entire fight. It's all down to him. Even Sensei was taken down a while ago. Fierce, he can feel so much burden on his shoulders right now.
It's not burden, Necro. It's adrenaline, and the stadium, the arena can feel it as well. You hear the chants. Wixki once again going in for the revive, but I think Fierce also has an idea. There is a third party coming in the situation, growing strong. They can hear all of these shots from the backlines, and you can see Faith going on the flank. Will get so many finishes from this, but Fierce is right upside.
No way!
This is insane!
Fierce! Once again, this man knocks on the door, and he finds out on Vixki. This is not looking too good. Midwave Esports, they're on the verge of getting eliminated. They're on the verge of being 1v3'd by Fierce from Revenant Esports. This nade is being cooked to perfection, gets tossed in the flood, and that's it! One man gets confirmed, but still Athanki's barely surviving.
No, oh my god!
Maybe Athanki can be dead here, but no, still he's standing, but it's completely okay. Fierce is now going to close on up. It's a 1v1. Athanki does not have any type of meds, and this is where he's going to be screwed up. Not a lot of HP to back him up. Meds advantage not there too. Athanki might just be taken out, and that's what happens. Fierce! What an incredible clutch from this guy!
Revenant Esports versus Medal Esports showdown. 1-0. Revenant Esports comes up on top. Fierce, the big boy, 4 finishes. But at the same time, with that being said, losing so many members right from the get-go, Fierce has no choice but to tame his fangs and play the snake path to try and get as many placement points as he can, because now as the circle shifts, you can see every other team got so much more space because of this huge big team fight that's progressed for more than 3 minutes.
I think for Fierce as well, right, he sensed the fact that there was growing strong in the vicinity, but look at this, Team X-Park, they know as a matter of fact Night Owls is in the vicinity and one of their players has been knocked out. This is an opportunity for X-Park to get another chicken in their bag.
And as X-Park finds out it's Night Owls in the front, they will make that stand-up happen, because Night Owls, they have been struggling throughout this entire tournament. For X-Park, these are going to be the 3 points they're looking for, but still Night Owls, they're playing a little bit safe over here. They do not really want to go for that commitment. Instead, they're going to back out.
Yep, 9 Owls having their backs against the wall, the circle right at the edge. But guess what? It's going to put them even harder. It's going to push them even harder, because the circle hard shift onto his Labadinta, a complete wasteland of no man's land. And it's going to be a little bit awkward spot for both of these teams. Who is the furthest point from the circle? 2 options they have to do. Commit to this fight or steal those vehicles, because as of now, X-Park, they know for a fact that Night Owls needs those vehicles, and they're just gatekeeping them. But seems like the call from the side of X-Park is going to bail out. 30 seconds left before the circle is going to be coming in. They need to get out to find the next safe spot.
I love the fact that X-Park makes that wise decision. They're on the right side of the blue zone, right? They knew, as a matter of fact, they could pincer potentially Night Owls in that situation, but that is not their priority. To enter the circle and to find that exit pattern from this fight and the entry inside the circle, that is what is more important.
Now, speaking of finding entry points here, X-Pucar was the first to scout out from the side of X-Park, and guess what? They had no choice but to sacrifice Pucar, and they know the next safe spot is not good towards Pucar's vicinity. Now, they're making the play. Do they bail or do they stay? But Night Owls, they're not letting them off the hook.
But once again, the return fire from the side of X-Park is going to sting Draco. So even for Night Owls, the problems are going to be there on the equal page. Team X-Park looking forward to capitalize, and what a 2 knockouts coming in from Sarang. What a perfect spray down that was. Even Cleo goes down. Now it's all down to Draco from Night Owls, all by himself, the solo man survivor.
It might be over for Night Owls. They're tanking the circle. 4 circles in. Sarang looking for the nade. He's got a lot of first aids. It is not going to connect on Draco, but still the circle edging away. Sarang left alone as a sacrificial pawn, just to hold them back, where his teammates is going to make a run for the next phase of zone. However, look at this. Sarang, he's got 3 first aids, but the circle is about to hit the final zone. Does he get clipped? Yes, he does. He might die. He will die to the zone, and Draco, being the party pooper, takes him out, and X-Park down with a 2-man in this next phase of the zone.
Oh, but once again, there's a couple of players from X-Park itself just holding the bay, just holding the edge lines of the blue, so they're not going to let Draco cross on over anyways. For Draco, the game's done, and that's it. Team X-Park did that. He waits, he goes back in the blue to take down that last man, because that was an elimination point to be claimed.
Revenge served on the silver platter. Karma is huge. However, Aditya is going to be in a little bit of trouble as well, because now they are still trying to make way into the next phase here. 13 teams left. Look at him, Aditya. Shots fired from every single spot in the next phase. Do they hunker down? But it seems like he will find a very, very nice spot to gather his bearings. So he's trying to get information. Hopefully, he is going to be able to sneak by, because now Dreams forced to actually push on ahead to find the next best spot in no man's land for this circle. And no way, Dreams, he gets picked up, and Aquanox, he wants to blow it up and get this finish.
Oh, this is not looking too good for Team X-Park. Now they're just desperate to find a good cover inside the late game situation. And Team X-Park, somewhere down line, it does seem like they have got a little bit of situating point, but still there's so many foes that are surrounding that.
Oh, speaking of foes, God's Reign, they are split in a 2-2 formation. They're taking so much space on the northeast corner, and they're just cutting down every exit point. But now a big fight, Gladiator versus CS.
CS Esports versus Gladiator. This is the fight of the century, and CS Esports, they need all the points they can get desperately, but both the players from Gladiator Esports, they're like a firing squad. They work together, and they shut down the entirety of CS Esports.
I love the position from Gladiator so far. They did manage to find and retain all of their manpower, and they are on the open end of the blue circle. They know, as a matter of fact, they cleared majority of their territory. And on their right inside, I think they must have spotted Team X-Park as well. Shots being taken, you can see the lines on the map feed as well. That just indicates that they know Team X-Park have been hurt. Taking them down would just clear more space for them and clear up that entry point inside the circle. Gladiators, they're playing this down the book.
Yep, speaking of playing down the books as well, they've about 10 seconds left before they actually make it towards the next phase, right? They've got a couple vehicles, but they are on the short end of the stick, right? Furthest away from the circle, and now they've got a monster truck. So the question here is, can they rotate their way through? But Delta, no way.
Out in the open.
He scouted him. Do they want to get the kill? No. Do they get it? No. Okay. I think he missed it.
He did miss it.
Maybe he was just proning down on the ground and he didn't really spot it out, but nope, the call here is to bail out. Gladiator, they've got a very, very strong entourage, but Aditya, he says, I'm just going to play the healing game. I'm just going to wait this out. Placement points is what matters right now.
If he leaves this cover, it's going to be eliminated anyways, but eventually he tries to make the run for the safe zone. But once again, Gladiator Esports, for them, they've got their own troubles to deal with. In the opposite side, it's going to be the players of Glitch X Reborn, just putting in so much lead in the players of Gladiators. And then Destro peeks out. He gets knocked out as well. What a beautiful knock that was from the side of Duke, but even Duke, the return knockout comes into play. Duke gets knocked out too. From the backlines, it's going to be the players of Remedy Esports as well, chiming in the third party, but then God's Reign comes in and they scoop things up.
What a huge play coming in from God's Reign, and he will continue with the pressure despite all odds. Now they're trying to push into the next phase of the zone. Michi gonna be the ones to actually stop them in this track, but guess what, Blaze? He's blazing right now. He has ammunition. He's gonna try to come into this fight. Sorry, that's a huge take, but Blaze is holding his nades here. He's gonna go for the Kamikaze play, but he gets knocked off, and Sanchit, the man, takes down the fiery Blaze, and Aquanox has no choice but to try and reset this, but moments away, 35 seconds left, the circle is about to close in. Guess what? Metal Esports, they heard the gunshots, and they are gonna try and pressure Michi. They just completely sneak up on them, and they are gonna try and go for an ambush, but guess what?
This is it.
There is gonna be a third party, and Big Brother says, you know what? I'm gonna be joining the fight, and Metal Esports, they will try and capitalize on 4 people.
Oh, he ran both of them over. Big Brother Esports, what a play that was, but then the nade comes in from the side of Metal Esports to shut him down, and this is where God's Reign, they found the opening. Now they want to keep on moving up, marching up to the safe zone. They know this is the only way they can try to pull this off. They're tossing a couple of smoke grenades to give that visual blockade.
Oh boy, it is going to be very, very scary here. 14 seconds left before the next phase moves.
Metal Esports on top. I think they are watching this as onlookers on this particular fight. They know this game has been set up for them. The minute shift of the circle did cause a lot of problems, and I'm pretty sure if they take out Team 4AM, that is it. The game is there, served to them on a silver platter. Another problem might just be God's Reign as well, but look at this, Glitchix, Roman OG, he's the only man who's still surviving, but TWM are gonna ambush him.
Oh, TWM in a really bad spot, at least for now. They're surrounded by a lot of the teams, but still they're doing a fantastic job in holding down the edge lines. Even on the elimination feed, you see the players are growing strong, getting knocked out a little bit slowly and steadily. God's Reign, they've managed to find their way towards that safe zone, but still they need to step their foot in it.
Heavy gunfires on towards the east side, north side as well, but little did they know, Blind Esports completely blind to everything here. They have the high ground, they've got the information, but the rest of the teams, they are pretty much blind towards Blind Esports because they don't know what they're doing. They're just getting so much information, they're playing for placements, and look at this, commitments draw across the teams. Metal Esports versus 4AM.
The battle broke out, but Metal Esports as usual, these guys, the top dogs, they keep on reigning supreme, and they shut down 4AM once again. Their hopes and dreams have been shattered.
It's gonna be a Mexican standoff, Necro. We have TWM, we have God's Reign, we have Metal, we have Blind, all of the big dogs coming together, and this is it. Every single team with 3 players remaining. Who's gonna get the game? I have no clue, I see.
Oh boy, it's worrisome here, but speaking of which as well, TWM finally make a show for the Final Four. The fans has been eyeing for TWM's comeback, and this is it. Guaranteed 4th place with 4 finishes. And they are going to be stalking on towards Aquas here. Here's a little bit of feedback here. It is going to be a 3v3 showdown. Everyone is going to be fighting for the #1 spot. 4-way showdown.
As the time keeps on passing by, the Mexican standoff keeps on heating up. And all it's going to take is that breaking point. As soon as things break down, as soon as the next circle shift hits the deck, that's where the silence will be broken. It's the calm before the storm.
Speaking of silence here, Blind being the most quiet thus far, sneaking with the buggy. And look at this, Ronnie, he's not intentionally driving quickly so that he tries to mask the sound of the buggy as much as he can. And because of this, he gets away with it. And Metal Esports, I don't think they hear it. But at the same time, look at what God's Reign is doing. They're hiding behind Buggy, and this is scary because TWM, if they decide to overcommit this, they are going to punish. But at the same time, TWM, they actually do. They want to fight this, but they cannot because whoever shoots this first means they give away their location.
TWM, their fate has smiled onto them. They have the high ground, they have the circle as well, and every single one, every single team, they might just be their prey.
Oh,
here it comes. The shots have been taken.
Oh, finally the standoff breaks out, and this is where the first elimination now hits the deck. But once again, the standoff is now going to be happening, considering it's once again a stalemate. That initial knockout was found, but as soon as that's found, now Metal Esports, they take the opportunity and bounce on top of the Blaze of God's Reign. 2 of them knocked out. Now it's all down to Blaze, and this man is trying his best to fight back. God's Reign on the verge of getting eliminated. Blaze has got so much trouble approaching him soon enough in the future. He's being tossed in, and that's it! Blaze gets eliminated from the game, and God's Reign too.
Oh, Metal Esports, they overcommitted. They thought it was a solo, but little did they know there was 2 guys, Aquanox, just getting a jump over them. But at the same time, TWM, they've heard the shots, and they are going to try and sneak up some finishes for themselves. Final 3. And it is going to be Metal Esports on the edge of the zone as they are getting shot by both TWM as well as Blind.
This is the desperation from the side of TWM. They are quite desperate to lay their hands on these elimination points, and they're finally here to claim all of them. They've managed to take down Blind, and the last man too. He hits the floor, he hits the deck, and that's it. TWM, a game that they were desperately looking for, a game that they were desperately searching for, is now finally in their heads.
What a day for TWM. They have been invincible during the entire day 1, completely off the radar, and today they bounce back. The fans has asked for it here. You guys watching online, and they now are here to showcase that they still got it. They're pushing to the top to make their dreams a reality.
I mean, to be honest, TWM, the entire fight was set up to them in that position. We mentioned it was a Mexican standoff. In a Mexican standoff, it's all even Stevens, I see. But the circle shift made it everything for them. And TWM, how beautifully they executed in style. Look at the players. Look at the happiness in their faces. The reaction says it all. They have been struggling on the overall standings, but now they are back in the competition.
It makes a lot of sense why they're happy, especially even from Metal Esports top dog. He got 7 eliminations all by himself. He went nuclear in that previous game.
Yeah, indeed. What a game it is. Expect the unexpected. Predictions has been made by the start of the day here. I'm really happy that my prediction is true because the stakes are just so high from everything.
TWM getting 9 elimination points in total, and add 15 to that. How much is that in total? Make some quick maths. Come on, Salty.
24.
24 points.
That's a lot of points coming in from TWM, but with 24 points, to be honest, I don't know, man. Like, it feels like it is still a lot, but at the same time, considering how far apart from the top dog, that is about 50 points of a catch-up. So with 24 points, they are on the right track, but they need more points. Not just this game, they need more coins by the end of day 2. And there's 4 more maps left.
I mean, as we do take a look at the IRL highlights too, right, you can clearly see the players too just understanding that the game could have been there, especially even Blind Esports. For them, the game could have been there, but then it just got snatched away from them in the end.
Well, speaking of Snatcher, I don't know, man. I am just completely shocked, speechless about what has happened today.
Yeah,
the top teams, they're struggling. The guys on the bottom, the undergods, starting to show and bare their fangs. They are trying to take down the gods. They are trying to find the Achilles heels of all the gods on top. And my goodness, I am literally out of breath and speechless because this is their only time left. 3 days total in Grand Finals, and day 2, if they want to stand a chance to make it into the Grand Finals, to give us a good performance, they are doing exactly that. It is all about the hustle. It's all about the tussle. I don't know, man. Like, the finals, if everyone is this close, it could be anyone's game. If it is on the right track.
I mean, to be honest, I think TWM with this game, they are shooting themselves up inside of the first page of the overall rankings. Now, why this was important, I know you were surprised. We have seen this happen every single time. The second day, we call it the day of comebacks, ladies and gentlemen. All the audience was joined us throughout the entirety of the BGIs. They know, as a matter of fact, these teams, the underdog teams, they have shut down the jitters, the LAN jitters, and now they are back.
Now, speaking of which here, I heard a rumor that we might have a little bit of an interview with some of the players up on stage, but I want to talk about Big Brothers. What do you think about their performance in this game, in game number 7?
Look, I generally
game
feel
number
like,
8.
Yes, I generally feel like Big Brother Esports, you clearly see them struggle inside the games, but at the same time, you can see them also that they're fighting against those struggles. They're trying their best to put that markup on for themselves. They're trying their best to do something, but once again, it's just a lot of chaotic moments in the final few individual moments, and that's why Big Brother Esports is getting picked off like that.
Well,
I mean, if you actually think about Big Brothers, right, their involvement in that particular fight, in that dip, wasn't really required. They wanted to get themselves involved. They wanted to get those finish points on the board as well, because Big Brothers are shooting for the top. Now, in that situation, it's not just Big Brothers. MICI also got involved in the picture. Metal also got involved in the picture. That was the worst fight which Big Brother could have chosen, and this is where the distinction between a good fight and a bad fight comes into play, and I think Big Brothers messed up big time in this match of Miramar.
oh boy. To be honest, Big Brothers, they have to find their steams here, because I had a little bit of chat here with God's Rain Blaze. He told me the teams that didn't perform what we expected from day number 1. One of those teams was actually Big Brothers and Blind Esports. But today, day number 2, Blind Esports says that, hey, I'm back. But Big Brothers, it still seems that they are still a little bit of inconsistency in their strategies and their call-outs. But
yeah,
who can blame them, considering that everyone has pretty much bulked up today itself?
That is true, and especially you also need to speak about Gladiator Esports. The same thing is happening with them too. Now, we had so many expectations considering it's day 2. We thought it's going to be like the day of comebacks. But once again, even for Gladiators, they're struggling, man. You're seeing them somewhere in the top 7, top 6, but still Gladiator Esports, they're struggling.
Yep, but at the same time here, the host up on stage here, Xerxes, he is ready to have an interview with our players up on stage.
With me right now, we have Ninze from Third World Mafia. Congratulations on getting that chicken dinner. Ninze, finally a comeback जो काफी time से expected था कि कुछ करे undergods, and now you have done it. What changed in this match for you?
We changed nothing. We played as usual. But we were playing for a comeback, and so we were working on it still.
Okay. And are you, like, has the team morale now gone further up to be able to fight back even harder for the next matches that we have in the day? It's okay. My man right here is a little bit nervous, but he's got a much deserved comeback. And if you guys are watching this right now, make some noise for Ninja, make some noise for Third World Mafia, make some noise for the undergods to have a comeback at the pros. This is me right here at the day 2 of the BGIS finals. Over to the casters to go into the third match. Best of luck, my man. Boom.
Well. Interesting turn of events as TWM walk away with an impressive chicken dinner. Necro, did you expect this?
I did not, but TWM, with the way they were playing that high ground, they did a fantastic job, especially in the final few moments, right? It was like the Mexican standoff. It was a little bit of stalemate situation, but that just gave the opportunity for TWM to scout out, gain that information, know where each and every single team is positioned, and then for them, the journey in the front was pretty simple.
I was listening to the Hindi casters because I was in the arena with the audience, just watching what their reaction was to every single play that was being made. And everyone was rooting for medal. I mean, up until we saw TWM just sneaking into that position from where they were able to secure that win. But medal was on fire in this match.
I think this is where we have to speak about the players from Medal Esports, the two players, right? When they decided to shift focus, they had that little bit of a ridge which separated them from the entire crew. But Medal Esports did not want to play out that ridge. They knew the circle had shifted. They had to be proactive in that particular fight. They knew that they had to slam in onto God's Rain first, and they did that. They cleaned them up. And in spite of that, right, they did not take their covers behind their vehicles. They stopped it dead on their tracks. They once again moved in and went for further fights, which did eventually kind of take away their chance of a chicken dinner. But of course, the people in the arena, they are loving it. They're loving the aggression.
I know, Necro, you have a lot to say about this match and about the teams as well, but we're going to have a look at the reactions of these players while they were playing the game. And of course, before that, we have the match highlights in front of us. And what were you saying, Necro?
Exactly. I mean, speaking about the highlights in general too, right? The action kicked off in quite an interesting fashion, where we saw a little bit of bombardment coming in. Had a lot of expectations, actually, from Gladiator Esports in this game, but then even that was not possible, especially that 1v4 or 1v3 clutch from Fierce. It was one of the most iconic moment that just stole the show.
I mean, we talk about Revenant, they have been doing phenomenal for themselves. Just a few team fights going array for them is the reason that we're going to see them, well, at least the competition catch up to Revenant. But Necro, I have a different question for you now. And this is about a team that you have been supporting since the start of day 2. Blind Esports, 2 games back-to-back, incredible performances.
This is what we expected, the day of comebacks. As I mentioned, on day 2, teams are probably going to be much more accustomed to the land feeling. They're going to be much more accustomed to the teams around them. They now know how the lay of the land is, and this is where they are once again back on the second day to just nail it right on the spot. Salty.
I mean, to be honest, Blind Esports, I'm still expecting a lot more from them. I think that they have the potential to kind of dominate this entire lobby, to kind of end up on a finish spree as well. But that is not coming in. They're still playing that positional game, which is fine for the Grand Finals. But Blind Esports have to return back to their natural habitat, their aggressive best.
I think one thing to consider here is the fact that Blind, day number 1, did not go their way at all. And today, it's just about recovering a few points, bring themselves back on that leaderboard as close to the top 5 as possible. And after game number 1, we did see them break into that top 8. Now with this game, I believe they're going to be inching ever so close to the top 5 as well. But on the other end of the spectrum, we do have the players of Gladiators. It seems like, Necro, I want to know your opinion on this, because from what I observed in the previous 2 matches, it seems like the over-aggression from Gladiator, it's not backing off. They're not turning it down.
That's actually a really valid point. Gladiator Esports, they're desperate to get the points, but while they're desperate, they're also making a lot of bad decisions. And that's the reason why you're seeing that over-aggression coming in from the side of Gladiators. Now, one thing that they need to focus on over here is the survival game. We know how good they are when it comes to the firepower. We know what they're capable of in the 4v4 fights. Now they need to dial things down a little bit. They need to focus on the placement points. They need to focus on the positions.
But let's move forward, have a look at the stats of this game, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have the MVP of match number 2 on our screens in a few short moments. Who do you think it's going to be? Pick up, guess.
Fierce has to be. This man
Fierce,
pulled off
yeah.
an
Let's
insane
find out.
clutch. I think
No.
so he has to be. But no, it's going to be Top Dog from the side of Metal Esports. It's crazy. I even mentioned this after the game
Yeah.
finished that Top Dog had 7 eliminations. Well, he is going to be the one to steal the limelight, I guess.
Exactly, stealing the limelight from Fierce from the side of Revenant Esports, and why not? The team had 11 eliminations and 7 of them were on this lad.
And this man is like very hot-headed, to be honest. When Top Dog
Really?
gets into his natural element, this man knows that I don't really want to play that survival game. I want to go in hot and heavy. And this game, it was Metal Esports popped off. They've been struggling a lot of times. They've been given the semi-final curse, and it has been slapped onto their face every single time. But now Metal Esports is back.
That's what I like. I like a person who's hot-headed. I like a person who's on the aggressive end. But once again, when you are too hot-headed, sometimes that thing can work against you. So you need to always play with your team.
All right, and now we have the list of top 5 players from the previous match, match number 8 of Miramar. Revenant Fierce, Necro, you were right. He's there, just one finish shy of where Top Dog was, 6 to the man Fierce, and this is going to help them climb up the MVP of the finals ranking as well. We saw him chasing down Ninja Jot from the side of God's Reign as well. We have Paradox from Metal on the 3rd spot, Delta PG from Gladiators finishing 4th with 4 eliminations to his name, and then Ninja from TWM with 4 eliminations is going to be there as well. But now, ladies and gentlemen, the point standing on our screens, TWM, a massive game from this team, 24 points on the board.
The Blind Esports is slowly and steadily clawing their way back up in the overall standings. Now the Top Dogs, they've got one big mammoth to worry about.
Exactly, and not just that, even Metal Esports, as a matter of fact, making that jump from the second page. Once we get to see the overall standings, the entire picture will be clear. But Metal Esports was struggling, and 12 finishes from this game, I think they are back in their aggressive best. This is something which was needed.
Yeah, this was desperately needed from their side. But Gladiators, it seems like on that 6th spot, 9 finish points, just 1 elimination to their name. One way or the other, this team will figure out a way to hit that double digit every single match.
Of course they will. I mean, look, from Gladiator Esports, we just have so many expectations.
Yeah.
Sometimes they deliver, sometimes they fail to do so. In this previous game, they did a decent job in doing so, right? Now, as we do have the point standings over here, now as we do have the overall standings actually over here, Revenant Esports as usually on the top, but they have crossed that 100 marker.
Yeah, they are the only team right now to cross that 100 marker. Next in line, it's going to be God's Reign sitting with 99 points on the 2nd position. But look at the difference in the number of points. Revenant versus God's Reign, that's a 5-point difference right there. But then you compare God's Reign to X-Park, who are on the 3rd position. And now you see the drop, 21-point difference between the 2nd and the 3rd spot.
That is true. I mean, as we did see the overall standings a while ago, but because of that, seeing Revenant Esports on the top, Team X-Park as well, somewhere in the top 5, the crowd is always happy.
That man is emotionless. Just
Exactly.
shades on his face.
Somebody's playing BGMI in the venue. I mean, I do understand they have the urge, but look at this. I mean, I also wanted to play BGMI with these boys, but well, let's just come back to the overall standings. As a matter of fact, Gladiators still yet to make that comeback. In fact, I think they've been pushed down by the lads of Metal Esports.
But you know what? From the 9th to the 4th spot, there's an 18-point difference. My apologies. To the 3rd spot, there's an 18-point difference. So just one game can flip these rankings on their heads. And well, I think the audience, if that happens, if Gladiators take that massive jump from the 9th position to the top 3, it's going to make sure that the audience is going to be riled up as well. Yep, hitting the gym on a regular basis.
Yeah, having some good physique, man, just like me. But you know what, Johnny, getting back to the conversation once again, speaking about the audience, these guys are just creating that electric vibe so many of the times, and considering us as commentators being able to cast so many games with the full amount of energy, I think the audience has to be the main reason for that. They motivate us. They give us that energy.
Absolutely, I think.
Yeah.
So when you guys, you, IC, and Necro, you guys were casting the first game, I was sitting inside of the audience. I was feeling that energy, and it is a very evident.
There's another match going on of BGMI, I guess, between those two lads right there.
It's a 1v1.
This man is like looking at the trophy and getting all the motivation. He's like, you know what? I'm going to be the one next year on that stage.
Hey man, City of Dreams, Necro, you, me, Salty. All 3 of us at one time had the same dream of being on that stage.
Yes.
Well, we realized we weren't going to be good enough, so we started
is true.
casting, but Now, these lads, these young players, they have an opportunity. Of course, the inspiration that is standing in front of them, right behind us, the players themselves, a lot of underdogs who have made their dream a reality of making it through to the finals. Only one thing remains, to perform and to lift the trophy.
I was halfway there to the pro stage, man, but then I decided to quit because of some financial issues. But you know what? I'm not really going to deep dive into that stuff. Salty, why are you laughing, man? Listen, it's a little bit of an emotional moment for me. I want you to cry for me, man.
I mean, I'm getting very emotional because of Necro's story, but well, I'm getting very emotional about one thing as well, and that is Team X-Pac and the situation of the overall standings. Now, you've got to imagine this, right? They're the only team with 2 chicken dinners inside of the overall standings. They're the only team who've got so many finish points as well, but the only difference between them and Revenant is their positional points. I am not happy with the consistency that X-Pac is bringing on the table. The audience is here for X-Pac. They're rooting for them as well. I think X-Pac, on the games where they are not performing, need something more.
Exactly, and that's something more. First of all, Necro, I think you will agree with me on this. As we jump into game number 3, it has to be to cover up that 21-point difference against God's Reign. Do you think that's going to happen with X-Pac?
That can definitely happen. If a team's able to kickstart the day in a fantastic note, even though when the momentum wasn't really favoring them at the end of the yesterday's day, I think so this team definitely has the capability of resetting their mindset. And all X-Pac needs to do is go back, have a cup of coffee, once again have a talk amongst themselves, come back in the upcoming game of Sanhok, and just dominate that. Sanhok is actually supposed to be a strong suit for Revenant Esports.
Yeah, Sanhok is good for Revenant Esports. So Revenant will look to make sure that they have a safety cushion to work with against their main rivals in the form of God's Reign. But we have to talk about another team, a team that has slipped up today from the start till now, OR Esports.
Oh, now that's a whole nother story to speak about, right, Salty? OR Esports, we speak about them slipping under the radar, but this time they're getting caught. No one is even having the radar in the first place. They're just straight up pushing them and taking them down. That's just blows. They're not even able to rotate inside the circles.
I mean, the first 2 games weren't really theirs, to be honest. You saw the circle on Miramar, right? OR Esports were in the middle of that big cluster that happened. Just caught in the middle of that dip. They knew that there are like 3 and 4 teams just coming in onto them, chiming every single piece of utility. You can't really do anything in that situation. It was unfortunate. The slip-up was unfortunate, but I believe in Jelly. I believe in every single player that is there. Max and Mac, they'll take care of the finish numbers. Don't you worry about it.
Exactly. And speaking about, once again, OR Esports, right? If you remember the first game, they were so spread out. One of them were getting picked off the bat, and then later on even the second man got picked off. Slowly and steadily, the team was getting individually picked off, and that's something that's a bit of a problem. They're not really able to gel up as a team together.
Exactly, the synergy that was there within the team has slowly and steadily, it seems like, faded away. But ladies and gentlemen, the crowd is getting ready for game number 3 of the day. We know the map that's going to be on our screens in a few short moments. The map of Sanhok, the most aggressive map inside this game of BGMI. But can we expect a lot of aggression from this team? Now the situation is getting dire for them. Only a few games remain before we head to the final countdown of day number 3, where the champions of this BGIS 2023 will be crowned in front of us on this grand stage.
To be honest, just look at the players, look at the intensity, and look at the fans as well inside of the arena. Everybody is just prepared for this extravaganza to begin, and it is
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the most smaller map inside the entire competitive pool, and the most aggressive map is now on our screens as the plane's going to be hitting the skies. And Johnny, take it away, my co-pilot.
Well, this is going to be an interesting game of Sanhok in front of us right now, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path sticking to that western side of the map, starting all the way from the position of Haten and going towards Sami. But as Necro, you just mentioned, this is Sanhok. It's the shortest map in the game. So even if you are able to make your way towards Paradise Resort or Quarry or Cave, and if you want to head towards that eastern shoreline, it should not be too difficult to gain that terrain.
That is true. It shouldn't really be that difficult. In general, rotating inside the map of Sanhok is not going to be that tough. Now, speak about the circle. Soon enough, the circle shift's going to be over there too, so let's see how that's going to go.
I mean, I'm looking at Painan right now. The village of Painan must be a potential place where two teams are dropping. I can see Night Owls, I can see CS Esports as well. Now CS Esports generally drop in that location. Will Night Owls sacrifice? That is the question. Of course, the rest of the drop locations are quite simple. You've got Blind, you've got God's Reign, quite spread out on that Camp Alpha Island, as well as you've got MICI.
Yeah, but Salty, your suspicion about that Painan City, Painan Village were correct. In fact, as CS Esports and Night Owls, they find themselves against each other. CS taking control of the northern half of the city and Night Owls on the south. Necro, you called this, you spoke to the players, and they have finally delivered. Well, not them actually. Night Owls is the one drop clashing over here.
Exactly. CS Esports over here within a drop clash against the players of Night Owls. Let's see how this one's going to pan out, especially for Night Owls. Even they're quite desperate, especially for CS Esports. Even they're desperate. They're somewhere in the bottom four in the overall standings.
Yeah.
So both of these teams are doing terrible inside the tournament.
That is such a harsh thing to say, but it is also quite true. I mean, the positions where you want to see them aren't really there, especially from Night Owls. I mean, Night Owls were having such a brilliant run, but I think the signs were visible during the semi-finals as well when we saw them barely qualify for the finals on that 16th position.
Night Owls have bullet holes in their armors from all the fights that they've taken throughout the BGIS, and I don't really think they've come into the Grand Finals with that mentality of completely dominating the competition. It's extremely difficult to actually do it when you don't have the right mindset. Look at this as well. They know that CS Esports are in the backdrop, but Night Owls aren't aggressive. In the position on the overall standings where they barely have a chance of making it inside, you have to go and collect the points, scavenge the points. Ranadeep is still there, but they are hesitating, and this is something which I'm not a big fan of.
And it seems like, I mean, both the teams have the same idea. They thought they wanted to fight in Painan, but we saw Night Owls back away. 3 players have backed away, just 1 lad in the city. But we refocused, ladies and gentlemen, on the winners of the map of Miramar that happened just before TWM Gaming on our screens. It seems like they have an idea. And one of the lads from the side of Revenant Esports, which is the IGL Sensei himself, is quite close to them. Sam's, he's looking for Sensei, trying to see if he can spot him out, get some vision of the opposition, but that hasn't really happened yet. Although I think it might happen soon. Just a hollow sight on that M4. Had he had a 3x or a 6x scope, it would have been much easier for him to spot the opposition.
Oh, Sensei's out in the open, and Sams is going to go for the shots, but no, instead Sams, he keeps that trigger discipline. He knows there can be a better way to catch this man off guard, and that's why he's now going to be looking forward to reposition himself, and now the entirety of TWM, they're going to come crashing on top of Sensei. The man's out in the open, nowhere to go. Sensei knocked out. This is not a good start for Revenant Esports.
I mean, this was expected, right? Sensei always does it overextend in the southern end of the Sandhawk Island. Now, the only problem is in that situation that TWM were just extremely close to them. Revenant Esports and their southern split has always been about gaining those medkits, gaining themselves that position where they can play the heal battle inside the final circle. But this time, it just does not pay off. TWM and their initial rotation, they just got their weapons, and now they want to seek for blood.
And even the future for these two teams, it looks like it is going to be quite entangled among themselves. But moving on to a different position of the map, ladies and gentlemen, over on the Camp Alpha Island, we have this fight. God's Reign taking on OR Esports.
Oh, well, Sensei's going to bleed to his death over there, but OR Esports, once again, as I mentioned, the team play, the team synergy is missing. The players are playing individually. They're just lost. No one knows where they're going. No one knows where they're dropping, and that's why they're getting picked off one after the other.
And even Admino is going to be shut down by Blind Esports, as you mentioned. Once again, Necro, the synergy, the coordination from OR Esports lacking quite a lot. We saw one lad go down to the players of God's Reign. The call was made to swing wide and head for that Temple Hill just south of Camp Alpha, but that did not really work out. Jelly, the IGL, is the last man remaining for this team, and God's Reign, they're on the hunt, trying to sniff out where this man is hiding.
Oh, they now know Jelly's position's compromised.
What?
But has it really been, though? God's Reign, now they know. They pulled out utilities in their hands. They know exactly where Jelly is. OR Esports, once again, on the verge of getting eliminated off the bat, and maybe that's it. And yes, that is it. 2 nades, they sail in, and they destroy the entirety of OR Esports.
God's Reign, as a matter of fact, going in aggressive right from the get-go, sets them up for a very nice fight, sets them up for a very good endgame. But look at this, Leo Whitey invading onto the compound, and his big brothers, they strike back. That shot shotgun was dead there. And now, Big Brothers, they've completely wiped off Team CS Esports.
CS Esports being wiped off completely from the lobby. This is definitely going to be a big stinger. CS Esports, they wanted to be aggressive. They wanted to put some authority on the other teams, but it didn't really work out. But over here, Big Brother Esports, a third party chimes in, and this man single-handedly has shut down 2 players. But that's all he's going to get, because Ralph is over there on the top, providing that cover fire to his team. Good cavalry assistance.
Yeah, but still running out of the ammunition now. Ralph is down to 20 bullets on that AKM. He's going for a revive on his teammate, trying to regain the advantage against Big Brothers. Big Brothers getting overheated in this situation. The third party perfectly timed by the players of Glitz Reborn. As soon as the fight between Big Brothers and CS Esports came to an end, Glitz Reborn decided to chime in. They still have the numbers in their favor. They can recover, or in fact even win this fight with all 4 players still standing, considering Rishi is the last man standing from the side of Big Brothers. Sees Duke on the other side of the river, shots connecting. But now, only one thing remains. He's going to hide in this corner room, and he will be hunted down by the players of Glitch Reborn.
This is not looking too good. Glitch X Reborn, they've surrounded this compound. They know there's only one single glimmer of hope alive for this team on the name of Big Brother Esports. And Rishi, he's the one carrying the flag all by himself. It's such a big burden on his back. And here we go. The push is now going to come into play. Roman tossing out a couple of utilities. The floor's going to be lava. Return utilities from Rishi, though. But is that really going to be enough to stop them in the tracks? That's my question. Ralph tosses in that beautiful nade, and that's it. Big Brother Esports being eliminated from the game, being down on the grave.
Now Glitch X Reborn, they have the territory. This entire fight was for the control of the entry towards the Camp Alpha Island, and now they're the ones in complete control of this particular part of the map itself. The Delta region, what I call it, where 3 islands come in together. The circle, of course, we haven't really talked about it, right? It is towards the Camp Alpha Island. Blind Esports will have a massive advantage, but MICI, God's Reign and Glitch, these are the teams who have the potential of dethroning Blind Esports from their hotspot, Johnny.
Yeah. I mean, the opportunity is there, but can they capitalize when it presents itself? On the other side, though, the early team fights of the match, quite exciting, in fact. Back-to-back action. First, Big Brothers versus CS, and then we had Glitch Reborn taking on the players of CS, but it seems like there will be no time for them to reset as well. Blind Esports still on that Camp Alpha position, dominating, not the fights, but the circle itself.
They're ready for this circle shift. They somewhere down the line know that the circle shift's going to be on the top left island, and they're ready, holding that supreme spot, holding that high ground.
But where is Revenant Esports? Completely south of the map itself, right? They know, as a matter of fact, they have TWM right up front. The circle, the edge of the circle is just there. Therefore, Revenant Esports don't really have the initiative to move. But look at this, weekly usage, and Apollo is right in front of Ninja.
The fight finally breaks out. Ninja is supposed to be the star player for TWM, and TWM, they've been popping off. The previous game, they got the chicken dinner, so they've got the momentum. They can feel it, and Apollo, he gets slapped in the face. And Revenant Esports, they're down another man.
2 players picked off. TWM with a massive advantage in this 4v2 situation. Ninja has made it happen now. MJ, he has a lot of information to work with, but still, if he chooses to fight, he's also choosing to fall right here, right now. Revenant in a desperate attempt to secure some points from this matchup, as they know that God's Reign is breathing down their necks in the overall rankings.
But I mean, for Revenant as well, right? Revenant, their position at the very top of the overall rankings.
Yeah.
It will be threatened. Because like you said, God's Reign is coming in for them. TWM is coming in for them in this game. Apollo did try a lot, but Ninja and his S12K every single time. And TWM, I think they've woken up from their slumber, Johnny. This team is back in its prime. Look at this.
Oh, TWM, they have woken up, but at the wrong time, though. As soon as they step out, Revenant Esports, they were looking forward to rain down that hellfire, rain down that terror against them. But once again, they crawl back in the cover. But somewhere else on the map, another fight brewing up. The players of Gladiator Esports, they're getting picked off left, right, and center. Shogun's trying his best to fight back, but once again, Gladiator Esports, they're in just such a bad spot. Out in the open, the utilities being tossed in the front line. Top Dog is the man to be feared. And once again, Top Dog is now going to be looking forward to close on up that distance. Gladiator Esports left with only one choice, and to back away from this one, but even that choice is now being taken away from them.
Yeah, slowly and slowly, the options seem to fade away for the players of Gladiators. On call, looking to go for a push. Knows for the fact that they have the advantage, but not enough utility on the players of Metal. Top Dog starting things off, but what just happened? Gladiators in a matter of seconds wiping the floor with the players of Metal Esports. The momentum of the day snatched away from Metal.
This is why you have to bow down to Shogun. This is why you have to bow down to Justin. Every single time the team is in danger, this man shows up. You've seen in the semi-finals, you've seen in the lower brackets as well. Gladiators, every single time, they just come back into the game. Now they've got 4 finishes. They've retained all 4 players from this particular fight. They have the entry point inside the circle as well. Team X Park rotating quite close. I think shots are being connected already. But if they take care of Team X Park, I'm pretty sure Gladiators, they're going to have a phenomenal game.
Speak of having a phenomenal game in Blind Esports, as I mentioned, these guys were settled in a really good spot initially. And at this point in time, Blind Esports is just playing for that informational game. MICI Esports, all the 4 players in that same compound. So for Blind Esports to accumulate that info, it's not going to be that tough.
We've seen them dominate this hill time and time and time again. But can they do it once more in a game that can establish them in the top 5 of the rankings? But growing strong, trying to rotate. Spot out by 4 aggressive man on the southern edge of the circle. Gatekeeping attempt by 4 aggressive man. It's Karan, who's all alone, isolated from the flank. A few shots connected on the legs though.
Karan now going for the patch up. He's going to be able to patch himself up, but still for 4 aggressive men, this is not looking too good. Considering the team on the opposite ends, they still have got him locked in the sight, but this is how the previous fight looked like. Kyoya single-handedly being able to take down those 2 players. Metal Esports, they tried their best to bounce back in the fight, but still, in the end, they got eliminated.
Yeah. There was not a lot they could do in that situation as well.
I'm actually concerned about 4 aggressive men. They are being gatekept by the lads of Growing Strong. In fact, Growing Strong, they have moved past them, but they still have to cross over to the Camp Alpha Island, which is not going to be easy. We talked about how many teams are marking the shorelines. We talked about MICI. We talked about GlitchX Reborn as well. We talked about how Blind is always having the throne for themselves. And of course another team, TWM, coming in from the backlines, hot-headed. I'm pretty sure 4 AM, the task is cut out, and that is to deal with a lot of pressure which is coming towards them.
It's going to be so intense the next few moments of this game, ladies and gentlemen. In 30 seconds, we're going to see the blue zone close in, and stage 3 of this match will be in front of us, and that can decide which teams will be the top contenders for the chicken dinner of this match, and which teams won't even stand a chance of making it into the top 3 of this particular game. So far, massive cluster on the southern edge of the circle. We do have Midwave on our screens, who are just between Ruins and Pioneer. Even in the next shift, they might have an opportunity to take care of a lot of teams, but now we have a northern shift of the zone. And yes, this is it, a game where Blind can win.
A game where Blind has the opportunity to claim the entire map of Sanhok, and once again to get a lot of these elimination points. Now it's all going to come down to the adaptation. If Blind Esports is quick enough to adapt, then they will be set up for success.
Blind Esports for sure might be quick enough to adapt, but look at the adaptation coming in from GlitchX Reborn. They make that leapfrog, they pass Team Godswave, and now they have a very good spot for themselves. But look at this,
this is not
finds himself in front of 2 players of Revenant, and he goes bonkers.
What a start to the day for Growing Strong. I mean, they weren't looking as strong as yesterday, but still recovering slowly and steadily. But there's one more team that I would like to talk about, and that is the squad of Night Owls, who have decided to pick up a boat just west of Ruins, and they are going to rotate through the waterways towards the Camp Alpha Island.
Oh no, they're struggling to drive that boat. They're still trying to figure a way out to use this boat, but eventually they do. Finally, they get out from that spot.
We see TWM, they were closing in onto that shoreline, and they were showing up with the same idea, but now the boat has been stolen, and they're trying to drive it on land.
Yeah, imagine if that was possible, it would have been fun.
No, they're trying to park it, Johnny.
Yeah.
Parks a boat like that.
Before now, look at this replay though, guys. Godbot, once again, back in action, springs back to life.
Yeah.
These are the type of players, or these are the type of plays that you need to set up for a player.
Oh, but look at this. TWM, they find the play as a 4 aggressive man. Can they win this fight? That's the only question that's there in front of them, especially considering 4 aggressive man have gone for a 2-2 split rotation. They will have the numbers advantage, TWM, in the initial stages. But 4 aggressive man, pedal to the metal, just cross the bridge and make it to the other side.
4 aggressive men have possibly no idea of where the players of TWM Gaming are, but now they do. Shots being fired. TWM were marking the entry point, they were marking the bridge, but they hold their trigger for some reason. I'm not really sure why, and it seems like Spider-Jot has spotted that. It seems like 4 aggressive men, they are prepared, and now the only plan of action is to stop TWM. From the other side as well, it's skillful. From other side of the bridge, it's Spider-Jot. This is a really good setup. TWM, they need to find another plan to enter the Camp Alpha Island.
Yeah, 4 aggressive men, they've got this bridge on the lockdown. No one's going to be able to cross it on over. And this is where 4AM will have the opportunity to get a lot of these elimination points. But even the players of 4AM themselves, they haven't really crossed the bridge just yet. There we go. Now they're going to be on the move, on the feed itself.
Well, let's see though. TWM, they're on the move as well, going for a wide rotation around Ruins. But even the spot that they're aiming for, the position between Ruins and Camp Alpha Island, is being blocked by the players of Gladiators and Midwave at the same time. TWM, it seems, they are out of options of making it towards the other side, towards the Camp Alpha Island. Fight breaking out, TWM under heavy fire, Midwave finding the opening.
Oh no, this is what's going to happen when you're going to step inside an unknown territory in Midwave Esports. They were just having a trap set up over here, and TWM, they walked right into it. And now they're screwed up massively. Destiny in the back going for the jump shots, Utility being tossed in the front lines, even the Wall of Death that closes on up. Destiny does not really have a lot of HP to back himself up. Eventually the Wall of Death is going to eat out Destiny. It's going to be so tough to survive that entire situation, but still, Midwave Esports in a really bad spot in general, and as I said, the Wall of Death is going to eat out Destiny.
Exactly, but TWM Gaming, they might have recovered from this fight, but are they aware that Gladiators are also in the vicinity, and now they're going to be charging in, first against Midwave, shots being fired through the smoke. It's just Aru who's still surviving, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be found out, and he's going to be ambushed.
Yeah, finally the battle breaks out, but the DPS slaps him in the face and gives him a reality check. Gladiator Esports now down to a 3-man squad. Justin knocked out. That's supposed to be the star player for the team, but now that Justin's not anymore in the capitalization, it's all going to be down to Destro. This man has an IGO, now needs to step up, even when it comes to the firepower.
But trouble in paradise for the players of Gladiators as well. But on the other side of the map, we have Glitch Reborn taking on the players of MICI. Knocks have been traded from either side, but Glitch Reborn, they sit there in this fight with a massive advantage to their name. Duke hoping to connect the nade on the opposition, fails to do so. But look at this, Kunal, he's the last man standing for his team. And if he goes, along with him, the hope. 4 points from this game are going to go as well.
Oh, the man's going to be peeking around the corner, but it's not going to matter. A double peek from Glitch X Reborn. They play this to perfection. They shut down the last man of MSCI Esports, and this time I guess they're not really going to be able to go for that heal battle.
Glitch X Reborn, they have such a good position inside the circle. They've cleaned out MICI. They've created more space for themselves. But speaking of space, look at this. GS, they're moving in. The smoke path has been set up. One of the players from Godswin has been knocked out. The rest of the 3 players, they have a massive job in hand, Necro.
Godswin now getting breached on, but the players are growing strong, and even this is a team to be feared. Godbot has already managed to shake off that rust. He's got the momentum flowing in for him. This man was sitting right next to him. The DPS pulled out, gets the knockout, and Eclipse 2 now is going to be looking for to chime inside the action. But Godbot, he's been completely confirmed and finished off from the game. It's a 2v3 scenario. Godswin in a bit of a disadvantage, but once again, now it's going to be back to 3v3.
Ninja George so distracted by all the commotion, forgot to check his angles, but now...
Oh my god, third party comes in from the side of Gladiator Esports, and they're going to be the party clashers. They come here, they clash the compound, and now they're here to take down and claim this entire compound all to themselves, because in the front, it's going to be the players of Godswin. This is the fight of the century that we all want to witness.
Exactly, Gladiators, they come in hot, they come in heavy, and this is going to be an invasion, just like you mentioned, invasion of the century. Utilities being poured in as well, smokes being created by Godswin to try and stop that ambush. And look at this, this is good reaction, this is good discipline from Gladiators as well. They're not throwing bodies, they're not throwing numbers, they're reserving utilities because they know it's just one player in the form of Blaze who is still standing.
Gladiators needed 18 points to be in the podium. And after this match, there is a possibility they can make that climb as well. They already have, I believe, 8 eliminations on the board. But let's see what's going to happen. Blaze being pushed by the entirety of the Gladiators.
Yeah, and Blaze is sitting inside the entire closet room, but the Knight's gonna sneak in, and that's it! God's Reign, they bite the dust against the players of Gladiator Esports. They're not going to be able to stand tall anymore. But then, speak about the elimination points from the players of Gladiators. Once again, the classic approach, the classic Gladiator Esports that was being missing out inside the tournament. But now they finally find that groove. 11 elimination points wrapped up.
Coming back to their natural habitat, Necro.
Yes.
Coming back to their natural habitat. Edge of the circle, every single team, they will stop, they will fight, they will finish, and they will proceed. This is Gladiators, and this is at the very best.
Always in the arena, there was just one rule: no survivors, take no prisoners. And that is the mindset Gladiators have stepped into this map of Sanok with. But now for Aggressive Man, a massive high ground advantage. Justin spotted out. Shots not connecting by Spider Jot. Takes a leap of faith. Oh no, the
Oh no!
and
Ooh,
loses.
he's lucky to be alive.
So much HP lost.
He could have been knocked out there, Johnny. This could have
Yeah.
been such a big blunder for 4AM, but at least that man's alive.
Oh, we have seen this position. Team X-Pac, we've seen this position, and I think Gladiators have seen this as well. Now
Yeah.
Delta is looking to actually spot out the players. Sana, his name can be accurate, but no, it does not connect, Johnny.
It was
So
a bit
close.
off, but this one I believe is going to be on point.
He finds his ways! Perfectly done! Gladiator Esports, now they're getting picked up! Team X-Spark, the exact opening they needed in this moment! And even Shogun now, soon enough, is going to be confirmed from this entire fight, and that's what happens. Gladiator Esports now, the only man that's going to be in the front. It's in the name of Justin and Destro. Let's see how these guys will be able to survive this entire wrath against Team X-Spark.
The Valley of Death has started to claim its victim, and even Justin is going to fall. But with this position, X-Pac, they can convert a lot of points in terms of finishes. But again, the advantage will be for one team and one team only. The team towards the west of X-Pac on the high ground. Blind still hiding their presence in this position.
Blind do not really want to proactively participate in this fight. It's X-Pac, and they are playing the ball game. They're dictating the pace, and up front, they've got Team 4 Aggressive Men.
Yeah, now 4 Aggressive Men being standing true to their name. They finally make that aggression happen against X-Park, and there we go. Sarang goes down. This is not a good starting for the players of Team X-Park. Another man hits the deck. Even Aditya goes down. Team X-Park, they're getting picked up slowly and steadily. They're getting dismantled limb by limb, and now Team X-Park is handicapped. They're not looking too good in this situation. 4 Aggressive Men, they've done a fantastic job in aggressing that spot.
Exactly, I think Team X-Pac did not expect that push. They did not really expect that initial hit. And look at this, 4 Aggressive Men. They're closing in without even making their presence felt.
Now it's time for Team X-Pac to head back once again. They're here to get that revenge against the players of 4AM. They did find out one knockout in return, but still that's not going to be enough to stop them in the tracks. Blind Esports 2 now looking forward to chime inside the action from the top. They will be raining down death and destruction.
Only 3 teams are present in the circle right now. A few from X-Pac, a few from Pro Aggressive Men, and Blind Esports with the high ground. 2 teams going for a heel battle outside in the blue zone. Gladiators and Glitz X Reborn, but X-Pac down to their last 2 players. 4 Aggressive Man looking to go for the push, the Molotov. It's a little bit off. Dreams will manage to avoid the damage, but still both these squads need to worry about the team that can rain death and destruction from above. Blind Esports skillful, starting things off, hoping to catch the players from X-Pac off guard. But they're going to run out of ammo if this goes on.
That is true. They do not really have a lot of ammunition, but one man has 235 bullets, so 5.5 is 5.6, so it's completely okay. He can drop a bit of more ammo to his teammates.
4 Aggressive Men, they've silenced the entire arena. They've hit back Team X-Pac when it actually hurts the most. The utility usage comes into play, but beautiful smoke, which actually disguises the presence. No lines of sight available on Team X-Pac, but the zone closes in.
Oh, Team X-Pac now, they're so desperate to make it inside the safe zone, and this is where 4 Aggressive Men, they get the chance to strike down the entirety of X-Pac, and that's what's going to happen. X-Pac, they get eliminated from the game, and now it's going to be the final 2 teams fighting for the supremacy, from which Blind Esports, they've got the best spot they can ask themselves to be in.
Look at this, there's a third team present in the fray, and that will be Glitch Reborn. Duke, with his heel battle, has made sure that his team has a lot of placement points to work with, but this is the final fight of the game, ladies and gentlemen. 4 Aggressive Man versus Blind Esports. Blind in the higher ground and 4 Aggressive Man in the Valley of Death.
Glitch X Reborn, Duke from the back. He tried to play some shenanigans, but then he got shut down. Nicely done for Aggressive Man. They've lost out of 1 man. Now it's a 3v3 scenario. Blind Esports, they've got a chance to knock on the doors on equal pace. Both these teams are.
Not a lot of utility on Blind, otherwise a nade or a Molotov could have actually made things easier for them. For Aggressive Man hiding in the cliff, inside the cliff, just underneath Blind Esports.
This is such a tricky situation, Johnny.
Yeah.
Blind Esports, if they overshoot themselves, they might take so much fall damage. They will be feeling greedy to find those finish points for themselves, but the circuit closing in. 4 a.m. for them. It's all over.
It's done for 4 Aggressive Men. This game might just not work out. And look at Manya, this man! Oh, he's trying to climb down, and he's actually going to make it right next to his teammate too. Blind Esports, they've got 3 players, but Joker is straight up just go for the jump. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. 4 a.m. They're going to be suffocating to the death. They're getting electrocuted to death. And Blind Esports, they make that fall happen against Skillful. And that's it. What a good spoiler from that guy. He jumped down to distract that guy who was going for the mech strat, and he played that nicely.
Exactly. Blind was so desperate for the win that they decided to push NW to secure the chicken dinner and also the finish points in this game. The desperation, the greed, the hunger for the chicken dinner. Finally, the moment has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been waiting for this for the last 2 days. But in game number 3, Blind Esports, they have showcased what they were here to do and what they are here for, the win, the chicken dinner in the back. And along with that, I believe they're going to be in the top 5 now.
I'm not really sure, Johnny, but it certainly is possible. But I'm very, very, very happy for one team, and that is going to be Team 4 AM.
The fans are surprised.
They certainly are. I mean, Skillful with 7 finishes, he popped off in the game where 4 AM was so desperate to find that good one.
Skillful has 7 in the entirety of Blind, I believe, has 7.
Yep. Skillful single-handedly has managed to outshine the entirety of Blind Esports. But this is the crazy part, right, Johnny?
Yeah.
We spoke about this. Skillful was the man who was not able to pop up, but now he's finally able to put things on the table.
Yeah, but look at the intensity on the faces of the players. X-Park, the early exit, not too happy about them. And Blind, they realized they had the win. Manya just dealing with the pressure of securing the chicken all by himself, just takes the vehicle down.
Yeah.
And of course, Blind, one of the main concerns was the fact that they were out of utility.
Yeah.
Had they had a Molotov or even a nade, things would have been so much easier for them.
I think, to be honest, in that situation, Blind Esports knew the circle was going to end up on top of them, right?
Yeah.
And they just played on the back of it. They did not really have to go in for a lot of finish points in that regard. They were like, all right, fine. It's very risky, especially in that Valley of Death. It's very risky. The topography does not really have the lines of sight. Scope it directly and shoot.
What's he talking about, Necro? I don't understand. Where's the fun in waiting for the win? You
Exactly.
go up ahead and seize it, right?
I mean, once again, sometimes you gotta play a little bit smart when you're desperate, and Blind Esports was desperate. They needed those points, and as I mentioned, as soon as the circle formed up, Blind Esports took the control of the high ground, and since then, they were on the same spot. They did not even move.
And they did not even participate as well.
Yeah.
They were like, alright, fine, you guys do the showdown, duke it out. We had 4 AM, we had Team X-Pac, we had Glitch X Reborn as well. So many teams in the same vicinity, but Blind was still there, just holding back.
Not just that, even Gladiator Esports, they had 11 elimination points wrapped up.
And they were in the top 4 as well. Let's not forget about that. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a look at the highlights of this match, and we're going to relive the moments of this game again. Starting things off was that fight on the southern shoreline, but then it was God's Reign who were able to take down the players of OR Esports in tandem with Blind.
To be honest, God's Reign in this match had the opportunity of topple Revenant Esports. Revenant and the elimination came in extremely early. TWM made life so much difficult for them, but I did not really see that coming in from God's Reign. I expected God's Reign to kind of put up more numbers on more trouble the scorers in terms of getting more finishes, but even they were taken down in the mid game.
That is true. Even though X-Park, they were somewhere in the top 5, right? I think so on the 4th spot.
Yeah.
They still only had 5 elimination points, and I don't think so that's going to be enough to keep themselves somewhere in the top 5, considering now teams that are on the latter half of the board, be it Gladiator Esports, Blind Esports, they're showcasing the signs, they're showcasing the momentum.
But talking about momentum, it seems like Revenant Esports, all the momentum that was there from yesterday, all the momentum from the first few matches of the day has started to fade away, Necro. And I'm actually worried about them. Gladiators, they did secure a lot of points, fights going their way, back-to-back 11 eliminations as you mentioned, and of course the top 5 finish in this match. Do you think this will be enough to get them to the top 5 in the overall rankings as well? We noticed there was just, I believe, 18 points separating Gladiators from X-Pac.
Anything can be possible, Johnny. Considering X-Park, it was not really that banger of a game for them, so there's a chance that privacy inside the top 5 for X-Park might just be invaded. But not just them. I think so a lot of the teams in the first half of the board, their privacy is going to be invaded. Even GlitchX Reborn makes some way for them in that top 8.
Yeah, GlitchX Reborn was quite incredible. The heal battle from Duke coming in at the right nick of time. And even in terms of eliminations, I believe they were close to double digits. 9 eliminations on the board. 8 eliminations, my apologies, on the board for the players of GlitchX Reborn. So overall, 18 points from this match. That is a pretty decent game, to be honest. That's a good game.
To be honest, Johnny, I don't really care about stats from GlitchX Reborn. The approach with which they came in, that is the most important thing for them, right? You saw the way they leapfrogged from one island to the other, the way leapfrogged MICI, the way they completely finished off MICI as well. This is the approach which I want in from GlitchX Reborn, and this is the approach which they need to propel themselves onto the very top, of course.
Okay, now we've spoken about the teams that are on the first page, right? That are doing really good in the overall standings, that are doing really good in the games too. We need to speak about the teams that are not able to perform so far. Night Owls, CS Esports, still the woes keep on continuing. We're not even seeing any glimmers of hope.
I do agree with you on that, and it is quite surprising considering Night Owls, with the way the aggression was being built up stage after stage after stage, from all the way from stage 3 that started to build up that aggression. Semi-finals is where things sort of slowed down, and I believe all of that was due to the adaptations that were made by the other teams, but it seems like even in the finals they haven't changed their ways, because of which they are getting a little too predictable for the other teams. Salty, do you agree with me on this?
I think I definitely do, right? I mean, even as a matter of fact, if you talk about 4 AM, this fight, this game was important for them. I think Spiro always talks about how 4 AM, in fact, because of the interactions we have had, Spiro has had a lot of conversations with 4 AM, and every single time that they mention, they want consistency, and they did not really achieve it throughout this tournament, throughout the Grand Finals. But right now, the fact that they have a good game in hand, I think they will be able to propel themselves.
Exactly, that's the crazy part, right? Actually, Skillful was able to perform pretty nicely most of the times. But you know what? Speaking about perform, these guys are definitely enjoying the performance.
I mean, they are enjoying the performance. They've been part of the community for a long time, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone from the esports community in this country is here. If you guys are in Mumbai as well, do drop into the dome, enjoy the action live. Today is day number 2. We still have 3 more matches left, so you guys still have time to enjoy the action of the day. Of course, the entry is free for every single one who shows up in the arena, and on Sunday it's going to be the last day of the tournament, so that's going to be the last opportunity for you to enjoy the action of the BGIS Grand Finale. But along with that, as we move on to game number 4,
we hear a lot of chants.
Of scouts. We heard a lot of chants of scouts.
There is somebody entering the arena. I think the audience is getting riled up, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have somebody coming in?
Well, we're going to wait. We're going to wait.
Yeah, we're going to wait. We're going to wait.
The audience is cheering for. Of course, if Scout drops in, the vibe is going to completely change.
Yeah,
I mean, you will not be able to hear what we are saying.
I mean, it's already on the level 100. It's going to be 110 after he comes in.
I mean, do you expect Scout to just drop in as a visitor or maybe as a player?
It would be even more exciting, but Scout only drops in as a player when his team's doing really good in the overall standings. And right now, Team X-Park is definitely in a bit of a powerful position, but still they've got so much pressure to maintain that.
I mean, the pressure is there on X-Pac, but I did have a word with the man, the myth, the legend himself, and he did give us a hint that he might drop in. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about that some other time. We have the MVP of Sanhok in front of us, and it's going to be Skillful putting his skills on display. 7 elimination, 77.7% finish contribution, and 7 ratio in terms of the finishes and the deaths. Lucky number 7 for Skillful in this game, but now it will be time for us to witness what the future is going to look like.
Yeah, it certainly is, right? For 4 a.m., this game was extremely important. Just like I said, on the overall standings, they were struggling. In their game as well, they were struggling. But now with Skillful leading the charge, I'm pretty sure, I think this is where life for 4 a.m. changes. Look at this, the top 5 players. You've got Destro in the mix as well. 4 finishers from this clan, trying his level best. Gladiators have switched their style. They're back into their aggressive best. Necro, do you think this is going to propel them upwards?
Yes, it will. And considering they've got such a nuclear performance, this is also going to propel their confidence in the upcoming games that we're going to be witnessing soon enough, Salty. And speak about the upcoming game is actually going to be the map of Vikendi, where initially Gladiator Esports, even though they don't want to, they will need to drop the pace.
Exactly, I mean, Vikendi, on this map, you're forced to drop the pace, in fact. The circles don't shift too drastically up until stage 5, stage 6 of the game. We know it's going to be a central shift every single time, and if you are lucky enough, you're going to be able to hold your spot. But we have the rankings of the previous match, as we were talking about. Then 22 points from Blind Esports. I think this is going to help Blind take a massive jump on that overall ranking. Gladiators should be able to hold their first position, but now we were talking about the teams that have taken a dip. Revenant Esports was sitting on that first spot on the overall leaderboard, but I think that is going to change, all thanks to the fact that God's Reign was able to survive a little bit longer and were able to secure a few extra eliminations for themselves, all thanks to OR Esports sacrificing their bodies.
Exactly. I think God's Reign have held their case on the overall standings. Revenant Esports did not. Mental Esports did not. Again, a nil from this game as we transition to the overall standings.
Oh my goodness!
Revenant Esports, look at this. They still retain that #1 spot, but only by 2 points.
2 points!
It's looking too dire. It's looking too dicey, Johnny. But look at Team X Spark in the top 3. They finally breached in with 91 points. But once again, speak about the distance. Speak about the things separating them. It's not a lot of things. Look at that leap being taken from Blind Esports. That insane leap straight up in the top 4. This is quite insane.
Blind Esports started the day on the 11th position. Now they are in the top 4. Just a smidge away from the top 2 as well. 88 points for Blind, and God's Reign is there on the second with 103 points. There's just 15 points separating the teams, but now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the second phase of the ranking. And look at the inconsistency. OR Esports from the top 3, they're down to the 10th position, but the difference, Necro, is not a lot. 62 points for OR Esports as we move down, growing strong. This has to be an upset.
Metal Esports, OR Esports, Midwave Esports, all of these known teams who were supposed to dominate today's day are not really dominating anymore. But there's a reason why we say day 2 is the day of comebacks, and they have made that comeback happen.
Well. Now the comeback, will it happen today, or will the desperation reach a peak on day number 3? That is what we want to see. But as we step into the next half of the day, what are expectations from these teams? Is the same momentum going to continue, or will Vikendi change everything? Salty.
Acts of desperation. I think that is the key word. I think we have reached the halfway stage of the Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen. One half is still remaining, and I'm pretty sure the teams on the second page, they don't really have a lot of opportunities. You might think there is still a day 3, but that's not really the case.
Exactly, but ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break right now. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We will be back after this with a lot more action.
लेफ्ट ठीक है
पीछे
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अरे तकिन तकरम भागड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातरम डिफॉल्ट से निकलना पुर पका पका पम तकरम भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out। इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो कैब मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
2.8 के अपडेट में ज्वाइन करो मेरा स्क्वाड और पाओ एपिक लूट। डार्लिंग, डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसे ही बात है आप कहते हो
कोई एनर्जी ड्रिंक लेके आओ यार मेरे लिए। यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
फिनिश्ड, गेम ओवर।
अभी आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूं मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
लेफ्ट, ठीक है।
अरे पीछे आ, पीछे आ।
वो यूसी कितना है? जोन में चले क्या? ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया? पुश पुश, चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर वही डिफॉल्ट से निकलने।
अरे तकिल तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम।
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, Let me introduce you to me. एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझेगे नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, वन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला शिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
2.8 के अपडेट में ज्वाइन करो मेरा स्क्वाड और पाओ एपिक लूट। डार्लिंग, डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते हो
कोई एनर्जी ड्रिंक लेके आओ यार मेरे लिए। यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
फिनिश्ड, गेम ओवर।
ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
लेफ्ट, ठीक है।
पीछे आ, पीछे आ।
वो यूसी कितना है? जोन में चले क्या? ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया? पुश पुश, चल 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 चल, स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अब ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने।
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम।
अलग ही जोन में ये तो। ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा, डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझेगे नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
टू 2.8 के अपडेट में ज्वाइन करो मेरा स्क्वाड और पाओ एपिक लूट। डार्लिंग, डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते हो
कोई एनर्जी ड्रिंक लेके आओ यार मेरे लिए। यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
Finished. Game over.
अभी आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ।
Get ready to play pure.
हेलो एंड वेलकम बैक। मैं आपका स्वागत करता हूं एट डे 2 ऑफ BGIS India 2023. With me, we have 4 very special people. Firstly, we have Mr. Karan Pathak and Mr. Meenuli from Crafton. Make some noise for them. This is why we are here. But ये राइज अप मोमेंट जो अभी है वो सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए हमारे साथ 2 वेरी स्पेशल राइजिंग स्टार्स हैं। फर्स्ट अप वीव गॉट मिस्टर प्रमोद भगत, हु इज अ पैरा बैडमिंटन प्लेयर, जिन्होंने टोक्यो पैरालंपिक्स 2022 में इंडिया के लिए गोल्ड मेडल उठाया। Some noise for him, come on! And with us we've also got Rohit Tokas, who's from the Indian boxing team, और इन्होंने कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 2022 में ब्रॉन्ज उठाया था वेल्टरवेट कैटेगरी में। Please make some noise for Rohit Tokas as well, guys. Okay, now I really want to ask them कि आप दोनों प्रोफेशनल एथलीट्स हैं और यहाँ पे हम ई स्पोर्ट्स को देख रहे हैं एज अ राइजिंग स्टेज फॉर सो मेनी न्यू प्लेयर्स। उनके लिए कोई एडवाइस है स्पेसिफिकली एट दिस वेरी स्पेसिफिक डिफाइनिंग मोमेंट जहाँ पे कुछ भी हो सकता है?
हेलो मुंबई, नमस्ते, राम राम सभी को भाई, कैसे हो? तो भाई आज हम यहाँ पर आए हैं इस इवेंट में, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। ऐसे जब अंदर यहाँ से एंट्री ली थी तो ऐसा लगा कि अपने इवेंट में हमारा बॉक्सिंग का ही, जैसे मैं बॉक्सिंग से हूँ तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि रिंग में एंट्री ले रहा हूँ मैं। इस तरीके का एटमॉस्फेयर, इतना माहौल हो रखा है यहाँ पे। और जो भी पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं उनके लिए मैं ये बोलूँगा, जैसे हम भी ग्रास रूट से उठ के राइज अप किया है हमने, आप भी जैसे इंडिविजुअली खेल रहे हो स्क्वाड बना के, कोई प्रो प्लेयर्स हैं यहाँ पर और काफ़ी ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं कि उनके पास ज़्यादा इक्विपमेंट्स नहीं होते, सारा कुछ वो भी प्रो प्लेयर्स के साथ compete कर रहे हैं। तो एक मेंटली स्ट्रॉन्ग होना बहुत ज़रूरी है एथलीट के लिए। तो हमेशा यही सोच के चलना है कि मैं बेस्ट हूँ, आई एम द बेस्ट। कोई भी आपके आगे आए, अच्छे को हरा के ही हम अच्छे बनते हैं। तो ये कभी भी ये नहीं सोचना कि हमारे आगे अच्छा प्लेयर खड़ा है मैं उससे हार जाऊंगा। तो जब तक आप अच्छे को नहीं हराओगे तो आप अच्छे कैसे बनोगे? तो बिलीव इन योर सेल्फ एंड चक दे। थैंक यू
सो मच रोहित। प्रमोद, आपसे मैं पूछना चाहूँगा, आप बहुत सारी मेहनत करते हैं, आपने हमारे लिए ऑलरेडी गोल्ड ले लिया, इन लोगों के लिए भी ये छोटा सा एक प्लेटफॉर्म जो है एज अ वेरी क्रूशल मोमेंट है इनके लाइफ में एट दिस पॉइंट. तो आप जिस तरह मेहनत करके आए और ये भी मेहनत करके आए, आप क्या उनको बोलेंगे एट दिस हाफ वे पॉइंट? हमारा टूर्नामेंट आधा हो चुका है, आधा बाकी है. क्या कर सकते हैं टू मेक श्योर दे विन?
नमस्कार और आप सभी को मैनी कॉन्ग्रेचुलेसन और गुड लक, गुड विशेस, क्योंकि जैसे उन्होंने कहा कि अभी आधा टूर्नामेंट ख़त्म हो चुका है और आधे बच्चे हैं. और इसमें सबसे स्पेशल में आते थे मुझे बताया गया कि इसमें सबसे स्पेशल ये है कि ग्रासरूट से टीम्स आई हैं जो कि अपने आप को रिप्रेजेंट किए हैं. जैसे अभी रोहित जी ने भी कहा कि स्पोर्ट्स में अनफेयर होता है सब कुछ, क्योंकि फेयर कभी नहीं होता है, क्योंकि हर कोई अलग अलग स्टेज से आते हैं. कोई पुअर फैमिली से आता है, कोई हायर फैमिली से आता है और कोई वेल स्टेबल होके आता है. तो लेकिन जब सब आते हैं तो एक ही जगह पर जाकर कम्पीट करते हैं. सेम यहाँ पर भी BGISM है, उसमें भी सेम थिंग किया गया है. हर कोई बड़ा है, कोई छोटा है, कोई मिडल है, बट सब आके एक स्टेज पे आके अपने आप को कम्पीट कर रहे हैं. और सबसे अच्छी बात है कि इसमें टीम्स जो ग्रासरूट लेवल में है वो बहुत अच्छी परफॉर्म कर रही है, जिसको सुन के मुझे अपने पुराने दिनों याद आ गए. क्योंकि मैं भी जब स्टार्टिंग था और मैं शुरू कर रहा था तब मुझे भी फील होता था कि क्या मैं कर पाऊँगा, ये हो पाएगा मेरे से. और बहुत बार ऐसा सिचुएशन हुआ है कि नहीं यार नहीं हो पाएगा, बट फाइनली जो एक हमारे पास जज्बा होता है, जो हौसला होता है, वो हमें आगे बढ़ाता है और उसको लेके हम आगे चलते हैं. और मैं जो ग्रासरूट वाले हैं उनको मैं यही बोलना चाहूँगा कि डू योर बेस्ट. और एक चीज़ हर वक्त ध्यान देना, अपने लिए खेलना है, तब जाके तुम देश के लिए खेल पाओगे, तब जाके फैमिली के लिए खेल पाओगे, तब जाके अपने जो फ्रेंड्स हैं उनके लिए खेल पाओगे. तो बिलीव योर सेल्फ. और खेलना किसके लिए है? अपने लिए. थैंक यू.
Also, as all of us here from Mumbai, can we show our love and support for them? Can we hear Pramod's name in chants right now? Go with me. Pramod, 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 Pramod. And obviously we're going to show some love to Rohit as well. Give it up for Rohit, 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 Rohit. Continue, you guys can continue. In the meantime, we have the team at Crafton जो आपको एक souvenir देंगे to thank you for being here with us. I hope you guys are having a lot of fun. Please give them a big round of applause for joining us at this very important, crucial moment in our tournament. So. Thank you so much for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a very crucial halfway point in the tournament. आपको पता ही है, right? We know it, right? 9 matches हो चुके हैं, 9 matches बाकी है, कुछ भी हो सकता है. So without wasting any time, back to the caster's desk. Let's go!
Well, words of inspiration being dropped by the champions of this nation upon the viewers, the people sitting in the arena, and of course the players as well. But I see what they said. I mean, if I was to summarize all of that into just a few sentences, just one in fact, believe in yourself, play for yourself. Do you agree with that?
Well, we are after all in the city of Mumbai where dreams can become a reality.
Yes.
Anything can happen. And of course, we are down towards a halfway mark. So all things considered,
yeah,
I'm excited to see how things are going here.
Things are going to get more and more intense as we move forward. We look at the stage, pitches being clicked along with Mr. Pathak and Mr. Meenu Lee from Crafton. I've been getting into boxing recently myself. I wonder if I can ask a few tips from Mr. Rohit.
Boxing is actually one of my very passionate things. One of a sport which I'm very passionate about. I've wanting to learn boxing. I've been wanting to get inside the ring as well because it correlates with BGMI a lot. It correlates a lot of the prime principles to never give up and to survive till the very end, to survive the jabs which the opponents give you. I think those things affect BGMI, and I think all these athletes will be able to relate to everything that he said on the stage itself.
Well, it's all about survival of the fittest,
Yes.
especially when you head into the battleground itself. The maps, it's all about being a survivor. Can you outlast despite getting punched 1,000 times? A KO is what sets apart, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Oh, we have legends from other esports also appearing in the arena, ladies and gentlemen. Things are getting exciting as the day goes by, but as we mentioned, we are at the halfway marker of this entire grand finals. 3 matches done for the day, 3 more remain, and in a few short moments we're about to begin the game of Weekend. But before we step into the next game, we have to discuss what has happened so far in this entire day. We were expecting a lot of comebacks, and in particular 2 teams have made an impressive comeback: Gladiators and Blind Esports.
Not to be surprised about, to be honest, because we were expecting this. Gladiators, they were always at the very top.
Alright.
The only little switch up which they did was to try and go a little aggressive. They came back to their natural habitat, playing in from the edges of the circle and trying to scavenge every single team that comes along their way on that entry path. This was Gladiators' formula for success throughout the BGIS, and once again it is.
They're talking about the same thing. They're talking about Blind as well. It seems like the 2 desks, the Hindi and the English desk, have finally united and our sync is on the same page. But, ladies and gentlemen,
Why do you say
I want to know
finally
your thoughts,
united?
Icy. I mean, we have seen Blind make a comeback. X-Pac, they're sticking to that 3rd spot of theirs. How are things looking for these teams, and what are your thoughts on 3 matches they played so far?
To be honest, what I see here...
Whoa, it's us now. Hey.
Yep, it's us now.
Yo!
Why are you flexing again?
I see. You've got to sit down. You've got to sit down.
Yeah.
You've got to sit down. You've got to...
My co-commentators, ladies and gentlemen, Icy Baby and Mr. Salty. I'm surprised actually, Salty, you are not the one flexing now. This is your opportunity. Show us your muscles.
I mean, to be honest, I preserve my
it's gone.
muscles because I haven't really been feeling the pump. I haven't really been hitting the gym because this arena gives me the pump. This arena gives me the adrenaline. Look at all the fans. I've been mixing with them. I've been gelling with them. I've been inside them. Every single break I get, I want to immersify myself inside of this particular crowd because that is electrifying, Johnny.
The atmosphere in the arena is definitely electric, and it's going to get more and more intense with every single second that goes by, because again, the storylines that are unfolding in front of us are so exciting to witness. The impressive comeback, we keep talking about it. Blind Esports started from the 11th position, started the day from the 11th position, but now have broken into the top 5. But still, all these hopes and dreams of these young athletes present in the arena are all for one team, X-Pac.
You know, to be honest, I am feeling a little bit energized now by chugging the entire Red Bull. I'm sorry. That's an energy drink from the Battlegrounds, but at the same time, I'm super pumped up. I'm super excited to see how this upcoming match here, and you can feel my energy. I hope you guys are at home just feeling it as well, because the crowds are not a little bit feeling here. I don't know what they think, but it's an energy drink, right? It's Battlegrounds.
Yeah.
You got it. It's part of the game.
You have that boost in your energy
Exactly.
And you're going to need it a lot for the game of Weekendy, to be honest, because we knew last Weekendy that we witnessed yesterday, that shift the entirety of the Weekendy perspective that we had, that it's going to be slow, it's going to be boring, and it's going to be so many of the things, but that did not happen. We expected Team X-Pac to actually come out on top, but that did not happen as well. So many unexpected turn of events, and now today as well, since it's the day of comebacks, I'm expecting a couple of teams. I'm expecting OR Esports, I'm expecting Medal to do something on this map. We talked about how the halfway of the grand finals is there already. Now it's do or die for these teams.
Since you've brought up the topic of OR, let's talk about OR for a minute. I mean, they're moving in the opposite direction. They started within the top 5, but now it seems like they're barely holding on to that top 8 as well.
Well, anything can happen, right? We talked about day number 2. I think Ocean did bring it up as well. There's a special term in Hindi where it is a day of comebacks. I'm not exactly sure what's that, but today everyone is just pushing through, making through a breakthrough to try and achieve things here. But it seems like in the crowd, we have the fans here.
Yeah. Fans of Revenant Esports, a team sitting on the first position of the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not just the fans, it's the entire team from Revenant Esports that is here in this arena. Be Revenant, that is what they have to say. And well, at this point, I think they are pretty much in a comfort zone on the first position. If they can deal with the players of God's Reign, it's all going to be good and dandy for them. But again, people in the stands as well. It seems like intensity, even they are feeling it now.
I think Revenant Esports, they did a very important thing. They brought in all the fans. They knew they are on that first position and they filled the arena with everybody wearing Revenant jerseys. And this is such an effective strategy, to be honest, because now they have the leverage. They have the leverage against God's Reign. Is God's Reign going to give up to the pressure? I'm not really sure.
To be honest, all things considered here, the top two teams, Revenant and God's Reign, has been very, very consistent. But we got, you look at the fans, they're going absolutely bonkers. We've got Ocean Sharma's fans in the crowd just completely chanting his way through, and guess what, everyone from all around India is here in Mumbai just to watch your favorite teams, your favorite casters, and even your favorite moments in the battleground.
Exactly, and there are going to be so many of them considering it is the grand finals, of course. But again, I mean, with every single game that goes by, we know our heartbeats, we have no control over them, but the fans, they are also quite excited to witness what their teams are going to be up to and how their journey is going to look like as we inch ever so close towards that epic moment where the champions of the BGIS will be crowned. But as we talk about the teams, we're going to talk about the individual players as well. I see.
To be honest, it all comes down to the hopes and dreams, right? We are in the Seed of Dreams. Stakes are high. We are down towards a halfway mark, right?
Yeah.
The fans here are just praying and hoping that maybe some of these teams will rise up to the challenge and then achieve their dreams. That is exactly what they want, and I hope we get to see here. Because why? The people behind the scenes are here thanking our amazing people.
Fighting for the country. 3 people who have been on the stage representing the nation at times.
I mean, like I said, right, I've been with the fans, and every single placard that I've seen has Scout OP written on it, right? And it's not just Scout OP. I mean, kudos to what he's achieved in his content creation career, but when he was a professional athlete, he represented India at the international stage, and I saw Mr. International written in so many placards. It felt good. It relived memories.
I was just gonna say this. Yeah, Scout has a massive following. He has a lot of subscribers on his channels, but to this very day, all people care about is watching him play in tournaments like this, in lobbies like this. They know he still has in him the hunger to make, and well, he made a promise a few years ago that he will be playing till the day he lifts the trophy for the nation. And we also have another big creator joining us, and there's Necro joining them in the back as well.
I mean, I could care less about Necro. That's Techno Gamers.
Bro.
I mean, that is Techno Gamers we have on the screen. 30 million subscribers, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the crazy fan following. Look at the atmosphere in the arena, I see.
Exactly, the fans going absolutely crazy the moment they realize that Scout is in the building. And guess what? They're just standing up. They're trying to show their support. Who are they supporting? And seems like we've got Glitch X Reborn's fans on that side, and they're just supporting and hoping that everything's gonna be A-okay.
Yeah, they're surrounded by fans of Scout from every single direction. But let's see. I mean, Glitch Reborn, the journey has been impressive. They've made their way to the 7th position. And well, this is quite interesting. It's a Glitch man in a Glitch X Reborn jersey. And the sign he is holding is TX Feel the Spark. Well, X-Spark Spark. It's going to ignite some flames in this arena for sure.
I mean, to be honest, every single time there's a break, the Feel the Spark chant is just so much there.
To be honest, yeah, and now Scout is going to be forced to go to back lines here. And I think the fans here are very excited to potentially see whether or not if Scout is going to be playing, because he is, after all, the 5th player for X-Spark. So him going to the backstage here, maybe, just saying, it is the City of Dreams.
Yeah.
We are all here hoping and praying. Maybe the fans of X-Spark might be able to send the prayers and a reality might happen. This is where, if X-Spark comes in and says, Scout, I got you, we're gonna show you a match of Scout playing.
Are you expecting Scout to change into a jersey and step into the field?
Yes, I want to.
Yes.
I want to
I'm
see.
expecting it to happen.
Like his Mr. International, right?
Yeah.
Does he still have it? Can he gel in time?
Yeah.
I want to see that happen, to be honest.
Exactly.
To be honest, everybody loves it as well. I think everybody is wanting, everybody is dire to find out if Scout can actually come in and Scout can actually play. But I think the trifecta, or the position where Team X-Pac is right now on the overall standings, I'm not really sure sure if this is the right time for a switch, because the team has been gelling well. They've got 2 chicken dinners to work with, and all that they're working on is consistency and catching up to Revenant and God's Reign.
And you know what? I mean, if Scout actually changes into his jersey and steps into the battlefield, he will also be the most experienced,
to be
LAN
honest,
player inside the lobby.
You want to know what's the best thing to do? Because he's switched his jersey, he's wearing that white jacket. It's about time to find where he hide his white jacket.
Well, in the meanwhile, we have Gladiators on our screens, and they look quite happy with their run throughout the day. It has been an exciting state of affairs for them. All we have to see is, can they break into the top 5 in the next few games?
Well, true. In this case,
Blind Esports.
Blind Esports just, having a little bit of chat down here. They are trying to do their final preparations. All the teams now in the top 16 has finally reached the halfway mark. So that means in the halfway mark, strategies needs to be adjusted, positions needs to be adjusted, a lot of minor details needs to be fixed. Most importantly, you guys are what is needed for them to perform, because you guys at home, you guys on the stage supporting him, the support, the love, the viewership is gonna be the ones that motivates them to try to reach for the stars.
Exactly, I mean, the cheers from the fans, the cheers inside the arena have been the motivation factor for Blind and for Gladiators to bring themselves back into a fighting position for this next match as well. But ladies and gentlemen, Weekendy about to begin a few short moments.
And of course, as you can see, the players, they're putting on that headset. It means they're about to go down. Things are getting extremely heated, or in this case, a little bit cold in the map of Weekendy.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Pull in your jackets. Pull up your socks as well, because it's going to get extremely cold. The map of Weekendy, which might flip a lot on the overall standings, is going to go live. And like you said, Icy, everybody has their headsets on as the Big Bird takes it to the skies. And here we have it. Weekendy is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Game number 4 of the day, all set to begin. And the players are going to be ready for the action as well, ladies and gentlemen. As Salty mentioned, the Big Bird about to take the sky. And here we go. It's going to be quite an intense set of affairs, and we witness what these teams will be up to. The slowest map we have ever had in this game of BGMI.
Well, speaking of slow here, seems like the flag path is going to be coming on the east side all the way towards the northwest side here. A pretty northern flag path for some of these teams here.
Yeah.
But, of course, Blind Esports going to be one of the first few teams to jump off first. So that means they will have the first-hand advantage in terms of loots in the bottom side, and then try to figure out how they rotate from there. But for now, Blind, you're hitting down bottom, means that Vinery or maybe Hot Springs here is going to be the way to go here. They might try and stock out a couple of vehicles, but for now, everyone is just trying to go to their usual spots. Hopefully, nothing super major yet and congestion, but the circle seems like it is going to be shifting on the east side, surrounding Povosto as well as the castle. Mount Christic is going to be in the border as well, but seems like based on this, it is going to be a huge split in the middle. So that means it could be either on the west side of Mount Christic's vicinity, or it could be Povosto's east side, near towards the factory.
Exactly. I think the circle will force the players to make that big gamble. Which side do you want to stick to? And of course, I think in the first couple of shifts, there is barely any change, right? But when the hard shifts are going to come by, there is going to be a lot of chaos. Now, trying to draw parallels, or in fact trying to draw stark differences between yesterday's Weekendy and today's Weekendy, the flight path and the circle forced the players to go in for that early rotation inside the first circle yesterday. But now everybody is safe and sound. Everybody is in their spots themselves, and there is no drop collision which is going to come by.
It's going to be quite interesting to see how the fights develop in this game. God's Reign on our screens right now. They've been holding on to that second position on the overall leaderboard for a long time, but I also believe that by now they are going to be frustrated by playing the second fiddle to Revenant Esports. Just 2 points separating the teams so far in the match, and it's quite easy to get 2 points in the early stages of any game, in fact.
You know, speaking of points here, it feels like as of now it's all about surviving, right? Because game 2 has been a very, very brutal round. I'm surprised that God's Reign was able to somehow figure it out, because every single team is looking to take a team fight against them. But for now in Weekendy, it is slow, because information is still very, very limited when it comes to Weekendy. Yesterday we saw one game, but all in all, everyone was just playing very, very safe here.
Yeah.
So I feel like based on this map, it all comes down to whether or not whoever gets that center circle. So it's all about punishing rotation. So it's very important to get information to scale forward. And in this case, Big Brother Esports, they have found their mojo, but does it reflect as well in Weekendy?
To be honest, Big Brothers, I think considering that they are very close to the circle itself, they don't really have a lot of troubles to actually worry about. In fact, they have a team which is very wide split out, IC baby, and that's Midwave. And Midwave Esports, I know they always want to spread themselves out as much as possible, trying to get so much in their bank. You've got Mount Crescent, you've got Coal Mine as well. But if BB actually face them, I think there's going to be a lot of chaos, Johnny.
Agreed, but at the same time here, this is where things get a little bit interesting, right? Considering how things kind of went down in Sandhawk here, a lot of these teams, they have to prioritize on placement points because you have to somewhat be consistent, okay? First half, things are a little bit trial and error. You can kind of mess things around. And of course, X-Park going to be one of those teams that has been very, very consistent. But the problem is they haven't been attacked yet by any other team. So far, we've seen attacks coming from Gaunt's range, from other teams, Meadow as well, trying to pick a fight with Revenant. They're trying to take the top teams, but X-Park is in a situation where they haven't been touched yet, and that's something that may happen, but may not happen in Weekendy as well.
Look at this intense situation developing in front of us at X-Park, who landed all the way in Trevno, decide to move towards the Cosmodrome area, just southwest of their position, and they find themselves quite close to the players of Glitch Reborn. Glitch Reborn riding the high of the momentum from the previous match itself. But will it be enough to take on X-Park? That is the question. Pukar on the flank. Seems like might be able to spot out Duke.
Yeah, Pukar has been switching up a strategy here because X-Park, they have Pukar as they scout for the team, right?
Yeah.
It's really interesting to see how X-Park has developed a 3-1 formation where they actually have X-Pukar scouting ahead here. If things go well, they are going to push forward and regroup. And every single that they want to rotate, they will send Pukar ahead. And sometimes if Pukar gets caught out, they have to make a split second decision. Do they fight or do they not fight? But it seems like something is happening here.
Well, they are here to take the fight. Team X-Park against Duke. The DBS not really working out. And he goes down. The first finish of the game in the hands of Team X-Park.
I mean, this was actually brilliant, the way they spotted out just one player from Glitch X Reborn. But I think right now, Glitch X Reborn, they would be seeking revenge. They have 3 players very close by. But even Team X-Park, as a matter of fact, they instantly back off from this fight because they do not want to engage in a full fair war.
This is really smart coming from X-Park, right? But every single time they send Pukar to scout the situation, and if he stays enough and gets a lot of information, they are going to get kills. And at this stage here, hold up, what? CS just completely demolished by Big Brother. A big crossfire coming from them.
And they don't give up. They continue to shoot at the same position now. CS Esports, wow! A vanishing act in front of our eyes. A magic trick in the game of BGMI.
I talked about cutting rotation, catching people midway. Big Brother Esports literally pulled one of the biggest plays thus far. And while this is happening here, because of those gunshots, Revenant Esports on the minimap, they heard it and they're like, you know what, I'm out of there. I don't want to get into this kill, in this box.
We saw the players of Big Brother smiling, but they can't smile for long. Because as you mentioned, IC, Revenant, they were in the close vicinity and the third party should be an easy thing for them to kick off. They did secure the opening knock against the players of Big Brothers, but both these teams need to wrap up this fight as quickly as possible because on the distance we did see the players from the side of Gladiators as well, and we know Gladiators, they're hungry for blood right now. They're looking for those finishes.
Yeah, at the same time here, Revenant Esports, they did a fantastic job, right? The first thing here, what they did was why are they listening to so many gunshots? That's the reason why they kind of stop and take a look, right? And the moment they realize that, hey, the big fight kind of stopped means that there is a potential 1 or 2 teams, but the problem is Big Brothers Esports had so much gunfire and they were so quiet means that Revenant Esports says, hey, this might be a little bit suspicious. It might not be 2 teams in this vicinity, but it's just straight up 1 team setting up for ambush. So Revenant, they were hoping to get a couple finishes, but eventually didn't work out. So now they are going to try prioritize timing and focus on the next phase of the circle. That's why they're just backing out and checking out what's happening.
I think this is sort of a friendly neighborhood fight for Revenant as well as Big Brother right now. Shots will be taken, pot shots will be taken, but no harm is meant amidst all of these teams. Look at this, right? Midwave Esports just trying to scout out, just trying to check if the gun barrels are working fine, if the trigger is being pulled fine. Yes, of course, just warming up the gun as well because Midwave actually need that. They need their guns to fire in all cylinders because their finish points and their overall standings, they have been struggling on it.
Agreed. Midwave, they have been playing very, very aggressive throughout the entirety of the day as well. Even here, they're trying to force fights and force people to come. They really want to pick an early fight. But at the same time, it feels a little bit different now, considering how how aggressive they are for the past few 3 days. All these empty shots here is to potentially catch on stakes, one thing. Two, and make fake information for other teams to kind of gain space. Because if they pretend as if there was 2 teams fighting there, that means that other teams will rotate away, forcing their position to be free. So if the circle favors them, perfect, because everyone else is on the other side. If the circle doesn't favor them, it's okay. At least they will try to figure out as a team to kind of rotate back in. Yes, they give people the information, but that means it also can be misinterpreted.
Exactly. Information is always going to be key, but in Wakendi, anything can happen. We do see the players of Midwave rotating, regrouping together. Aru right next to his teammate Atanki, and they've decided to park their vehicles inside the small compound. They know for a fact the Gladiators might be able to move in on their position.
Yep, Midwave as well. They're a little bit afraid here. They are going to try and group up considering the amount of noise they've made. And because in this circle, they're right smack in the middle of it all as well. So that's something that they are considering. However, let's take a look at this as well. Going strong. They are literally on the west side, tanking the circle, and they are going to try and trail it. We do see a couple of 5 first aids up on Sparky. That means they're going to be in trouble. But oh no. Okay. Okay. I'm panicking a little bit here for going strong, because if he flipped there, that's going to be time consumed and a lot of resources completely thrown out the window.
I actually started a petition, Johnny, throughout the BGIS as well, to just seize all of the driving license for all of the players, because they're not good drivers. None of these players are actually. I think Johnny will actually agree with me on this.
I mean, I keep thinking that is how you drive a car now, on 2 tires.
Well,
on 2 tires? What?
Considering the trips I've had to come into India and seeing how the roads are, well, I'm just gonna leave it at that. I have no comments. I don't really want to get in trouble. I plead the 5th.
For sure.
4AM might be doing the same thing, since they heard the players of Growing Strong rotating past them, but haven't actually made a move to accomplish anything so far.
Well, speaking of accomplishments here, 4AM, they were in the bottom of the track yesterday. And today in 3 games thus far for 7, 8, 9 map, they have been playing... map 7, map 8, and map 9. They've been playing very, very well. They somehow flipped the switch and adapted. Because yesterday, the coach, I'm bringing this up again as well, Commando, they said that things weren't working out. And today, they're feeling a little bit more confident. And as of now, they heard gunshots. 4AM, they're going to try and stay and scout the vicinity, but it seems like they're sending out one guy to rotate in, while Spider Jord is going to scout another exit path to try and make it to the circle. It seems like Meadow, they're just faking it as well, so that means they are going to back off. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams, they are getting crossfired.
I mean, of course, Melee Esports, they will try and protect their position. They know, as a matter of fact, they have the edge of the circle. They have the right side of the circle as well. And 4AM, they had no business in trying to enter into this compound. No business in trying to invade onto their positions. Of course, they've been forced onto a different rotation path, but Melee Esports as well, they will have to breach inside. And as soon as they do that, I think there's going to be one team who will welcome them with open arms, and that's going to be Growing Strong.
Now, speaking of that as well, that's pretty much them on the west side, right? Let's paint a little bit of picture on seeing how the teams are going to be playing the middle circle, because like you guys said as well, Weekendy is all about center circle priority. God's Rain taking the top left corner as well, as they are going to be the gatekeepers, hoping that the circle is going to be on top of Mount Kresnik. And if it is, they are going to be the safest one and top. So that means we are going to be expecting potential multi-layer team fights of high grounds on towards Mount Kresnik side. Whereas if it's on the east side, well, it is a lot of empty lands, and that's really scary.
I think, I see you mentioned a very important point over there. Definitely Mount Kresnik and the topography is going to play a very important role. But we talked about the split. We talked about how they are going to take a gamble, which side to protect. But Midway have done something which is very interesting. We just saw on the map feed itself, they have taken a 2-2 split on either islands. And now that's something which can actually work out for them.
Well, speaking of which here, Team X-Park, they are going to go towards a secret dungeon right now, just to lay low a little bit. They are right underneath the top right corner of this next phase of circle, because as of now, if you're talking about the 4 quadrants of the pie, the top left is pretty much God's Rain in the middle. Top right is going to be the X-Park, who's underground laying low to try and ambush someone from underground. So that's a little bit of an interesting strategy coming from them. They want to save up resources. They want to keep their information in their vicinity. So this is where things can get a little bit spicy.
So many airdrop boxes away, only if they were filled up with the weapons you usually get. But that's not the case
Johnny,
in this one.
is this the place where airdrops are built?
Yes. There are two of them, one in Miramar and the next in this one.
Hey, it might be where Christmas is made, presents are made. It might be Santa Claus's home.
Oh yeah!
If you think about it, December is coming pretty close.
Exactly. I mean, Christmas is around the corner and it feels like X-Pac, they've been good this year.
Now, let's talk about Circle a little bit more because as of now, it's slowly edging in. You can even see TWM just leeching onto the top side. They are in a state where if the Circle closes, if it's on the left side, they have people there. And if it's on the right side, they will be able to make it across safely in this river. So taking the safe approach is going to be TWM's favor. But there are a couple of supply crates down in the middle. So in this case, Gladiators, they've pretty much taken up 2. So I'm not exactly sure what supply drop they have. We haven't exactly shown that yet.
OR Esports in a very weird spot. Jelly all by himself. Doesn't really have the support, but he does have some company in the form of Gladiators. Now look at this. Even Gladiators, as a matter of fact, they're split up right across the river. You've got Destro and you've got another player. And then the other two are on the other parts of the island, in between the stream it is. I think a lot of teams are going in for the approach, the 2-2 split. We've seen Midwave do that. We've seen Gladiators do that as well.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the thing about 2-2 splits, right? It evens out the forces where you don't put all your eggs in a basket here, right? But at least having 2 men means that you have somewhat of a fighting chance to actually fight back. So that's something that is very, very good in Vikendi. 1-3 means you are sending a scout, leaving them defensive. 3 means that you are going to be able to hold compound. So prioritizing that is going to be very important. But having 2-2 pushes means that you can sneakily kind of regroup later on in the next phase of Circle. But no, the next shifts of the Circle, not giving a lot of information. It is still going to be in Povosto, and Gladiators, they're going to be very, very happy because they've controlled the west side of the town and also the east side as well. And if nobody crashes in, Gladiator is going to have a very, very good time farming finishes.
Just like Christmas comes around at the end of the year, Weekendy, the snowy map also gives us our surprises at the ending stage. Stage 5, Stage 4 is when you usually expect the hardship to happen. Blind Esports on that southern edge, it feels like they're going to be comfortable for the next 2 minutes.
Agreed, but as of now, seeing how Team X Park is playing right now, they are going to be taking a little bit shots in on the northeast corner. They came out from the secret dungeon. Pukar taking down very low. A lot of damage has been prevailed on towards him. But for now, he is the scout for the team. He needs to find a position to reset before he pushes forward. But seems like he's going to take a little bit of a risk here. But finally, he found a safe spot. He is going to heal up and Platoon continue to scout ahead for Team X Park.
I think Team X Park has been forced to make this rotation. The circle shift did not really expect to actually move to the other island. But now look at this. Night Owls taking shots. They are being invaded. They wanted to take that big switch. They wanted to take in that desperate rotation. And Midwave as well as Night Owls, both of them are actually making things difficult.
It's not over for the Night Owls as Midwaves is still raining down their wrath on the Night Owls. 2 players knocked out. Reiko, Roxy, there's no escape for them. They're surrounded even from the high ground. You have the players of TWM on the top of their heads. And there it is, the squad wipe in the hands of Midwave. They get 3 eliminations, I believe. TWM, they have the last one.
Oh my goodness. Like, they lost one guy. But at the same time, while they're rotating away, they lost the entire team. It just feels bad for them. Meanwhile, X Park, again, Pukar, still hearing all this information. He's going to try and protect his vehicle because he needs it to survive, but he's taking so much damage. And the vehicle is about to explode as well. So he might lose his advantage to try and push forward unless they go for a roll sweep. But in this case, Sarang getting caught off guard. Feels bad. Do they pick him up or do they bail him out?
There's not a lot of hope left for X-Park. They're on that northwestern edge, and they have Glitz Reborn doing a perfect job gatekeeping these lads. Look at this, Aditya is going to be spotted out as well, and Pukar and Dreams on the flank. No room for error over here. Ralph lining up the crosshair, needs to be extremely careful. Glitz Reborn, they're down to 2 players. It's only Chris and Ralph remaining in this match, and they have Midwave watching their back.
Exactly, and this is where I think Team X Park are feeling extremely out of character. They wanted to play this game playing in from the edges of the circle, and that is what they've never tried. Every single Vikendi game, they always try and prefer the central parts of the circle. But as we witnessed, The central parts have been blocked, they've been occupied, and now Xbox, they're feeling the brunt of it.
Just 2 in the bag and 40 in the mag for Chris. Running out of ammo on the G36C. I wonder how many shots he have of the DBS, but we know that weapon is not going to work at this range.
It is going to be very difficult here, considering that they are committing to try and zone people off to show that maybe they might be 4-man strong. But little did they know, they do have a sneaky little snake hiding under the bridges, so that is going to be a lot of cover because of the fact that he are going to be going for placement points. Because if he plays that position, means that he can kind of sweep around the mirrors down bottom if the circle shifts bottom. But now, as the circle closes in, it seems like it is going to be starting to show signs on towards the west side. Maybe even a potential urban fight on Povosto.
To be honest, for Xbox right now, the options are very narrowed down. They either take that fight against GlitchX, they either win it, but that will only make their life even more difficult because Midwave is there in the vicinity as well. If they try and make a southern rotation, then they're going to face MICI. If they take a northern rotation, a longer rotation, then they're going to face the likes of TWM. For Xbox, I think it's do or die, and they're taking the second approach.
Aditya on the move, gets quite close. Glitch Reborn lacking a lot of resources. The DBS
Nice!
in the hands of Aditya secures the knock. And Glitch Reborn, they are gonna bite the dust over here. Last man standing. Ralph, not a lot of hopes alive, but he has the will to fight. Secures the trade. It's a final 1v1 between Xbox and Glitch Reborn. Ralph versus Aditya, the DBS on both these players. Aditya runs out of ammo in the mag, and that might be a mistake. Ralph takes the fight, and Glitch comes out on top. Floor wipe with Xbox in a 2v4.
Absolutely perfect. What a close round coming in from Ralph. And Glitch X Ralph gonna be surviving for the team, the last remaining player. And as of now, it is going to be a difficult path for them as 13 teams left in this next phase of circle. It all comes down to a different strategy. It's all about trying to survive. And we talk about survivors, Blind Esports. They very, very quiet apparently throughout this entire fight.
I think that is what Blind will always do, right? They just try and stay hidden. They will try and play from the edges. And they've been trying to preserve their numbers as much as possible. And every single game they've been good. Today, they have done it courtesy to the fact that they have all the 4 players inside of the final circle.
And this is quite an important game for Blind as well, considering they were so desperate for points today.
Yep.
This slow play style has worked out brilliantly for them. It has gotten them into that 4th position in the overall ranking. Now all they have to do, all they have to look forward to is to take down Xbox.
Yep.
And their job was just done for them by the players of Glitch Reborn.
Speaking of which, here the circle is about to shrink here. And we are going to see how it is going to be here. Is it going to be the west side? But no, it was a complete scam. Complete scam, ladies and gentlemen. A majority of teams focusing on the west side here. They're hoping for a Mount Cresting fight. God's reign right at the top. And guess what? Even gods will bleed and gods will fall. In this case, they will come down eventually. 4 a.m. We do see Skillful losing a member, and that's going to be a free kill from the side of God's Reign. They had the high ground, and they're coming down. And now the gods slowly stomping their way through. Now the fight on the east side as well. OR versus Blind.
And Blind, they are on the receiving end, on the wrong end of this fight. OR with a massive advantage. Jelly has been traded by the players of Blind. But Joker, I believe, is the last man standing. Ronnie, not a lot of HP on him. And Max, he's going for it. Max secures the knock. Joker in the back lines, trying to see if he can save his IGL, but it's not going to work out. OR with a tandem push coming from all these players. The DBS does its wonder once, but can he do it again? The second knock won't even be close, and Blind Esports forced out of this game of Wake Candy by the hands of OR Esports.
The lead night right now for Blind. There is a massive gap which is forming up, and Blind Esports needs to make a comeback as soon as possible. OR Esports still retain 2 of their players, and now they're marking the right end of that eastern island. Glitch as well, right? Ralph is the only player who's still surviving. These are the only 3 players who are on this part of the map.
Hey, fortunately for them, they only lose one. So in the east side, they're going to be A-okay. But the problem is, because of the circle, the next phase of the circle is pretty much 90%, sorry, almost close to 80% is on towards the western side. So they are going to be having a little bit of trouble if they run down and open. But as of now, speaking of a little bit of trouble here, DWM, they are going to be attacking the circle from the northern section here. They're still thinking whether or not do they want to travel through towards the frozen lake here. Oh, sorry, river in this regards. But DWM Gaming, they still have a little bit of a map to work with, but they are running out. 4 a.m., they were completely shut down. This camp, this setup, being zoned out by Revenant Esports. They're farming finishes now, and they are going to try and finish off 4 a.m. They know they're trapped right under. They found the rats, and in this case, they are going to try and flush them out.
Absolutely. I think 4 a.m. will try and hold down their location. Smokes being deployed as well to try and just deny Revenant any sort of vision. And Revenant also holding back, right? They're not giving away their space with the circle shifting away from them. I think Revenant have a very important job cut out for them.
Exactly, considering Walls Rain have been just kicked out back to the lobby. Revenant, they have the opportunity to gain an advantage in this game. All they have to do is pick off the players of 4 aggressive men, and that can be the start of it all.
Agreed. Thank you for the side reporting on the top side as well as on the screen here. But now on the screen, Revenant Esports, they only have a couple of minutes to go. One more minute to decide whether or not they want to rotate, because as of now, they have to kill off any potential stragglers or potential stalkers that may sneak up on him behind before they get towards the next phase of zone. In this case, he barely finds Glitch at reward. Maybe might be able to find the one on the rest and under the bridge as well.
Let's see though. We have the players of Midwave against MICI. Kunal is trying to line up the nade, but does not really have the information to work with. The nade was outside of the compounds, and Midwave, they're safe indoors. It's going to be difficult to find an opening like this, but from the flank, shots connecting. Kunal taking a lot of damage. Trying to figure out where the gunfire came from, where the pressure can be built up from, and it's going to be growing strong in the back lines with the high ground advantage upon them.
I think it's a perfect opportunity for Midwave to actually gatekeep the likes of MICI. Now, MICI need to make the choice. Do they try and make the northern rotation, acquire a couple of compounds inside of Port Boston, and then try and strike down Midwave?
Well, Circle's about to shrink in 1 second. Revenant Esports right now, they were gatekeepers of the South, kings of the South. They're trying to kill everyone. But at the same time, speaking of finishes, they found one knock on towards Top Dog. And as of now, that's going to be the full finish coming in.
Still, Revenant starting things off, and they're not done yet. Metal Esports in their crosshair. Paradox and Kyoya, they're going to be pinned out. Encore in the back line. It's not a lot he can do to save his teammates. And Paradox is going to hit the floor. But this is going to be a struggle for Revenant as well. Kyoya has an opportunity to save this man, his comrade from his team. But considering that MJ was knocked out, even Apollo decides to back off and let Paradox bleed to his eventual demise.
What strategy is coming in from Revenant as well? They're just going for hit and run. They hit them where it hurts, let them bleed out slowly. That's pretty much the strategy they're going for as well. Tag them a little bit here. If they're bleeding, they'll eventually bleed out. That's going to be what they're going to be doing here. Delay them as much as they can before they figure things out. And speaking of which here, they are going to try and rotate away. They've got vehicles, and they are the kings of the South, because as of now, they are already on the south side of the next phase zone.
They might actually hit and run, but where are they going to run into? That is the question, because there are multiple teams in the vicinity, and now Metal Esports, they are trying to launch a counter-attack against them.
But Kyoya is in the blue. He can't survive for long, and he instantly drops to the play zone, hitting the floor, making things easier for the lads of Revenant Esports. But Revenant under extreme pressure now from the players of 4 aggressive man. They've lost one man, but Pierce from the flank finds the opening, and Spider Jord is the last man left standing for his team. If Revenant, if this momentum, this form just goes on till the end of the game, they're going to be in double-digit finishes soon.
Oh my goodness, they're down towards 2 men, and guess what? The circle even closer is actually going to be out in the opens, and guess what? Gladiators, they have all the compounds in the north side. They know they've got everything covered down, means they have resources, they've got information, and this might be the easy win they're moving for here.
Wait. It might not actually be an easy win. For sure, the entirety of the game of the southern part of the circle is done and dusted. But what about the teams in the north? They have compounds to work with, and they might decide to invade. There's Midwave, there's MICI, even there's TWM as well, Johnny.
But still, Revenant struggling to find the entry into the circle. They're right on the edge. Big Brother's blocking the way. And of course, as we mentioned, the movement up north, it's not going to be an easy one. As soon as you cross this boulder, it's an open position that they have to run through.
You know, speaking of which, your Big Brothers, they're pretty much on the north side trying to sneak their way through. But OR, they're pretty much in the water. They are going to try and play placements here. And Mino going to be caught out potentially. He's going to try and take a little bit more damage. But Spider John, he gets scouted out. Guess what? They have a small little window. They get themselves an angle to stand up and go for the crossfire to punish him. What an interesting strategy. But all things considered, this next phase zone is going to force a very heavy fight on the north side. Michi, they need to push forward towards Gladiators. And Wave as well, looking to make a move with the northwest side. They're using smokes to cover their exit with those vehicles, but it's going to be very difficult. Meadow Esports now going to be called out. They're going to try and spoil Revenant again! He doesn't have mats. He's going to go down. He's going to deny the finish, but he's going to try and take one. No!
But he might just have caused a lot of trouble for the players of Revenant, because they will have to waste time to go for the revives. And as soon as they do that, only 30 seconds remain before the blue zone eventually is right on top of their heads. But ladies and gentlemen, we were talking about Gladiators for so long, and it feels like Midwave did make an attempt to invade their compound, and it hasn't worked out too well for them. Midwave taking control of the first floor of the building, while Gladiators are sticking on the ground.
Well, we have Gladiators, we have Midwave. Both these two sides, they are potential contenders for the chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. The rest of them, they are petty peasants in this game. They have no control. TWM might even try and make an entry, but this game will be won out either by Midwave or by Gladiators.
Oh my goodness, OR, they tried themselves. They tried their best to actually push forward from underneath. They send Max to play the healing game, but at the same time, his teammates are pretty much getting taken down. Big Brother Esports, they have Rishi left, snaking their way through, but he will get a couple of finishes, and that's going to be Big Brother Esports taking the high ground. But little did he know, he's done his job. South side completely cleared out. This next phase of the zone, North fight. And little did he know, M-Wave is going to be clobbering up with Gladiator. They're sharing urban warfare, sharing neighbors. Destro actually getting scouted out. What?
An impressive nade coming in from the players of Midwave, starting things off, and here's the second from Dionysus. Shogun is going to hit the floor as well, but now the star for Gladiators is the man left standing. Justin, can he bring this fight back for his team? Midwave, they have a massive advantage to work with, but TWM might just take advantage of everything, and they do. The nade from Sams, and he takes away the points from the players of Midwave all to himself. The top two teams in this match, ladies and gentlemen, Midwave and TWM.
TWM is back. TWM is fighting, and Rishi somehow managing to get top 4 for Big Brother Esports. And guess what? Gladiator, they had their backs against the wall, exposed, and TWM just reaped the rewards. Now, top 4.
I mean, we are in the top 4, and we know this game is going to be decided between TWM and the players of Midwave. But Big Brothers and OR are still in it. Max in the backlines going for the heal battle, and Rishi has managed to figure out a way to get inside the circle somehow.
Well, Max still holding the healing game. Top 4 for sure.
Oh my god.
10 more first aid kits? He's still in the zone healing, and nobody knows he's here.
Yeah.
But this is stage 8 already, and I'm not really sure if he's going to last long. But OR Esports needs to get eliminated extremely quickly. In fact, it's Big Brothers, pardon me for that, who needs to get eliminated so that he can get those 2 extra points. Because I'm pretty sure TWM and Midwave, there's still time. There's still a little bit of a calm inside this compound.
Because of this fight, right? Because OR is still alive, having the indicator of 4 teams alive, both TWM Gaming as well as their neighbors are just so afraid to make a move because they don't exactly have the perfect hit count on where and where. But Midwave, they're making a little bit of noise here, but it seems like they are going to try and make a couple utility fights.
The nade exchange is being lined up from either sides, and TWM, they desperately want this chicken dinner. From being a team that was struggling for so long to having 2 chicken dinners in a single day, that is going to be an incredible moment for this team.
OR Esports finally going down means the TWM, they know how many the numbers. They finish off Rishi. They finally have the perfection. Top 2 for the team, 3v4.
And now the head count is going to make sure that Midwave realize they have the numbers advantage to work with. The nade looks good, but it does not connect. Although dropping in the face of Sams, the players of Midwave are trying their level best. We have Destiny going for a heal battle with 20 first aids, and Midwave, they're going to try and hunt him down. Just one shot on his body, it's going to be all over. Midwave, an impressive chicken dinner for this team. They've worked so hard for it. A compound fight against the Gladiators. They had it in the back, and in the end, TWM too scared to be a part of the action.
I mean, to be honest, in this game, we talked about how Midwave needed their guns to be oiled perfectly, and in this one, I felt like this was so important considering the overall standings.
This is the Midwave Esports we saw yesterday. They finally found their footing, and they are back in action. And I'm extremely excited to see how things are going to go for them, because all things considered here, they finally found their footing, they gained some points, and guess what? They're sharing it with TWM.
It was an intense match. I mean, even at the end of the game, we saw the faces of the players. Atanki so stressed with how their final fight went, but now posing for some pictures. Smiling all together, the lads of Midwave.
I mean, they've deserved that, right? They've deserved the right to smile in this tournament. They were under a lot of pressure, especially on that second page, I see. It's never really easy when you know you're on the second half or the second innings of the Grand Finals and you're still on that second page. You do not want to be there.
Hey, that's the thing about the halfway mark, right? You got to do what you can to try and crawl your way to the top. And in this case, they managed to climb on top. However, how many points? Not exactly sure, but of course, with those breaks, they have time to breathe and also rethink their strategy, and that was very good for Midwave Esports. But now, this is going to be some highlights here on what the teams have been doing throughout what happened in the entire game.
That's the smile after the first fight that Big Brothers won. But I wonder how quick, how much time did it take for that to fade away? Just a couple of seconds, because they were destroyed next.
True. That was just a little bit unfortunate, but you can see even the healing game here coming from OR. They were the reason why the final 4 was pretty much at a stalemate, right?
Yeah.
And the moment he died, oh, okay, it was top 3 teams. So that means the numbers wasn't exactly full team. So TWM and also Midwave was a little bit afraid to actually push forward. But as soon as the final snake kind of got taken out, it became a top 2 fight, and because of that, they knew the exact head count coming in from Midwave, and they just overwhelmed TWM, which is too smart.
I think props has to be given to TWM as well, because this was never really their game. They were never really supposed to contest. I mean, we did talk about the fact when the circle shift up north that the entirety of the southern part of the circle was taken out of the picture, and majority of the teams at the top, be it GDR, be it Midwave, be it TWM, these were the teams who were still contending, but TWM was never really in the picture. The fact that they invaded the compounds, moved in from strength to strength, finished off GDR and took that fight against Midwave, that's so commendable.
I agree, but that's the thing, right? Gladiators, they were the conquerors of that town itself. They were the masters. They understood they need to push everyone away. And guess what? The moment they tried to commit against Midwave, this is where they had their backs exposed, and they didn't realize that TWM was actually sneaking up with them, which completely blundered them.
I mean, to be fair, TWM showed up extremely late. Before that, Midwave had actually made things so much easy for TWM to wrap up their fight. The early nades from Dionysus just changed everything, and Aru as well, so precise with the utility. I wonder, why did Gladiators even allow Midwave to close in so much?
I have no clue, to be honest, as well, but GlitchX Reborn is another team whose performance has slowly been on the upward curve, slowly been taking a very good shape. You saw how they finished off Team TX. It definitely was a very close fight. Aditya did try a lot, but that final 1v1, it just was all Ralph written all over it.
Yep, and as of now as well, we did see GlitchX Reborn trying their best to conquer the northeast corner and just completely shut down X-Park. And because of that, X-Park, they fell a little bit short here. The moment Pukar died, there was no scouter to kind of set them away into his next phase of zone. However, also talking about the other fights, right? This was the initial fight between both Blind as well as OR that gave away the eastern side control onto its OR vicinity. And Revenant tried their best to conquer the south side and it just got completely demolished.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a revenge story from the player Encore from Metal Esports, who was just sitting there in the blue zone doing a heal battle, and well, he was waiting to see if he can get a few extra finishes. Luckily for him, he found the players of Revenant, just chipped off their HP bars, made sure the lads were knocked out and they're going to be stuck in the blue. And Revenant Esports, they had nowhere left to go. But then there was this moment. Spider Job lined up the nade but accomplished nothing from it.
And yeah, speaking of the fights as well, Revenant, to be honest, they were the conquerors of South because of all this, you know, annoying snakes who was trying to fight their way through. Big Brothers was the reason why they couldn't conquer the south side, and because of that they took too much time and just got picked off in terms of utilities as well as information and timing.
But look at this, right? I mean, the way Big Brothers tried to make an entry into that particular fight, it was brilliant. But TWM, once they had their foot set, I felt like they never really could figure out how to deal with Midwave and the aggression which they brought on.
But ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived for all of us. I mean, since day one, the moment the gates to this arena opened, everyone had just one name on their lips. That was Scout.
Was it salty? Oh, acha.
Why do you think about yourself always? Yeah, I mean, people have been waiting to see this man on the stage. They saw him once. I mean, at least the people who were present in the arena during the opening ceremony got a chance to see him. But now, in a few short moments, we're going to have a word with Scout as well.
Wait, are you sure?
Yeah.
That we are going to have Scout on stage?
Yes.
Like I know he's in the building, right?
Yes.
You know, we were speculating that he is going to be potentially a player for X-Park.
Yeah.
But you're telling me he's going to be on stage? I don't believe you. Like, I'm looking at...
Look around. Look around. I see. Why do you think the people are on their feet?
It's going to happen. The interview is going to happen. I wasn't lying about it. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen.
We are here in NSCI Dome. ये है BGIS का day 2. With me is Scout, the owner of Team X-Park. Okay, boys, let's talk. Scout idhar aa. X-Park, your team. You're missing all of this action if you're not here in the NSCI Dome, so be here for the finals. But wait. We have a couple of questions for you, Scout. We try. Okay, public, thoda jagah do Scout ko, please. Okay, back.
Wait. What's up? What happened? What's going on?
I think he's been just surrounded by the
while we are here,
by the crowd. I mean, we look at him and he's there.
Like, okay, I'm not gonna lie. That's the first time I've seen a swarm. Like, I've never seen.
I have a word for the audience that are standing close to the English desk. If you guys want the man to come here, you have to be loud enough.
Yeah,
I mean, if the chairs are gonna be there, then Scout is gonna be there.
Agreed. But as of now, Xerxes with the crowd, Scout in the crowd as well. You can see all the fans trying to get an opportunity with him.
People who are sitting at home and watching it, and I feel they should experience this. This is something immense that you get to experience once in a while, and yeah, har roz land nahi hota hai.
And players se team owner, that transition, do you miss this feeling यहाँ पे जो खेलने का feeling होता है?
यार रिटायरमेंट थोड़ी ली अभी ब्रेक पे अब खेलेंगे आगे
खेलेंगे. Okay, that was Scout right here. All of this action is happening right here at NSCI Dome. We still have one more day on Sunday, 15th of October. So be there. Scout will be there. I'll be there. We'll see you. Over to the casters for the next match. Let's go.
What a humble man. I mean, I love this man so much. I've known him for the last 4 years and he's been so impressive. Just a simple message, ladies and gentlemen, and I believe that is the correct message to all the viewers watching us at home. This is one of those moments that you will rarely get an opportunity to experience, and you need to be in this arena to experience it. You need to be in this arena to, well, feel the electricity.
My God, Scout just getting completely swarmed here, and I feel bad because generally we wanted him to be on stage here to give a little bit of message here to hear him clearly, but considering that there was just no way in, I'm sorry, yeah. Xerxes had no choice but to go down, and
I love Xerxes in the crowd.
Yeah, Xerxes was trying his best to give us the best information, but guys, please respect the boundaries, man. Like, I don't feel comfortable with this. I know you guys are extremely excited.
You've never been in a situation like this?
To be honest, I've never. Like, this is very uncomfortable and new to me. Like, I know they are passionate, but give that man some room to talk, man. Like, you guys want him up, respect him, man. At least do that.
And he's there for the lovely viewers as well, all his fans. He's in the arena, he's taking a walk in every single position. We see the crowd build up towards the right hand side of the screen. That is where Scout is right now. People are following him. That's a procession that's following him. But ladies and gentlemen, it was revealed a few moments ago. And well, you guys got the hint. Necro is now with us on the panel. Necro, how are you doing?
I mean, I'm doing pretty fantastic, man. While I was a little bit on the off desk, I was also sitting back in the VIP lounge, and I was looking at some people, some VIP people. Even Mavi walked in actually a while ago, and even then the crowd was just going completely wild. So it's always great to see these old players, these veterans, just come back inside the tournament once again and just give this a little revisit.
I am just at all in disappointment. Like,
why?
Bro, like, I know they're passionate. I know you guys love the game. The game is amazing. The community is amazing. It's very, very electric. I'm disappointed because I couldn't hear Scout at all. And for those at home, I'm really, really sorry, if there was a little bit of a mix-up. But here's a little bit of fun fact. On the Hindi desk, something's happening.
Yeah, we have the athletes that were there in the arena, the champions of India, Mr. Pramod Bhagat and Mr. Rohit Tokas right now in an interview with Anki the bot on the Hindi desk.
There's an interview going on, a special one too. I wonder when are we going to have the interview?
Necro, we are having our interview with you.
Oh, wow. So you guys are going to ask me a couple of questions? What's going on?
How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. Speaking about doing pretty good, I mean, Midway V Sports, that previous game, they desperately needed that chicken dinner.
But he was sitting right behind those two champions. Did you get an opportunity to have a word with them?
No, I didn't, man. They were in their own vibe, doing their own stuff, and I do not really like to disturb people and their privacy, so I let them sit down. I let them have a little bit of breather, considering they were also getting swarmed by a decent amount of people.
Oh, I mean, were you scared, Necro? Were you scared of the crowds?
I mean, of course I am scared of the crowd, man. Who's not going to be scared of the crowd? Look at him. He's already scared of the crowd.
Why are you crying, Icy?
I'm just sad because I want to listen to Scout, man. Like, the man, the myth, the legend from India. I just, like, I don't know, man. Like,
we can try to get him on the English desk. Do you think he will agree?
Is it possible?
Maybe, you know what?
We're going to have to ask him nicely.
Is it possible?
We're going to have to ask him nicely.
Yeah, we're going to have to.
Okay. That sounds like a good plan. I love it.
Do we send Salty to do it? That's the question.
Oh, that.
No, I
Since
think
the three of us are here, he's the only
much
one
more
who's
of a
free.
better friend of yours, right? He's much more of a good friend of yours, so makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, exactly. You should call him in. Like, I
him.
think that's the perfect time for you to, like,
Yeah.
I'm going to try. See, if I get an opportunity, I'm going to try, but I can't make any promises because, I mean, he's a man who does his own thing as well. He has his own will. I'm just going to ask politely. Like, Icy has been so sad.
No, I'm sad for myself. Yeah. I'm also sad for the English broadcast. Whoever's watching here, I'm so sorry. Like, we'll try our best. But all things considered, and like, much love so far in India. Like, the crowd's crazy. They are very, very passionate. You guys have been supporting from home. And those on venue as well who's been coming in, we do see a little bit of glimpse of us in the Hindi stream. I'm very, very thankful for you guys who's been staying through the entire English stream. To be honest, I hope you guys have been enjoying the show because day 2 has been a very, very long day. And thus far, Game 1, Game 2, Game 3 is just a lot of things. But as of now, we are going to see a little bit more of what they're talking about.
Well. I mean, I wonder what the conversation is going to be like. I believe... sharing his wisdom right now.
Wait, you're giving us a little bit of information?
Yeah, I'm just going to translate whatever goes on in the interview. Mr. Pramod is sharing his wisdom. Sharing how to control the pressure, how to stay focused, how to stay motivated as well.
Yeah, and of course, I can only mime whatever I can and try my best to, try and figure out what he was trying to say.
Yeah.
But I guess it's just all about motivating the younger generation and keeping the discipline and also hoping that they maybe, just maybe...
I mean, the man's rank number 2 in the world. He's literally that good at badminton. So we have, I mean, and I believe personally, sports and esports is something very closely related. The discipline that you have, the dedication that you need is same in both the fields, and we can learn quite a lot. I mean, there's a lot for the esports viewers and the players, the aspiring athletes to learn from the legends that are sitting right behind us. But ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about the legends, I think we have to talk about the legends of Wakendi as well. In a few short moments, we're going to move forward with our show and have a look at the stats and the numbers that were there on the map of Wakendi. And starting things off, it's going to be the MVP of the game of Wakendi. I wonder who it's going to be because it was a lot of chaos. Well, it's Sam's from TWM. 5 eliminations, 83% finish contribution for his team.
I mean, Sam's, of course, doing a fantastic job. TWM has been on that consistent note throughout the entire games now. Speak of that one single chicken dinner. After that chicken dinner, something just got back to TWM.
Yeah.
And these guys have been performing phenomenally well after that chicken dinner.
Hey, the hopes and prayers for people watching at home for TWM, they really stepped up. And most importantly, Sam's, you know, to be honest, TWM, they were the ones that completely shut down God's Reign and also take a lot of finishes. So TWM played a fantastic job. Now, I'm curious to see who the top 5 players are going to be here, because in Vikendi, top 1 is going to be Sam's. Let's see top 2. Delta, we have Dionysus, Apollo, and Ralph. These are the 5 players that really stood out in the map of Vikendi.
Exactly. How can you forget about Ralph, right? That individual clutch that he brought onto the table. Ralph, he just popped up in such a fantastic way. But then, speaking about Midwave Esports too, Rans, we do have the point standing in front of us. Of course, Midwave Esports is going to be leading the chart. They desperately needed this game because they almost lost their spot in the overall standings.
And from this match as well, I think we are going to see TWM move up closer to the first page of the ranking. OR Esports is going to be a comeback coming in from their side, but again, the contestation for the first position on the overall leaderboard. Reverend Esports holding on to that spot, which is 7 points, but I wonder, are things going to change anytime soon?
Well, all things considered, to be honest, you know, they are trying their best, right? We spoke and predicted the shake-up coming into this entire tournament itself, and OR, they are bouncing back. OR took a little bit of a slow start, but guess what? After the break, they're finally trying to scale back to chase the top side. Meanwhile, the bottom half seems a little bit of a shaking as well.
No one from the top 4 of the overall ranking was even able to break double digits in this game. Now that is surprising.
That is really true. Speaking about OR Esports, as he brought up the point a while ago, OR Esports was one of the most consistent team yesterday, but today their struggles were there. But now, as we do have the overall standings in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, of course the top 3 is going to remain the same. TWM now, the breached inside the top 5. Blind Esports being pushed down to 5th, but then Gladiator Esports on the 6th spot, Midwave Esports on the 7th, and Big Brother Esports on the 8th.
Yeah.
38 points separating Revenant from Big Brothers, and we have 2 matches left in the day.
You know, speaking of the matches here, right? Like, to be honest, it's getting tighter and tighter. OR Esports, they've shown a little bit of signs yesterday, but today, look at them. Down towards the second half, alongside with Metal Esports. This is very concerning. However, what's really nice is that 4 aggressive men now in the top 12 position, trying to crawl their way into the top 8, and with only 2 matches left, can they scale back? Because top 8 is about 80 points and they're 50 apart. So they're about 30 points apart. So they need 2 more good games to try and make it into the first page.
And the survival tactics that they put on board today have been working out quite nicely. Even in this game, they were caught off guard. But other than that, there was a lot of potential from the side of 4 aggressive man. Necro, your thoughts on this team?
I mean, look, my thoughts are quite good, but speak about the camera right now. I mean, Mavi, as I mentioned a while ago, this man is sitting still in that VIP lounge, and you guys can clearly see Mavi. He's over there talking to his friends and all the people, but in general, he's like one of the old players out there, one of the old dogs. He's a veteran.
Yeah, a veteran in his own right. Has been there for a long time, has been there for the birth of Indian esports as well. A legacy that was there with him. But still, it goes on till this very day. I mean, even in the arena, the fans are still crazy about him. They're just hoping that even he was going to be playing.
Yep, everyone is just having a good time, right? Most importantly, everyone is coming here having a fantastic job. Oh my goodness, is this who I think it is?
Even Kotek is over here, finally!
I have met him personally when he came down to Malaysia for a visit, and for him to even come down to support the event, I am very grateful.
Yeah, I mean,
very, very outspoken guy, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, another man who you just can't do anything but respect. It has been an impressive journey, but ladies and gentlemen, our journey just goes on.
Exactly. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming game of Miramar is going to be on the way as the sun's once again going to be high up in the sky, and so is going to be the plane.
Well, as we can see the graphics, we are going to be heading towards it as well. They're making preparations coming in. But as of now, the match is going to begin as we head in towards the desert islands of Miramar.
My goodness, it's going to be quite interesting to see how this flight path is going to look like, and it looks like it's going to start from the western edge of the map, right on top of that El Pozo city, and it's going to go all the way south of El Azhar. Not just a flight path leading towards the northern side, but a flight path that can also lead to an interesting fight in the city of Los Leones, considering we know the two names that land in that city. One is going to be Revenant, the other one's Night Owls.
Yep. Speaking of Night Owls right now, it seems like there is a little bit of issue for them, right? Like they started really, really strong in yesterday's game. Today's game seems a little bit shaky, and I'm very, very worried about them because if you think about how they've been playing so far, a lot of, I think in particular, Midwave Esports has been trying to catch Night Owls as rotation to farm some finishes. So I want to see how they tackle this in Miramar. Is it going to be the same scenario again?
Well, let's see though. We have the first zone of the game forming in front of us, and it's going to be a western circle now. Medal smack in the center in Monte Nuevo. If the zone gives them a lot of priority, they will be quite lucky. But another interesting thing, the 2-2 split coming in from the players of Blind. And of course, the drop clash between one of the lads from MICI and Big Brothers as well.
Yeah, exactly. But speak about the entire Los Leones area. There's so many teams in that spot. But TWM, a team that's supposed to be so consistent today, now they've got a little bit of early engagement of themselves. Night Owls versus TWM.
Now, speaking of this fight as well, I know that Night Owl is pretty much the team that everyone is going to be searching out for to try and put them down in this place. I did not expect TWM to actually try and contest this for real.
It's Night Owls who have shown up to challenge the players of TWM away. In this case, the TWM, they have the momentum for themselves. And it's going to be an interesting start as Dreams from the side of Night Owls is going to hit the deck.
And of course, Ninja's going to be the one to kick things off. Dreams knocked out even from the back. Sams is going to get the confirmation. But still, there's another man at the front line. But it's not going to matter. The M249 is going to find the prey in the front. Nicely done. Two players down. Night Owls once again getting dismantled. Just like that. Teams are not even throwing struggles to take down a team like Night Owls.
Yep, speaking of this as well, Night Owls losing a couple members. TWM, they know that they can get some finish points right from the get-go aggressively. They have a couple of needs to work with, but utility-wise, it is going to be very, very lacking. And Night Owls, you can see, they are just going to completely back out. And you can see Ninze with the knife.
Salt on the moon, that's what you call it. Man just knifes him to death. He cuts him open. Now that's what you call a Blade Runner. But for now, we've got the AKM as well, just once again coming back to life. Lobster is one of the star players from TWM, and TWM, they're making that push happen. They want to go up close and personal against the players of Night Owls. And look at Cleo. He wants to just stay anonymous. He does not want to give his position away, but still, one man from TWM's went down. The star player is being knocked down. Ninze.
You know, to be honest, I'm not gonna lie, Night Owls has no choice but to commit to this fight here.
Yeah.
They're so I would say under-farmed to a certain degree in terms of utilities, but Cleo with the DBS.
Oh! That bop to the face! And then once again, the DBS brings back to life. Cleo still around the corner, still behind that wall. Now it's going to be looking forward to toss that utility. He knows there's two players on the front lines, but still, the players of TWM, they're a little hesitant.
Oh, Cleo just trying to bait a reaction here with the grenades, trying to pull the pin to try and force them to push. And the moment he pushes, he cancels it to try and bait it out. Guess what? TWM, they're not taking the bait at all. But Cleo looking for the reposition. Draco!
Beautiful shot with that pump shot, and now wants to go for the confirmation, but then messes up, exposes himself a bit too out in the open, and Cleo once again is now going to chime inside the action. It's a 1v1 scenario, and Cleo needs to get things underneath his belt. Night Owls, they've been having a tough time inside today's day 2, but they need to establish some sort of a comeback in the overall standings. This is the fight for Night Owl Survivor in the overall standings, but this 1v1 is not breaking out. Both of them are quite hesitant, but finally, now they find a clear shot, and Cleo's going to be the one to seal the deal and save the day for his team.
What a clutch coming in from Cleo. What a jiggle. Just completely annoying to fight against.
And it all began with TWM just overcommitting to finish off Cleo. And he did a brilliant job repositioning himself, running outdoors, forcing the players of TWM to deal with Draco instead. And Draco also delivered when his team needed him the most. Night Owls, an impressive recovery. But can they move forward from here on out? We see the players of 4 aggressive man in the distance. A perfect opportunity to go for a third party, but will they?
Night Owls has been bullied throughout the entirety of this tournament, and now they have shown signs that, hey, we're not easy pushovers. Every team that is in BGMI is strong. They fought for their dear lives to be here to achieve their dreams, and Night Owl is not gonna go out yet.
But the damage has already been done. They're down to just a 2-man squad. Let's see how Night Owls now look forward to adapt to this entire situation that they're put in. But Blind Esports, they took a couple of shots against the players of Big Brother Esports. Even for this team, they're quite desperate to search for the points.
Well, let's see though. I mean, the desperation is going to be reaching its limit in a few short moments. Big Brothers are rich to work with. Blind in the near vicinity. And the split drop from Blind, I have to say, worked out quite nicely for them. But a recap of what went down between Night Owls and TWM.
One of the biggest clutch that I saw in this fight was that, like you said, is right. TWM, they started the fight here. They disrespected Roxy. And I think this disrespect has forced Cleo to kind of buck up and revenge his teammate. And Cleo played a very, very big play by just completely psychoing TWM. Look at him, so in control. Always trying to mess with your mind, like pulling the pins, cancelling, pulling the pins, cancelling, to force a reaction, and eventually the moment TWM committed, they just got completely demolished.
And just running to the backlines, forcing the player to go, or think at least he could go for a revive. Then Draco chimed in. Just an impressive coordination from Night Owls. But where was this team? Where were these plays from day number 1? Although, I mean, as we reach, or in fact transition to the second stage of the game, ladies and gentlemen, over in the sidelines, I mean, we do notice another interesting thing. We have the players of CS Esports who have just decided to go for Ruins at the start of this map of Miramar. Now that is interesting.
I don't know what's going on here, because it seems like Blind is that's pretty much on a little bit of a side reporting happening here. But what's happening on screen right now is God's Dream is going to try and replicate what's happening in day number 1. Because right now, Ninja Jord.
Oh, the Max was being unloaded. Aditya is barely down to a sliver of HP, but still, at least that man's alive. So that's all that matters. He's not knocked out just yet.
Yeah, speaking of knockout, Aditya, he's going to lose his vehicle and utilities right from the get-go. God's Dream playing a very, very big long-term investment in this kind of scenarios here. They're going to try and chip everyone as early as possible and delay their rotations. Yes, currently, X-Part taking the late right now, but eventually it comes down to how Circle 3 is going to look. It's only Circle 1. It's still rather too early. Anything can still happen.
I mean, look, X-Park in the previous game, they got eliminated quite early. So it's at this game, they at least need to perform a decent much to keep themselves in that top 2. Because tomorrow's going to be the last day. You would not want to be in that pressurous situation.
Speaking of pressure, X-Park, they tried his best. Pukar, definitely the highlight player coming from X-Park, right? He's the scout for the team. They know for a fact that they are getting camped from God's Reign. And it's interesting to see God's Reign trying to take a jab to stop X-Park's momentum from ever taking them down, because they are currently in more or less the top 4 positionings here. So if X-Park bows down early right now, God's Reign will have a huge lead against them.
I mean, this is the game where it can all happen, but we have the players of Midwave on our screens fighting the damage from the blue zone, the first stage of the game, so it's going to be quite easy for them. Even the bandages can work out quite nicely. But we do see it's Aru leading the charge for his team. Has lost quite a lot of HP to the blue, but they're not too far away from the safe zone, so it's not going to be too difficult for them to find themselves in the safe haven, put on those bandages, put on those first aids, bring their HP back, and then move forward from there on out.
Well, that's pretty much the guys on the north side, right, for Midwave. You know, they did really well for Vikendi, but this time they have to play catch-up. So hopefully they will find a way. Let's talk a little bit more on the circle and how things are happening right now in the middle. We have Blind Esports, we have Glitch X in towards Nuevo there, and at the same time, Meadow also going to be on the south side of this quadrant. So people are starting to kind of compact into the middle zone. But it's interesting to see all 16 teams have a different approach in this game in particular, right? Why I say this is because there's there's more or less 6 to 7 teams in the middle, 6 to 7 playing late. So today's games in this map in Miramar is a split decision on whether or not they want to play late circle or early circle.
Exactly. I mean, speaking about the late circle, right? It's still a little bit of the mid phase of the game, and teams are still having a decent amount of chance to get their hands on some of the prime spot that are still available inside the circle. And speaking about the prime spot being available, Metal Esports right now, they've got the high ground to play with, but growing strong, looking forward to invade that territory.
It's going to be quite interesting how this fight develops. Growing strong, still quite hungry to recover from the losses of the day. In fact, since yesterday, they've been just facing defeat, dragging them, even though they have a chicken dinner, to the bottom 3 of that leaderboard. Metal with the high ground can spot the players of Growing Strong on the top of this hill, and they have to be extremely careful about this. But now we switch focus to the Gladiators, who start their game always from the city of Impala, and it's always the same journey. They traverse through the southern highway and then enter the circle through the south.
If you guys have noticed one set pattern inside Gladiator Esports this entire game, and that is they always go for the late game rotation.
Yes.
They always like to rotate when the blue hits the first stage and when the stage 2 begins or the stage 3 begins. But one thing that I'm trying to say is that they always like to rotate from the blue because they know that's going to be the safest way inside the safe zone.
Well, it's a pretty late one indeed. Hopefully they have enough mats to do so, because another team that's going to be doing it as well. It's going to be 4 a.m. They are going to be playing it on towards the northern section instead, whereas Gladiator is doing it for themselves. So there is a split decision on half and half from all teams. Meanwhile, Aggressive Man, it's got 5 first aids. Fortunately for them, they have a lot of pit stops to actually rotate their way through. It's going to be a long journey, but it is still very possible.
The best part about today's day is that we've seen a lot of the varieties. Even 4 a.m. was able to outshine a lot of the competition, especially in the Sanhok game. 4 a.m. performed exceptionally well.
Well, it was an exceptional run from them, but they have to make sure that the momentum is still there. They can regain that form again in this map of Miramar, or at least on the last wrangle, to find themselves in the top 8 at the end of the day. If they fail to do that, then it's going to be a massive challenge from their side, but let's see how things are going to look for them. Big Brothers on our screens now, a team that has been playing quite close to the center of the circle, but they haven't really attracted a lot of attention until now, as Revenant Esports is going to be on our screens. MJ armed with that Mini 14 and the 8x scope, trying to see if he can at least secure the opening knock.
No, to be honest, I like what Revenant is doing right now, right? Like Revenant, they're pretty much in a situation where they are going to try and control the tempo in terms of spacing, because if you pay attention to the circle right now, they are in the bottom right, so they are trying to zone people out, but it is still rather early here. So they have about 300 over ammo here to actually fight this, and as of now, they are going to try and push in towards the zone. But as of now, this circle is going to be a little bit of a problem, because if you think about here, because everyone is expecting to try and play high ground advantage on the southern side, guess what? Everybody's got to get down from the high horse, push in towards the outskirts of Monte Nuevo, because this is a terrain where it's going to be open fields. It is going to be no man's land all the way through. It's one of the most difficult ones to play if you do not have the compound.
This is where we're going to see a lot of bodies hit the deck, and soon enough, as soon as the rotation clashes happen, a couple of shots will be fired, and that's what happens. CSE Sports, they're just unloading magazines against the players. So Glitch Reborn, Duke gets knocked out, but the rest 2 players still in the houses. Going for the sprays, Leo YT, he's managed to find 1 knockout, but he's not able to continue that spree.
Looking to continue on the momentum from the previous game. Glitch Reborn, things are not really working out for them. CS going for a push, and it's going to be Draken starting things off. He did try to secure the opening knock, well convert from the opening knock and put additional pressure on the opposition, but now we have Roman and Chris spread about from each other, and the runover is going to be there as Rana Thief just runs over Roman OG.
Roman OG being knocked out. Now only 2 players left to life for the side of Glitch X Reborn. Chris OP, man's pulled out a shotgun in his hands, and he's also getting shot at a little bit from the back line, but the man is in the back lines. What's going for the knockout? Chris OP finds that. The rest 3 players now looking forward to make that push happen, and Chris OP is barely surviving. He still finds the second knockout, but eventually they wipe out the existence of Glitch X Reborn.
Oh my goodness, it took almost everything out of CS Esports to actually take that down, and not gonna lie, that was a very, very difficult push here, but Glitch X, they tried their best, but eventually CS Esports will be the victors. They will be able to loot out a little bit more, and while this is happening, Glitch X Reborn, they will have Ralph just completely turn tails and say, you know what, guys, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna play placement, and this time he is gonna try and rat his way for placement points in this next phase of the circle.
It's going to be so difficult for him. He's already trying to see if he can survive outside the safe area. And even though the terrain is going to be quite decent to work with for him, I mean, even if he managed to find the first stage, that is the only way it works out for him. But now, medal still quite close to the players of MICI, and they're going to be fighting for the center of the circle.
Yep, speaking of Cento here, Metal Esports, they're playing a little bit of a different approach this time. Like, I was expecting Metal Esports to get a little bit more aggressive, considering that how the first half has kind of happened, and considering that how Vikendi kind of did them dirty, it feels like they're playing a little bit safer now. Meanwhile, this is pretty much a little bit of highlight of how things happen between Glitch X Reborn as well as CS. So now, how the entire of that fight actually began, it resulted with CS actually finding a drive-by KO kill, and because of that, they immediately knew that they had the man's advantage to push forward to deny them some, to clear out the vicinity. So nice stuff coming from CS.
And that was nice indeed, but moving forward, it's not going to be easy, because look at that western edge. As soon as you try to contest it, it's going to be a massive challenge. But now we see Metal challenging MSCI for the circle entry.
Yeah, the Mini 14, it just keeps on tapping away, but still he was able to find a couple of connections, not the knockouts though, so that's still a bit of an issue. But the players of Gladiators now, they're going to be the one to enter inside the fray, and they're going to be the one to party poop this entire scenario. They're the party crashers.
And speaking of party crashes, right, thinking about this, right, BG and Gladiator, oh, they are going to try to fight this as well. I can't believe Distro is committing to fight, and Gladiators, they're just shutting them down.
Exactly, MICI Esports, the bodies are now going to be hitting the floor, and Gladiator Esports, for them, everything's going to be on their way. Everything's looking quite good for them. The wind is in their sails, and now 2 more players to go.
I can't believe that they actually did this.
But look at the radar, Big Brothers, they're closing in from the back lines. All they have to do is just wrap around the hill to take that fight. And it's not just them, this blind present in a 3-man wide split in the distance as well, who have the opportunity to, and also the line of fire available through that open field to actually get a few points from themselves without directly being involved in the action.
Speaking of which here, that's pretty much the situation of all these 3 teams right now, right? Now, Gladiator Esports, they're trying to gather their bearing to finish up what they've just gobbled up. They got 2 finishes, is great. But the rest of Michi, they're in a very, very awkward position. They're in a very, very nice compound where this provides a lot of cover to try and save up utilities, but their vehicles are pretty much exposed from multiple angles. And considering that this is Circle 4, every single team is going to try and fight for space. Meanwhile, speaking of space here, let's talk about the southeast corner. Revenant Esports, they're going to try and trail along the mountains to try and sneak their way through. But for now, there's just so many multi-layered dimensions of warfare. Long-range fights is going to be happening. And if you do not have those DMRs or potential Kar 98Ks, it is going to be a big problem.
As I mentioned, to be dominant on the map of Miramar, you will need to go for that high ground control, and that's what the players of Planet Esports are doing. Max being loaded from that Mini 14, just tapping away, but still not able to find that sweet connection, and that is a little bit disappointing. As we do move forward and take a look at the map, though, as we all know, considering the circle is sort of closing quite close to Montanua and Power Grid, the center of the circle is out in the open. It's quite tough to close onto that.
We have seen Blind destroy, lobbies destroy, teams after teams from a position like this. They have the high ground again, and they have the entirety of that mountain under their control. 3 teams closing in from the southeastern side, and you have another few towards the west.
Well, speaking of the multi-layer dimension, Blind Esports, the top on the top right now, the cherry on top, just looking down on everyone, just shoving them away. They pretty much they pretty much got OR Esports on the southeast corner alongside with Revenant Esports. They're pretty much making sure that they're going to stay down low, but at the same time, they've also shoved other teams away from them. So that means the southeast corner is pretty much DR territory right now.
It's going to be so tough to survive for the players of Growing Strong, pinned out. All they have to do is just finish off the players of CS Esports. With CS Esports, a lot of moving area to work with, a lot of movement space.
Oh, once again, the DMRs now, they spring back into life. As the players are Growing Strong, they're just unloading all the magazines, but eventually, their foes, they get dealt with. They're completely eliminated from the game. It was a little bit of third-party crash.
Yeah, exactly. Growing Strong finally finding themselves 2 very, very nice finishes here. CS, they had a great start in the left side, but at the same time, they could not rotate in the next phase here. 30 seconds left before the next phase of the zone is about to close in, right? And Growing Strong, they are on the outskirts. They have to push in, but guess what? Inside the circle is going to be Team X Park dominating the scrapyard. And then this scrapyard, Pukar getting so much information, but he finds Draco.
That's it, Night Owls. Now they're just down to that one last man alive. This is going to be that last glimmer of hope that Night Owls needs to survive. But for how long this man is going to be able to survive inside this entire scenario?
They have been inching inch by inch, trying to crawl their way. That like the sneaky little rats. It seems like Cleo is going to be in a position to try and pick them up. But as of now, the circle slowly edging in here as well, going for the revive. No, Night Owls, they're still trying to hang on for their dear lives. But for how long? They're currently in top 12 position and there's still 41 people around. And in terms of utilities as well, look at this. They don't have a lot of meds, but they still have smokes here to try and extend their life.
Even the wall of death is now starting to close in from the back lines. The Night Owls, they've got no other option than to close on up. But this fight over here, it breaks down. The players of Metal Esports, they're going to be knocking on the doors of growing strong. One more man to go in the name of Eclipse OP, and he shrouded himself inside the smoke. His position's unknown, and Eclipse OP, this man is trying to be that thief in the night. He's trying to make sure that the smokes are going to give him the cover that is potentially needed for him to strike down the opponents in the front. And now Eclipse OP, he's trying to move in from the back lines, but this is the biggest mistake this man's going to make.
I mean, Growing Strong, to be fair, made a mistake when they were trying to take down the players of CS Esports, because the finishes of CS Esports were taken by the players of Metal. But we're going to move forward. Big Brother's climbing the hill, and Revenant is destroyed in the process.
Oh, Revenant getting completely pincered here. Blind Esports has been completely flanking their way through here. But look at this. Behind him, Rondi still looking for the flank. Big Brothers, they're taking damage, but Rondi, he got one, but the trade from Sarvin is going to take him down.
What just happened? Blind Esports, they had the best position to play with inside the circle, and now they're getting picked up by the entirety of Big Brother Esports. One more man in the front gets spotted. The MP45 pulled out for the close range, and even Blind Esports, they're trying their best to fight back against the entirety of Big Brother. This might just be a tough fight to execute, but still, all they can do is keep on fighting back, and that's what the players of Big Brother are doing as well. Another return knock found against the players of Blind.
5 finishes for Big Brother Esports. They're trying to go in for the reset, and it is going to be a little bit of an issue for them.
He tried to take the fight with a stun. That does not happen quite often on a point blank range, and Risty just moved up to dodge the radius, the flash radius of that stun nade. But now Blind, they are going to be in a troublesome position. It's a 2v3. They have the high ground and the M249 on a downhill that can actually wipe out the entirety of BB.
Exactly. Joker, though, still with the high ground. He's got a lot of information to play with. And considering Blind Esports, it's a little bit of 1-1 split, but it's not intentional, considering there's a team in between that has forced them to make this split happen.
Yep, speaking of splits here, Blind Esports, they were on top. They got a little bit greedy with Manya as well as Ronnie to try and gobble out down bottom, but because of that, they overcommitted and they've lost members, and now they have no choice but to try and play for placements with 2-mans, trying to wait out the other teams to kind of whittle down their numbers. Now, meanwhile, Circle about to close in. Northwest corner midwave is going to try and gobble up whatever stragglers, and they will find Killya.
Oh, the shotgun! It strikes right onto his face, and the S12K, nicely done. This man's breathing fire right now, but still, once again, the onslaught continues. Midwave Esports, they're not going to be stopping this chain at all. Once again, as they're pissed at the blood, they want a little bit more. They want a little bit more piece of that pie. The team in the front will need to pay the price for standing up against the players of Midwave Esports. It's the players of 4 aggressive men.
Now, speaking of the fights here, midwave, they're trying to stock up a little bit utilities, but a shot coming from Team X-Park. They have in the middle ground. Pukar's trying to go outside to scout out what's happening outside. And guess what? He found a lot of stragglers, and they are very, very happy about this here. They're taking so much space from the inside of Circle and the outside. And Pukar, they're just raining all the utilities. And this is what X-Park has been saving up for. It is going to be in this moment.
Exactly. With Revenant out of the picture as well, it means the first position in the overall ranking is up for contestation. And X-Park and God's Raid will fight it out in this game to see who will be at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the day. But let's see X-Park. They have the opening knock against the players of 4 aggressive man. Skillful is going to be there pushing uphill. Hopes and dreams pinned on this one man, Spider. They've given up on him. King KO in the back lines, holding the flank as well.
It is going to be tough, but for now, Circle closing in. Look at this. Look at the mini-map on the top right of the radar. So congested. So many people. X-Park still trying their best to find finishes for AMM. Keeping on forward. And guess what? X-Park says they are going to commit to this.
It's a splash of colors in the mini-map indeed, but now we've got Team X-Park making some critical decisions at this point in time. Team X-Park knows if they want to survive inside the game, they need to make this happen, and that's what they do. They wipe out the existence of 4 aggressive men, and now they switch their direction. They switch their focus against the team that's in the back lines. The initial knockout found. Godsreen not doing too hot, but then still Team X Park, even they've taken a bit of damage onto themselves.
Oh, God's Rain, they're also not overcommitting. There's still so many people here. They're just going for a couple of pokes here and there. They're losing a couple of damage here. But at the same time, Gladiator, they get taken out on the other side as well.
Sarang knocked out. One more man to go. Team X Park on the verge of getting eliminated. But still, Ninja Jod is not really going to overextend. And this is what I like. Godsreen, they're in their senses. They're not really going for the heat of the moment plays.
And all of a sudden, things have changed for the other team on the southern edge as well. Blind Esports, they're waiting for their opportunity on the top of that hill. And as soon as the circle takes a northern shift, Blind, this game might not be theirs, but we might see X-Park walk away with the win.
Now, speaking of which here, here's the calm before the storm. 6 teams left. It has been a hectic battle. Everybody needs to reset this fight. Aditya, he picks himself a level 3 helmet. He's going to try and protect Dreams, and Sarang try to reset this and take this into his 3-man fight. But as of now, with this 7-stage circle, they get the full reset in. But now here comes God's Rain. They want to commit to this fight.
Finally, the battle breaks out, and God's Rain, they make a big mistake. Team X Park, they slap them back in return. But instead now, even Team X Park, they're taking a bit of damage. Sarang goes down. The man in front lines, they tried his best to hold the enemies off at bay, but it's not that possible. Even God's Rain, they tried their best to fight back, but somewhere else on the map, Blind Esports, they've been eliminated.
Oh, Gladiator has been poking everyone in this fight. They're reaping bits and crumbs of every single one. And finally, they finish off the solve. They are going to try and join the party to fight against Michi as well. Michi playing a little bit of a rally position on the southward side. But Kunal, he's got his pixel. He might die, and they finish him. And what a shot from Distro. What a spot on that pixel perfect shot. And it comes down to final 3 teams.
Exactly, the top 3. It's X-Park, Gladiators, and the players of Big Brother still surviving. The main fight of this match will be X-Park versus Gladiators now, as Destro feels the players of X-Park closing towards him.
Destro looking forward to toss those nades, but now finally the push happens against him. Team X Park, they're taking some critical measures against the opponents. Justin, though, he knows he's got too many angles to take care of, but that single nade from Justin found 2 knockouts. Team X Park, even they're handicapped now, but again, Big Brother Esports looking forward to make that third party happen, and safe like a thief in the night, he shuts down the enemy Team X Park, and even the last team gets claimed. The players of Big Brother Esports, they come in, they steal that chicken dinner like a thief in the night.
Yeah, out of nowhere, a heist coming in from Big Brothers, an impressive win on the map of Miramar, the wide rotation around the hill, working out so nicely. We thought for a long time that they were going to end up fighting the players of Blind one way or the other. Did not happen. Blind got picked up by the Gladiators themselves, and Big Brothers hid their presence till the end until it was required for them to just be a part of the fight, and it was an efficient win in fact.
What a performance. The robbers of the chicken stealing away from 2 teams who fought so hard throughout the final circle, reaping every single finishes as much as they can. Eventually taking them all is going to be Big Brother Esports. Oh, feels bad. Feels bad.
They stole everything. They stole the finishes, the chicken dinner.
The best part is Big Brother Esports had a decent amount of finishes too. They had so much to back themselves up, and considering now that Big Brother Esports have got such a good performance, there's a chance they can catapult all the way back inside the top 5.
Wow, what a performance coming in from them. And like, I'm in an extremely tired position. Like, for you guys who don't know that you guys are watching at home, the pressure, the intensity, the stress in Miramar is just insane, because there's so many things happening, so many micro little details that every single player has been doing there to try to prolong their lives into the final circle. A lot of macro aspect was involved as well, and I don't know if I can explain everything, but if I had an illustrator right now, there's about 7 teams doing 7 different things to poke the bear, and it's crazy.
Exactly, and it was an interesting moment in the game as well, because I mean, as you talked about 7 different teams doing 7 different things, one of those teams was actually God's Rain. I felt God's Rain had such a great opportunity to win the game. They were on that northeastern entry towards that hilltop, but as soon as it started moving west, the clash against the players of X-Park did not work out. And look at this was the moment they were picked off. Blaze tried to make a run for his life, but it did not work out for him.
The frustrations of every single player shown up on screen, that just showed that anything could have happened in that circle. That's how close it was. This, I think, out of every single map we've seen thus far, this second half of the journey, it's the closest. Like, there was not a lot of action in early game, but the amount of macro, the amount of information, the amount of strategy was put on towards this stage just shows you how difficult this circle actually
That
is.
is exactly. Tackling the big Goliaths like Blind Esports was all the way on the top, on the mountain. They were dominating that entire circle, but then the players of Big Brother Esports just found a nuke in that crack. They just found that crack, and they started abusing that over and over again. They forced the players of Blind Esports to take a fight against them, and as soon as Blind Esports they started dropping down, they were forced to make an intentional one-on-one split, and that's where Blind Esports got screwed up.
Necro said it perfectly. I mean, Big Brothers, they found the crack, and Gladiators were the one who just ran a tank through it, just destroying the entire wall. But Blind Esports, I mean, again, Necro, it's the same thing. A team that is known for the aggression, playing for survival. Today, we saw them make a brilliant comeback in the overall ranking as well. But it seems like this game might just be the reason they drop out of the top 8 again. Do you think that can happen?
That can indeed happen. Look, one single bad step, considering even in the overall standings, it was so fragile, it was so sensitive, there's a chance anything can happen. One bad performance, and you can drop out of that top 5 or top 8.
Talk about this fight for a minute, I see. We had TWM versus the players of Night Owls in the first few moments of the game, and it felt like TWM might win it all.
Yep, speaking of it as well, because if you think about it, right, this earlier fight, we were talking about bullies, right?
Yeah.
We were talking about farming points. Night Owls was the team that every single team, if they know it's Night Owls, they are going to rush up and take a fight. Midwave Esports did that earlier today, and now it is pretty much TWM. But what TWM didn't expect was they paid a very, very hefty price for that. And guess what? They lost out very, very early. But of course, as the game kind of progresses, well, we do see integrations on how the fights kind of happen, right? And in the early game, we know everyone was trying to farm finishes here, clear out zones, etc. But now, I want to talk about things that we did not see in the previous stream. And that is going to be some certain moments where I believe our producers has pretty much cut out a couple of moments here to see what has happened, right? We have a glimpse of the southeast corner a lot of times. Revenant, they pretty much choked in a spot where Blind Esports set them up, and they got greedy from Blind Esports, but eventually Revenant just got completely demolished.
Revenant were just way too patient for their own well-being. I mean, they had the upper hand in that fight as well. Big Brothers on the low ground, the M249 on the flank. Everything was laid out.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. And speaking of which as well, you can see in this moment, Manya, he was holding up the flash, trying to set up the play to counterplay, but instead, the moment he held it up, he got pushed and got taken down. So that was just a little bit of a minor plays coming from mistakes coming from Revenant here. But like I said, too many micro things happening and too many macro things happening at the same time. It's so much to talk about. If I can take a moment of breather and dissect and analyze what is happening, there's so much to talk about.
And even Team X-Park taking matters in their own hands. They realize if there's always going to be enemies right next to them, Team X-Park needs to push against them and get rid of them. Because if the enemies are always going to be there, it's going to be in the back of your head. You never know when you're going to get shot at from the back.
You see, even Blind Esports, right? Oh my goodness, they had high ground, they try to poke fun in the bear. It's all about poking, trying to farm finishes and annoy everyone else. And because of this, everyone was coming down towards a situation where they needed to farm. And eventually, it came down towards Gladiators Esports versus Team X-Park. And guess what? Whoever pulled the trigger first in that supposedly Mexican standoff, which didn't happen, Big Brothers just came in. Boom! I'm just going to get two finishes here because that overcommitment and the nade coming in kind of mess each other up. Wait, they have the numbers advantage. Guess what? We have the numbers advantage. We've got 4 men. We're going to rush in. We're going to take everyone.
And I think they do have to thank the Gladiators just a little bit for that distraction that was there, because Gladiators dragged X-Park towards that southern slope of the hill, and Big Brothers were on the northern side where X-Park was eventually going to move after finishing off God's Reign.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Why?
The reason why Big Brothers won was because Big Blinds got a little bit too greedy.
I would say that too.
They got a little bit too greedy.
Right.
Big Brothers were in a kill zone, in a choke spot alongside Revenant. And guess what? The moment they sent people down and they lost that flank, 2 Revenant as well as Big Brothers, that means the guy on top does not have numbers advantage. And because of that, Big Brothers maintain the 4. They pincered Revenant, they pincered Blind Esports, and just completely pushed in the circle.
That is true indeed. I mean, that happened a few moments ago before the end, but that one decision from Blind to commit players to a fight that was basically unwinnable for them changed everything.
I mean, once again, right, can you really blame Blind Esports, though, considering there's so many fights happening right underneath, and they're like, you know what, it's our time to third party. Maybe we can get a couple of more elimination points. But then that's where Big Brother Esports were like, no, you're mistaken, my friend.
I'm sorry, Blind Esports. I know I called you guys for blind yesterday. I know this time you want to open your eyes, but guess what? You jumped in down blind, and guess what? You fell down. Oh, wait. There's 2 other teams. What do I do? Okay, you know what? I'm just going to rat their way through. I'm going to try and form a pincer attack. But it didn't really work out because why? I got 1 knock. Big Brother immediately traded him, and guess the rest was history. I'm sorry, man. Like, they tried their best, but
I mean, especially Big Brother Esports, when they were moving inside the safe zone, they were just hugging that wall, and they were moving it slowly and steadily, utilizing the smokes to perfection, especially that one initial knockout that was found. The man was sitting in a little bit of crack between the rock and between the entire mountain, and as soon as that man was snuffed out, that was it. As soon as the first opening's found, the team needs to know now it's going to be a domino effect.
Well, that's the thing, right?
Effect,
it is indeed one, right? Like, I like that you are bringing up the domino effect.
Yeah.
The macro game was just unreal, and not gonna lie, when you reach the halfway mark of BGMI Grand Finals, where the stakes are even higher, your window of opportunity to taste the trophy, to become the best, be number 1, slowly closing and closing and closing. It's just nice to see that every team has put their all. But I'm going to tell you, this map 5 is going to affect a lot of the teams' mental health because they had to commit so much. And based on what we've seen through the highlights as well, a lot of disappointments. And the secret to overcome this is they need to reset and maintain the composure. If they don't, it's over. It's over.
I think along with that, a lot is going to change in the overall ranking as well, and that is going to build up a lot of pressure for these teams. Even if you remember how many finishes Gladiators were able to walk away with, because that will actually be important. God's Reign, they were there in the top 5, they were surviving for a long time, and they had just 1 elimination, that's all I remember. But we'll have a look at that soon enough, ladies and gentlemen. We have the MVP of this match on our screen. It's going to be Seth from the side of Big Brother Esports. 5 eliminations on the board.
Yep, speaking of eliminations right now, Big Brother Saif, he really pulled it big time. And to be honest, Saif, he's got some really good trades. I believe he was the one that just completely demolished the one on the bottom. With that, 5 finishes for him. Let's talk about the top 5 players left with Justin, Shogun, Nako, and Top Dog.
I mean, with that, your question as well should be answered. You asked me how many elimination points Gladiator Esports had. One thing is there, that they had a decent amount of elimination points to keep them consistent in the overall standings anyways. And here we go. The match standings are in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Big Brother Esports getting 26, Gladiator Esports getting 22 points. In general, all the top teams, they're doing fantastic.
Yeah, especially X-Pac. I think a lot of attention needs to be there. 14 points now. Is that going to be enough to help them get to that top 2?
Hey, it's all about being consistent to farm points, right? And we're talking about consistency. Let's talk about the second half here. Night Owls, 4 AM, CS, Revenant, GS, TWM, Glitch, as well as ORR, pretty much not even going towards a second digit. And this is a very big hit towards the top team, especially coming from OR as well as Revenant. But does it affect them? Let's take a look at the overall standings. Revenant still number 1, surprisingly. 2 points away from God's Reign.
It doesn't matter if they're number 1, because remember, the competition when we started the day off was just between Revenant and God's Reign. But now, from 114 on Revenant to X-Pac, was sitting on that 5th position at 108 points. The difference, a mere 6 points. And we are about to begin the last game of day number 2.
That is true, but I'm just happy for Midway Esports. Once again, they make their mark in the top 8 because they slipped out a while ago, if you remember.
Yeah, this slipped up massively.
Agreed. That is how close is at the top, right? And a lot of unexpected things. We talked about mathematical possibilities at the start of the game. But today, this bottom 8, it is going to be a little bit different as well. OR 78, Glitch X 77, Metal Esports 73 as well. Metal Esports falling even far down. But for Aggressive Man, somehow climbs the way, still remaining at 12th place. Going strong to 57, Michi 56. CS 45 and Night Owls 34.
What just happened to Growing Strong? At the start of the day, they were on the 8th spot in the overall standings. They're on the first half of the board.
Yeah.
And now look at them. There's a big drop-off in the performance. That means throughout the day, they haven't been able to perform at all, and that's a big point of concern.
It seems like they've reached their peak of how strong they can grow. And from here on out, it's going to be difficult for them to climb the leaderboard, especially considering now teams sitting at the top, in the top 5 in particular, are almost sitting at double their points. And while we were having a conversation with on the Hindi desk during the pre-show, Necro, you were there with me, Anki said this one thing which I feel now it's going to be quite true. We might not necessarily have the top contenders for the trophy at the end of the day, but we will definitely have the names that will be nowhere close to winning.
Well, speaking of names that might not win, right? Technically, like I said again, 7 more maps left, okay? Mathematically, think about this. Mathematically, okay? If they win the final chicken dinner, and on the Grand Finals day number 3, all the chicken dinners they win,
yes,
it is still possible.
I mean, I like you actually. You think like me.
Of course.
Yeah, we're going to be hopeful.
Guys, look, what's your realistic expectation, though? CS Esports Night Owls? No way, right?
It's possible.
No
Dude,
way,
we
dude.
are in Mumbai for a reason.
Yes.
It is called the City of Dreams. It's all about making your dreams into reality.
Dreams only come true when you're going to be consistent throughout your journey.
I don't want to talk to you guys. I'm leaving. Goodbye. I don't want to be friends. Like, you guys want to put me down and be pessimistic, it's up to you. But here in Mumbai, we want to be optimistic.
See, Icy gets it. He's
I'm
in the
done.
zone
Goodbye.
just like me, but let's see. Oh my god, he's actually leaving now.
Oh no, Icy, don't leave
Icy,
me,
no,
bro. I was
stay.
just messing around.
Stay.
But you know what? I guess
Look what you did, Necro.
Salty was like, you know what, Icy, I don't really care about you. You're going to leave. I'm going to take the opportunity to jump on the mic. And here we go.
Yeah.
Salty's back in the action. And so is the upcoming map too, ladies and gentlemen. As we all know, the upcoming or the last game of the day is going to be the map of Erangel. And soon, the plane's going to be hitting the skies as well. Considering it's the last game, everyone's excited. Everyone's pumped up. Even the audience is pumped up. And here we go.
Well, it's going to be an exciting end to this day for sure with this last Erangel underway, and especially the trajectory of this plane. It's going to make things a lot more interesting, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start off from the Stalba Kameshki Hill and go through the hospital ruins area towards west of Gatka, a flight path sticking towards the northern half of the map, and of course that means the two teams that like to drop on that military are now going to be completely cut off in the early stages. But Salty, welcome back on the panel. How are you feeling, buddy?
I am feeling absolutely pumped. I just had a look at the overall standings, and that is the talking point. Like, I have never seen a Grand Finals where 7 matches remain, and there is 7 points, or rather 6 points, pardon me for that, which kind of separates so many teams. It's absolutely incredible. But let's just talk about this particular flight path and the teams dropping together. You expecting any sort of dreams, any sort of drop collisions happening?
Whoa, Salty, what just happened to your voice? This is why I told you not to go amongst the crowd. You've
Yo,
been yelling
man.
with you've been enjoying a little bit too much. Now it's taking a toll on your throat, man.
Do you go meet that member in the audience who is flexing, showing his muscle? Do you ask his
Yeah,
liberty?
you should do it together, man. Just take off your shirt, do it together.
Oh, by the way, I actually went to the audience and I asked them who they think is actually going to win. I did a sideline interview and everyone is all about either Revenant or Team X Park. There is no other contender, at least in the fans. But let's talk about the circle instead. It's a very much of a normal circle. And now look at this. It is absolutely insane. The Revenant, they want to fight them. And it's collision. The table toppers, they lock horns.
Exactly. Revenant Esports off the bat to kick things off in a fantastic manner.
Blaze did try to do at least something incredible. While the players of Revenant had the buggy, he got on top as the pillion on top of that buggy. But we all know if that happened, actually, Sensei would have taken him to his team. But Night Owls, what is happening next? Why are they in Yasna?
Night Owls, I'm not really sure, but I guess they were like, you know what, 2 teams are over here to loot. I really feel left out. I feel lonely, so I should join you guys as well. Now they're going to be feeling cozy. Now they feel like they're amongst themselves. At this point in time, I think so Night Owls has given up on winning this entire game because this type of a drop location change is something that really makes me weirded out.
I think it's going to change the power dynamics as well, because we knew, as a matter of fact, yes, Naya was divided and it was shared by the two teams. Night Owls coming into the picture might not just build collisions, but also might force the teams to fight each other.
Also, question to you, Necro. Why are you weirded out with this drop? Weren't you the man I've heard stories about doing this exact same thing in the past?
Yeah, but it was supposed to be CS Esports who said today that they're going to go for the drop collisions. Now we're seeing Night Owls. No, I'm just concerned about the fact that the players' mentality is not really going for the win anymore.
Let them have
If
some
they
fun.
are going to go for the target plays like this, you clearly know Night Owls, they have given up.
But you know what? Even though Night Owls have drop clashed in Yas Naya, this drop clash is the worst for God's Reign, because they have been pinned down in that western building, and their position has been controlled by the players of Night Owls. In the back lines, we have the players of Growing Strong doing what they usually do in Yas Naya. They have the northern part of the city under their control. Not a lot to worry about.
I mean, God's Reign. Just, they know, as a matter of fact, there is an uninvited guest. They know that there is somebody who is not supposed to be here, who is here to disturb the balance of Yasnaya Polyana.
Just like you, Salty.
Hey, yo, Necro, you're getting back into form. You're getting back into roasting me. I kind of like it, to be honest.
Whoa.
Can we get the audience in it?
Wait.
That's true.
Let me just explain this, all right? I kind of, over the course of the last 3 months, I kind of am so used to Necro roasting me every single time. I think like this is... But look at
Wow,
this!
these guys are still parachuting towards the military island. Now, I understand the plane flight path was a little bit far away, so it takes a long time to glide. But still, look at the amount of time that's already been passed away. And these guys haven't even got their hands on a single loot. But as soon as I say that, this man gets his hands on a level 3 West.
I mean, Gladiators, as a matter of fact, they're so stubborn. They always want to drop down on military base, no matter what flight path do we have. And they will make sure it will happen no matter what.
Well, let's see though. I mean, I like for the Gladiators one thing, they never give up, and they've still managed to find their drop in the military island.
Exactly. Gladiator Esports, I mean, a little bit of rash driving, but it's completely fine considering there's no cops over here.
I mean, I brought up this point with IC as well. Since IC was new to India, I kind of told him that all these players, it is my petition to seize their driving licenses. Throughout the BGIS, that is all that I've been talking about. Seize their driving licenses. They do not drive, they do not ride safe.
That is true. I'm pretty sure you know a lot about riding. Before now, we've got the players growing strong on our screens, and they are in quite an interesting spot. Looking pretty decent, yeah, it's understandable. Not really in the best of the spot to gain a lot of loot from, but growing strong, this is something that they can look up to in the future lines.
I mean, growing strong, as a matter of fact, right? I was expecting a little bit of a comeback, to be honest. I was expecting this team to go in hammering down other teams, take collisions where they're comfortable at. But that never really happened, to be honest. Growing strong just really crumbled under the pressure that was built up on the first day. And today as well, they're not looking their own self. They're not looking the team that dominated the entirety of the semi-finals, Necro.
That is true. And speaking about MICI Esports too, it's one of those teams that has lost their groove, but I'm really looking forward to sort of see MICI Esports grow up a little bit more better inside this tournament. What do you think MICI Esports should do to sort of adapt to the entire LAN environment?
I don't think they have the opportunity to adapt anymore. To be honest, the way MICI are placed on the overall standings, and we saw how far they were in terms of contesting for that trophy itself. I think MICI, they have a very long time to do, almost about like 30-40 points, and that will only be possible if they get a gigabanger of a game, Necro. And I've never seen that coming in from MICI, but look at this, growing strong. It seems like they've spotted somebody else in the backdrop.
Godbot's in the front. And for Godbot to find any type of an opening, he needs to find someone in the front lines, that's for sure. Speaking about Godbot, though, this man recently sort of got riled up a little bit, but once again, now he's calm inside the tournament. And there's a reason why the players of GlitchX Reborn, they're not able to perform. There's a reason why GlitchX Reborn now has been forced so far away in the overall standings and even growing strong.
I think in teams where individual players, their performances matter a lot, right? For example, God's Reign, they set up Ninja Shot. I felt GlitchX Reborn as well. They set up Roman, growing strong. They set up Godbot as well. And those situations, it's extremely important for the player for whom the play is being set up to actually perform and outperform himself, the standard that he has set to try and keep his team and to keep his team's morale. Godbot and Roman, they haven't really been able to do that. Roman has been doing that in a couple of matches. Godbot has been doing that in a couple of matches, but not consistent enough to be on the first page of the overall standings.
Exactly. I mean, we've got the players of OR Esports in front of us, and for them, the things are not really looking that great, right, Salty? Now,
Exactly.
they definitely need to get back in the group. But once again, speaking about OR Esports, they sort of are like a sweet mixture of both aggression.
I mean, look at this, right? The circle again. All of a sudden, Medley Esports are right at the very top. They know, as a matter of fact, that this is the shoreline which they will have to control. MICI as well, trying to make that entry. So many teams will start to huddle up in the same vicinity, in the same cluster.
Indeed. And we have one man just going for the match now. It's going to be Knuckle. And speaking about that guy, we know what he's capable of too. Blind Esports as well is on a move. CS Esports is one of those teams that desperately needs to perform. But what do you think so can actually happen?
Well, we're about to find out what's going to go down in this position. Well, CS Esports, they know they have at least an inkling of information about their surroundings, about where the opposition actually is. But what can they do about the last team? Well, the team on the southern edge of the circle now, all the competition is literally up ahead. But talk about being too far away from your goals, and we see still in the military island the players of Gladiator Esports.
Calm and collected. I'm pretty sure they don't really care, especially when they took that deep plunge, the deep dive on their parachutes to make that decision to go towards a military base. I think they knew exactly what they're doing. They knew that they will have to tank the damage from the blue zone up until the second zone itself. And now the fact that there is a northern circle, they'll have so much work to do. But look at this. Speaking of work to do, there's Blind Esports as well and CS in the backdrop.
Exactly. Blind Esports, a little bit of fire being caught amongst themselves, considering Knuckles now down to a little bit of HP, but still, it's not really that big of an issue. Blind Esports should be in the good spot, at least for now. And you can clearly see them cruising around still. They know now exactly where the foes are too, so they can try and adapt on the ways like that.
Well, CS, they have the vision of the opposition up ahead. Shots fired on the players of Growing Strong. And Leo White, he did in fact manage to connect a few of them on the opposition. But still, the opening knock is what they are lacking and hungry for. But yeah, Glitch X against Midwave.
Exactly, but the DBS clicks into action, and one man gets taken down once again. Midwave Esports, they're like an unstoppable freak of nature currently inside the lobby. Even Duke now is going to be looking for a peek out. A little bit of parkour moves to showcase. Duke almost was able to find the second knockout too, but then Roman OG from the back line, he provides that cover fire. Midwave Esports in a bit of a trouble themselves, but now this is where the players of Glitch X Report just bring it back to life, and they're doing a fantastic job in dealing with this threat named Midwave Esports. Another man in the front lines, Roman OG. He definitely can't feel the hype, and he knocks down another player, but even Duke gets in return knocked.
And now Roman, the last man left with a HP, shot in the face by the players of Midwave. Aru securing that finish for his team, but there's no time to celebrate for the lads of Midwave, because CS Esports, they were on the hunt and finally found the targets. The nade from Leo is going to secure the finish, but in the back lines they have two more players left to work with. Can Midwave recover? It's going to be extremely difficult for them.
CS Esports playing the party crasher role inside this entire third-party situation. At CS Esports, they're here to claim the candies. They're here to get a little bit of piece of the pie. And Midwave, now even they've got a couple of more troubles to worry about. It's going to be the players that are Growing Strong now, knocking on the doors. This is not really looking that great. Aru is going to be the last glimmer of hope alive for the players of Midwave Esports. But look at the amount of shots that are being inflicted, the pain stats being inflicted, and eventually CS Esports, they're going to be the one that came out on top.
But it's not over yet. I think even Growing Strong from the vicinity, they've heard all of these gunshots, and they are considering to actually move up. CS Esports, their timing onto this particular fight was absolutely scintillating. They knew that Midwave was hurt from that initial fight, but why it was so important for Midwave, they were still contending for that trophy. They're still in the running distance from topping the charts, from topping the table. But all of those dreams have been crushed by somebody from the bottom, somebody from CS Esports, and this is what I'm expecting to happen on the third day of the Grand Finals.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. for any of these teams to be able to survive in this match. The Northern Circle in front of us for the second time in the day, ladies and gentlemen. And as we look at the next zone shift, we also see the players of Gladiators finally making their way inside the zone, but the zone betrays them completely. We have an extremely eastern shift, and as Blind Esports also try to rotate and make their move towards the zone, they're going to be shot at by the players of OR Esports.
OR Esports, they have a direct entry inside the circle, but look at that commotion. Look at so many teams. Look at that convoy, Necro, as well. There is so many teams who are on that eastern edge who are trying to make that entry, and OR, they're not taking a longer rotation. They know, as a matter of fact, they might actually have to fight in order to make their place inside the circle. And up close and personal, it's gonna be the lads from Team Growing Strong.
There is absolutely no one in the eastern half of the circle. The Stalber Hill is completely empty, and it's a very nice high ground position to work with in this matchup. But let's see which one of these teams is going to run and take control of that hill. In the meanwhile, though, we have the players of OR Esports trying to survive on the southern side of this mountain, and Big Brothers, who looks like are chasing the players of Night Owls.
Big Brothers, they're definitely feeling the momentum. They were on the hot tails against the players of Night Owls, Cleo, but he finally stops out. He takes a couple of shots against the players in the front lines. It's going to be CSE Sports, who also try to knock on the doors, but then CSE Sports, now they've been sent back once again. But this fight, it doesn't seem like it's going to calm down. Perhaps as I say that, the fight once again calms down.
It for sure will, but Night Owls, their positioning, this is not perfect. There are so many teams in the vicinity, right up close and personal. You mentioned CSE Sports. Shots will be taken. One of their players was damaged so much, and they need to make a quick getaway. But where will they go? Right up close and personal. It's going to be the lads from OR Esports.
You see the players of Night Owls on the screen. The amount of concentration that is there in this team, it can be felt through the screens as well, ladies and gentlemen. Just completely zoned in. Careful, paranoid about where they are going and where the opposition might be. But now we switch focus to the players of MICI, who I think have a brilliant spot to work with. They're on that northwestern edge of the circle in a gas station. A brilliant cover position for them, and absolutely no one in the surroundings.
Exactly. Speaking about the surrounding, though, we've got the players of MICI Esports, and this team's been struggling throughout this entire tournament. Even inside day 2, we thought MICI Esports might just show some glimmers of brilliance, but no, that's not the case. But there's a potential fight that might just brew up, and it has actually brewed up as well. CSE Sports, they lose out on one of the men, but it's completely fine, though, because they're going to get their hands on one elimination.
I mean, Revenant Esports, right? They had a good spot, but that is the courtesy, that is the trade-off of having a good spot. You are the center of attraction, and in this case, Revenant Esports were the center of attraction. They were being invaded by CSE Sports. MJ is still trying to fight back, but I think this is a long-lost battle, Necro.
Indeed it is, and that's what it seems like. Revenant Esports especially, they know they've got a couple of foes knocking on the doors. It's going to be a tough one. Another circle shift comes into play, and this is where the players of Revenant Esports might just have a chance to rise back up from the ashes, because they're being surrounded by a lot of the teams. CSE Sports, they're here to invade the compound. They're here to invade the privacy. MJ, he's tossed out one nade. The man's being knocked out. He's trying his best to hold off the players of CSE Sports on the bay. He does not want them to come inside the house.
Exactly, because the moment they enter this compound, Revenant Esports, their journey for the day will be done, and they don't want to be eliminated on the 13th position. But CSE Sports, they don't want to give up on this, and they might have to do, because come the Night Owls themselves. It's Dreams and Roxy starting things off.
Exactly. Things are now getting spiced up as the time keeps on passing by. And even Night Owls now, they're here to knock on the doors of CSE Sports. Tables being flipped. CSE Sports, they've got so much off the trouble to worry about themselves. The shotgun pulled out. S12K, this man is just raining down hellfire on these players.
This is the Night Owls. This is the dark horse in the competition, and they're coming with no fear whatsoever. Taking down the top dogs. Through the smoke, MJ tried to make something happen, but Night Owls shut him down. They did get 2 players knocked down, but they're going to resurrect them all again.
Here comes the third party for the third party, because Night Owls have just lost their players to the players of 4 aggressive men in the distance. But Karan, even though his nade was good, he refuses to push forward. But CSE Sports now, they have that opportunity to get their revenge. Ranandeep is still present in the compounds, a 1v2 for him to work with, and the DBS in his hands, he can actually pull this off. Roxy with the nade is going to decide against this, but Ranandeep was quite close. The DBS shot's not connecting on the opposition, but finally finds the pick.
He finds the opening. something that he was desperately looking for. And now Night Owls, they've got only 2 players to try and hold things together. It's going to be a little bit tough considering Draco's the only one who's the healthiest amongst all of them. But for CS Esports, Ranadeep is the last surviving player. This man has pulled off some insane clutches in the past, and Ranadeep needs to pull that same scenario once again. Can he make that happen?
I'm not really sure, Necro. I think the only viable solution for him is to try and find an exit from this particular spot. There's too many players, there's too many teams. On the other side, have a look at this, TWM as well as 4 AM. They're starting to close on up, and TWM is completely out in the open.
God's Reign as well in a world of hurt, as Robin has been knocked out. We have Ninja Jord, Aquanox still surviving on that southern edge of the zone, and they're going to be under heavy pressure from the players of OR Esports soon, who are moving in their direction. And on the red eye, it's quite clearly visible there's more teams waiting for them as they look to climb the hill. It's not going to be an easy journey for this team. 3 men remaining from this lineup. Look at this, Destiny. What will the destiny of this nade be? Will it connect on Spy to secure the knock, or will it give away the location of this man from the side of TWM?
TWM, right now, they know the opponents are in the front lines. The man's cooking up that nade. Ninja tosses it across. It's not really going to find the marker, considering Ninja is a little bit too far away, but Destiny does have a chance to toss that nade between that crack, but once again, it's going to require insane amount of precision.
Yeah. Well, talk about precision. I mean, if Destiny is precise enough, he can also line up a spray on that one last remaining player. Not one well-isolated player from the side of Growing Strong. 4 angry, progressive men, I'm sorry. And it's not going to be too difficult for him to actually be able to pull off. But look at this shift of the zone. It's again moving towards the north. All of a sudden, Gladiators find themselves in a prime spot for the win.
Gladiators, they came in from the military base, Johnny.
Yes.
They were getting the blue zone damage inside the second circle, and all of a sudden, they make that rotation possible. Big brothers, for them as well, there is the entirety of the northern hemisphere that is left to be taken. And Night Owls, they are in the midst of the southern warfare. Only one team or 2 team is going to make it inside. It's a 1v1, and Dreams smacks him a knockout punch from Night Owls.
He indeed does, but Ranadi just shifted out in the open and sat down there. It's a little bit tough to swallow, but still for now, Team X Spark is going to wipe out the entirety of Blind Esports. A big elimination in the last game of the day.
And well, we have the top 9 teams remaining of this match as well. X-Pac, 2 players down. Aditya going for a revive. Well, he's going for a revive on one of his teammates. Pukar has been brought back by Sarang. But can X-Pac recover? That is a question everyone finds asking themselves. It's not going to be easy for them as well. Dream still on his knees. He is being brought back into this matchup. OR Esports with a high ground, planning to take down their biggest competition with the wall of smoke. A distraction for OR Esports. They have no information that X-Pac has moved behind the cover.
OR Esports, they still have the high ground, but their current priority should be making it inside the circle, because there are a lot of obstructions. Gladiators, they found their position already. Team X-Pac, they are in the midst of battle.
Oh no, Jelly knocked out. This is not a good news for the entirety of OR Esports. Still though, 3 players in the back lines. At this point in time, OR Esports knows that that's it for Jelly. There's no way Jelly's going to be back upon his feet anyways. But Sarang, he's still continuing to apply that pressure against the players of OR. It's getting a little bit too tough considering X-Pac too. They're losing out on the man number.
Exactly, X-Pac has lost a player indeed in that position, but still a massive blunder coming in from Jelly, as I said a few moments ago. Now, OR Esports have lost an IGL. They might have just distracted the players of Team X-Pac from moving inside the zone, but for how long will X-Pac hold? We see them on the radar, still on that northern edge. They're down to their last player. Aditya is going to be knocked out. The man inside the circle goes down from the side of X-Pac.
Team X-Pac now, this is where things are sort of flipping against them. Aditya knocked out. Team X-Pac not really in that good of a position, but somewhere else on the map is the players of 4 aggressive men now getting picked up on the entirety of TWM Gaming. And TWM, of course, the momentum speak of that. This team's been doing quite a consistent job so far inside the day 2.
TWM, they still have an opportunity in hand, and the only thorn in their way is going to be Gladiators, who hold such a nice position right at the smack center of the circle. And now look at this, the circle shift. Gladiators, they still have the edge. TWM have to find that entry point. One of it is being blocked by 4AM, one of whom is being blocked by GDR, and another one being blocked by another team. And that nade coming in from Uzumaki wipes the floor with Team X-Pac.
Of course, Uzumaki is the pop-off man for the entirety of Big Brother Esports, and once again, he makes that happen. Now trying to create a smoke pathway with the utilities.
They have the control of the northern edge of the circle. Big Brothers, this win, all they have to do to get this win for themselves is just try and pick out the players of Metal. Paradox is going to be the first man to go down as Safe is able to connect the shots. Yoya is going to fall next, 2 players down, 2 left.
Safe, this man is an absolute laser beam, just beaming down the players of Metal Esports. And now it's down to Encore and his teammate who's in the back lines. But Encore's the only man in the front, and there's a chance Safe can be picked off over here, considering it does not really have the cavalry of Big Brother Esports backing him up. But finally, he's got one teammate. Now that closes up. There's a chance Metal Esports can be wiped off the route inside this game, but Safe is catching a bit too much hurt. Now Metal Esports, once again, they're back on a 3-man squad.
I like the fact that he had information that there were 2 players in the backlines, but look at this. Big Brother Esports going in on the offense. It's Night Owls who are trying to hold them back, but Big Brothers, they have found form and they have found the groove. They are pulling up their aggressive shots.
Well, an impressive fight from Big Brother to earn in a 3-1 split, but over in the feed, look at this, OR destroying the players of TWM. Now we have the top 4 of this matchup remaining, ladies and gentlemen, where we have Gladiators against Metal, Big Brothers and OR Esports.
That is true, Gladiator Esports, as usual. This team has been performing so well today. There's a reason why we mentioned Destro had fire in his eyes, and today he's unleashing that fire. He's raining down hellfire on every single team that is currently standing inside the competition.
Shogun, shots on Mac, secures the finish for his team. 10 eliminations on the Gladiators from this match already, but still their ability to move, it feels like, is going to be a little bit compromised. They have the vehicles to work with, but their flanks are already under immense control. You have OR on one side, you have Big Brothers on the other, and Metal as well, blocking the left-hand side for Gladiators themselves. The next shift of the zone is going to be the one deciding the game and deciding the winners of this last game of day number 2, but it's going to be Top Dog starting things off against Big Brothers.
Oh, the man turns around and slaps him down. Top Dog knocked out. Metal Esports, the problems, the woes just keep on continuing for them. Knocks after knocks upon themselves. Metal Esports, they're just not able to find that sigh of relief. And this is where there's a chance they might just crack under the pressure if it keeps on going down like this. Big Brother Esports just unleashing hell against the players of Metal Esports. So many shots being taken, so many magazines being unloaded.
But look at this, Metal Esports. It seems like they have been blessed by the circle a little bit, but Gladiators from the flanks, they just completely wiped the floor with them, and now it's all about OR. OR, of course, the vehicle will try and protect them, but Justin, he knows exactly where their position is, and he has pinned them down.
But ammo, he's running out of ammo now. He needs to be careful. 40 in the mag, 10 in the bag. Armor is almost gone. Sees the player, gets distracted for a second. But now Gladiators, top 3 teams, and they have all 4 players alive, just like Big Brothers. But Big Brothers, this is going to be a kamikaze mission. Either they win it all or they're going to get destroyed with a single nade.
Justin's running low on resources. Gladiator Esports at this point, they've sprayed down the field so much, they've mopped up the field so much, that now they're running out of that cleaning potion.
But OR Esports, lying in the back lines, they're the only ones who can just be the onlookers of the fight. They have the height advantage as well. And from the top, it's Justin who's been knocked out. It is certainly OR Esports. And their lifeline in this game is dwindling down.
OR Esports trying their best to fight back inside this entire scenario. And Gladiator Esports in the front from the sidelines. They're getting shot at by Big Brother Esports. Nowhere to go. OR Esports, they're being forced by the wall of death as well. The damage is uncontrollable. It's going to be so much damage that OR Esports does not have any other choice than to try and make it inside the circle. But as they do so, Adamino, he finds 2 beautiful knockouts against the Gladiators. And Big Brother Esports now, they're going to be looking forward to take the advantage of this entire situation.
But Admino can't do much now. He had the final 3 rounds left in that bag, and what OR has done is just handed this game on a silver platter to the players of Big Brother Esports, who are looking to go for a push against the Gladiators themselves.
And Gladiator Esports now, they're getting picked off. 1, left, right, and center. This is not really looking too good. Justin's going to be the last man surviving, and even he gets dealt with. The solid stuff by the players of Big Brother Esports. speak about the patience paying off. And once again, Big Brother Esports, they played that game perfectly. Once again, the patience pay off for these guys.
I mean, who could have thought a back-to-back chicken dinner for Big Brother Esports, and all of a sudden with 12-13 finishes on board, it seems like this team in fact has completely flipped the overall standings on its face.
They have flipped the expectations of everyone that is watching them from day number one. A back-to-back win, as you mentioned, and not just an ordinary back-to-back win. They have big numbers on the board as well in this one. They've walked away with 13 eliminations for themselves, and Gladiators, they tried their level best, but it was the troublemakers from the side of OR Esports who were able to change everything and make sure that there was no way Gladiators could fight back against Big Brothers in the ending fight of this game. These undergods are proving, well, evolving into gods themselves.
13 elimination points wrapped up in total. That was indeed a nuclear performance from Big Brother Esports, and I like the fact that you brought up this point. Now the overall standings are going to be flipped onto every single team's face.
Now all of a sudden, I think Revenant and Godwin are breathing heavy, Johnny.
Look at this. So I think the media folks want another picture from Big Brothers for the chicken dinner. But I think they already have it from the previous game. Because it's a back-to-back win on Miramar on a wrangle.
No, but this time actually Rishi decides to flex his biceps as well, which is a good thing. I think Rishi has actually developed good biceps. I will try and train with him.
Yeah, they did carry this game pretty hard. I mean, they were able to make sure the opposition was pinned down. Nowhere left to go. But let's see, ladies and gentlemen, the excitement at the start of the previous game. And of course, we witnessed the pressure, the moment where Medal, they knew they messed up in this match. They did not have anything to work with. And of course, the final moment where Big Brothers secured their second chicken dinner, and of course the first back-to-back win that we have had in the finals.
I mean,
Oh, he did flex.
It's actually so funny. Maisie predicted that Big Brothers were going to be the winners of BGIS right at the start of BGIS itself. And now inside of the Grand Finals, a performance like this, they were somewhere in the 5th and the 6th spot. And now with this game, Necro, what are your thoughts about it?
Look, I'm just over here supporting Maisie, man. They have been saying that Maisie is sort of like a curse for every single team that he picks. But this time, now that Big Brother Esports has been picked by Maisie, he deserves all the credit.
Then why do you pick on him?
Because he didn't pick any team.
I literally picked Revenant and Godwin, and they are fighting for the number 1 and number 2 spot. What?
Okay, now he's just making up some names in his mind. He knows that those teams are like the top.
I have written proof, Necro. I have.
Okay, show me then. Show me right now. Show it to the camera.
All right, off the broadcast.
You see, he's just making stuff up.
Well, no matter what he makes up, one thing he can't make up, and I think Salty will agree with me on this, that this game was very impressive from the top 3 teams. In fact, OR Esports, a nice recovery in day number 2, Big Brothers as well, and of course, Gladiators, we saw them drop out of the top 8 today after the first game, but what an impressive way to bring themselves back, not just in the top 8, but in a position from where they can actually win it all on Sunday.
I mean, to be honest, that is a lot. That is a lot for somebody to digest, to be honest, because we witnessed in the overall standings just about now that there was so much competition going on. Now we have a completely different table toppers. Gladiators had such a fantastic game from the military base. They were all about to win it. I think they've got to blame it to Admino for actually screwing it all for them.
It's been a wild ride, man. It's been a wild ride, not just in the matches, but overall, if you look at the day, it's been so exciting. This fight was quite intense, to be honest. No one got to celebrate at the end of it, though.
Exactly. It's third parties after third parties. That compound was just completely cursed in the end. But still speaking about Glitchix Reborn though, right? They were trying their best to fight back against Midwave. But at the end of the day, Midwave Esports are just feeling the vibe right now. They've got the momentum supporting them. And why not? Of course, when you've got the momentum with you, you're going to be having so much confidence that you might just crack open a mountain.
Well.
I think that CS Esports and Night Owls were on a mission to spoil for everyone. They were on a mission to hunt down players in the process, and Night Owls kind of managed to do so. I think it was a very valiant effort, but I think it's just too late inside of the Grand Finals to actually pull off something like this.
I do agree with you, kind of, and I think we did see CS do that in a few games. Night Owls tried to do that in this match as well. Did not work out too nicely for them. They did get a decent number of eliminations, but then they won't have any placement points to work with, considering all thanks to that early exit of theirs.
Yeah, but look at this fight as well, right? Team X-Pac was another contender for the title.
Yeah.
But I think Team X-Pac, the point which I mentioned right at the start of the day, right? They just enter the venue with one thing, and that is to get the chicken in the first game. And after that, their performance just starts dwindling. I don't know why. This is just weird.
Well, it was a little bit weird, but as we move to the closing moments of the game, we did have the players of Big Brothers. They kicked things off in terms of getting those elimination numbers extremely late inside the match, but as soon as they had control of that hill, and it was quite weird because usually you see teams working from the northern part of a hill. Big Brothers made this win happen from the south.
During the cast, I mentioned this patience payoff, and Big Brother Esports, they knew what a good fight is. They knew which is going to be the bad fight. They waited for their opportunity to strike in the final few moments. As soon as they knew that Gladiator Esports is really hurt, they took down that solo player on the opposite side and then went for that push against the players of Gladiator Esports. And at that point in time, Justin all by himself could not really hold off the players of Big Brother, and that's where Big Brother Esports just got the advantage in general.
I think there was a very famous dialogue which actually went famous when Scout was called the technical, mechanical god of the country. I think Admino sort of deserves that title. He had no first aid kits to actually work with. He literally had basically few bullets to actually work with as well, but this man still was able to dwindle down every single plan which Gladiators had in this final circle.
I'm going to copy that line. There was a famous dialogue which actually went famous. I like that dialogue a lot.
Yeah, I didn't hear a sentence. What is yours? What is your line?
No, he said there was a dialogue which is famous that actually went famous. So I said I'm going to copy that line.
I mean, that's like saying in order to be a good player, you have to be a good player.
Yeah, exactly. And that's actually true, right? Somewhere down the line, if you take a look at that, in order to be a good player, in order to be a pro player, you need to be good at the game in the first place. If you're not going to be good, how can you be a good player? But look at the crowd, man. These guys have definitely enjoyed today's vibe. Every single person in the crowd, they were enjoying the games. A lot of the chants for Team X-Pac, Scout, Mavi2 visited the entire arena. A lot of legendary players too from the Indian sports visited. It was an absolute affair. It was such a great affair on day 2.
The man's sign was upside down. Glad he realized it as soon as it was there on the big screen. But
oh, by the way, Johnny, it reminds me of one thing. I'm sorry to cut you off, but one of the person from the audience, he wanted an autograph and he handed me his placard which was just upside down. I was like, at least hold it straight, man.
I mean, you could also turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I did and then signed it.
Wow, he asked you for your sign?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm famous, man. Inside the arena, this is my territory.
Oh, wow.
After the players, of course. After the players.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think he can be. I mean, as I mentioned, Saudi's a good-looking guy.
But you know what? Speak about good looking. You do not really need to be good looking when you're going to be performing well in the games.
The other option.
And these guys, they're good looking and they also perform well inside the games. That's what the crazy part is. And that's why they're sitting there on that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they deserve that as well. But of course, we'll have to talk about who was the man who shined the most in this particular game. And it's going to be Uzumaki from Big Brother Esports. I still remember that nade. That one nade which took two people off.
That was intense, and I think Uzumaki definitely, the Rasingans are firing on all cylinders from his hands, one after the other, not stopping at all. Even at the end of the game when we see the player's reaction, he just kept his device down and just let out a sigh of relief. The job was finally done. All the pain and misery that this team went through yesterday was relieved at the end of this one.
One thing is for sure, Big Brother Esports will be remembered for a long time in the IGC with the amount of performance they've showcased, with the amount of caliber, the improvement they've showcased throughout the entire BGIS. It's incredible. As we do on forward towards the top 5 players, it's going to be Shogun from the side of Gladiator Esports, even Rishi's going to be there from Big Brothers, Delta PG from Gladiators, and Leo YT from CS Esports. Finally, we're seeing CS Esports somewhere on the limelight.
Yeah, but I believe it's going to be a little too late from their side. It's going to be extremely difficult for them to bounce back into the action, but let's see how the future is going to go for them and what the future holds in particular. But ladies and gentlemen, the rankings of the previous game on our screens, we have Big Brothers 28 points to them, Gladiators 24, OR finishing with 13 and Medal with 12. Then we have TWM following up with 9 points, Night Owls on that 6th spot with 8, Team X-Pac on the 7th with 6 points, and CS. This was one of the best games for CS on the 8th position with just 6 points to their name. I think it's going to be extremely difficult for CS to bounce back tomorrow, but one thing is for sure. The first position might have a different name on it in the
Not
overall ranking.
just the first position, Johnny. Might as well be the second position as well, because Gladiators had 24 points from this particular game. Let's look at the second page of the point standings as well. Midwave Esports, who were in contention for that number one spot, only 4 points is not really going to help them, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to transition on to the overall standings, which is going to give us a new top two. Big Brother Esports and Gladiator Esports, 138 and 134 points respectively, and that's a mic drop.
They made it all happen in today itself. I mean, it was a risky start to the day. They were struggling for so long since yesterday, but in this day itself, they have made it happen with the back-to-back wins, the first position, and they have a 4-point advantage to work with. But Revenant, they were on the first spot for so long, and now they find themselves on the third.
This is gonna sting the players of Revenant Esports. That first spot, that throne being snatched away by the players of Big Brother Esports. Imagine the amount of emotions the players of Revenant Esports are gonna be facing. Not just Revenant Esports, even Team X-Park. They're gonna be facing the same emotions. God's Reign on the 5th spot. TWM Gaming, they made a massive comeback happen too. Blind Esports as well. Today was the pop-off day for them.
Well, it was a pop-off day indeed. God's Reign, they have taken a drop as well from being on the second to being on the fifth. But we're going to move to the next page of the rankings, ladies and gentlemen. OR Esports still struggling to recover medal. They made an impressive climb throughout the day. They were started their day on the 13th position, but now they brought themselves on the 10th. But still, the top 5 is going to be far away for them.
Absolutely. But you know what this reminds me of? That CS Esports pop-up when they actually had 60 points from just 2 games. I think Big Brothers sort of pulled exactly that, and I think with these 2 chicken dinners, they're not losing this momentum. But I kind of feel for Revenant fans. They're in shock right now, and we can directly see them. They certainly are on their feet, and they deservedly do so, because I think they never really expected somebody to topple them like this.
And it's going to be quite interesting to see how tomorrow goes, right, Necro?
Exactly. Tomorrow, considering it's going to be the last day, not exactly the last day, because tomorrow is going to be a little bit of break, because there is going to be a match, a cricket match, and for me, a good luck to the Indian cricket team for the World Cup.
Why just from you, man? What are we supposed to do? I mean, good luck from all
you guys
of us.
give it the individual good lucks, right? So the more the individual good luck, the more special everyone feels.
Good luck from both of us as well, I guess.
That doesn't really make sense, Necro, but whatever it is, I think I'm going to wish them the very best. I'm pretty sure they are going to do a good job. It is a World Cup after all. It is a matter of pride.
And imagine what a weekend we're supposed to have. I mean, today it's Friday. We have the finals, day number 2 of BGIS. Tomorrow is going to be India in their match for the World Cup. And then on Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be back here in this arena.
I think this is the best schedule. This has to be the weekend of the year for me.
Yeah. Exactly. Not just that. Imagine we started off all the way from grind, guys. This journey has been so long. Feel a bit emotional. We have had some great moments in Hyderabad as well, casting from the studio. And now we've made our way from Hyderabad to Mumbai itself. So many memories with so many people, even with the Crafton people who work in the back
Necro,
lines.
it's not all done. We still have one more day left. For now, we're going to go to an interview on the stage.
Hi, welcome back. मेरे साथ है Aru from Midwave Esports. Aru, how do you feel from going from a support player और अब एक IGL आप बन गए?
तो काफ़ी एक डिफरेंट सा ट्रांजिशन था मेरे लिए. काफ़ी सारी डिफरेंट एडवर्सिटीज़ आई ये रोल चेंज करने के साथ में. सपोर्ट का रोल एक काफ़ी डिफरेंट रोल होता है और आईजीएल का रोल एक काफ़ी डिफरेंट होता है. सो काफ़ी डिफ़िकल्ट भी था ये चेंज करना, बट बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग भी था. तो मज़ा आ रहा है ओवरऑल चेंज करने के बाद में.
And as Team Midwave, you've already gotten 2 chicken dinners, but somewhere you're on the 8th in the table. It's not too far. कुछ भी हो सकता है. 6 matches अभी भी बाकी है. What are you going to do as an IGL in the break that we have tomorrow, that you make a comeback so that you probably take home this big chicken dinner?
So I guess अब तक काफ़ी मैचेस हो चुके हैं, 12 मैचेस हो चुके हैं, एंड इट इज़ एनफ टाइम फॉर एवरीवन टू अंडरस्टैंड कि लॉबी कैसे वर्कआउट करती है, टीम्स का और प्लेयर्स का माइंडसेट कैसा वर्क करता है. सो अभी आई थिंक हम लोग सब कुछ समझ चुके हैं एंड वी आर वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट फॉर टुमारो.
And आज के दिन में हमने देखा the undergods have completely dominated and Big Brother is at the top of the table. क्या हो रहा है? Was day 1 a little nerve-wracking for you guys के LAN है, बहुत सारे support आ रहे हैं and today you've gotten into the form, or what's the scene?
नो आई थिंक द बेस्ट चीज़ है कि हम लोग फ़ैन फेवरेट्स नहीं हैं, सो आई गेस सबसे ज़्यादा प्रेशर तो TX पर ही होगा, कॉज सब लोग उन्हीं के लिए चीयर करें. एंड प्रेशर का एज सच हमारी टीम पर कुछ था नहीं, कॉज बहुत सारे लैंड्स ऑलरेडी खेल चुके हैं, सब लोग एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर्स हैं, सो प्रेशर कुछ भी नहीं था, बहुत ज़्यादा मज़ा आ रहा था, एक्साइटेड थे. एंड ऑनेस्टली फर्स्ट मैच में थोड़ी बहुत नर्व्स वगैरह थी, लॉबी समझने के लिए, डिवाइसेस, ईयरफोन्स वगैरह सब कुछ, बट सेकेंड मैच से इट वॉज नॉर्मल.
Okay then, best of luck to Aru from Midwave Esports. In the meantime, thank you guys for being here with us at NSCI Dome. A big round of applause to all of you for being a wonderful audience. Those of you watching online at home, thank you for joining us. We're going to take a short break and be back on the 15th for the final 6 matches when we find out which of these 16 teams are taking home this trophy and the 2 crore prize pool. Hope you guys are ready for this, and if you are in Mumbai, make sure you come to the NSCI Dome. It's gonna be madness. This is me, Zoxis, signing out one last time. Bye-bye!
है